Chapter 2768. The moment the 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's killing technique was unleashed, the sky darkened. Even Jianghu, a third-generation disciple under limitless supremacy, felt immense pressure. It was rare for a kid to display such an attack. In the Saint Spirit world, only disciples from large sects were qualified to learn it. So what if it's a 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's secret technique? Hua hua hua. Jianghu's long hair fluttered in the wind as he punched out. A thunderous boom resounded, and the ground trembled slightly. Under his giant palm, special runes flickered. The power of this punch was extraordinary, but it only managed to shake Jianghu's palm. Body Refinement Killing Technique, 7th level Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's power. Jianghu's face tightened. This was definitely a high-level existence. Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's secret techniques were divided into the Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's Killing Technique and Emperor Intent Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's Killing Technique. Each had its own merits. When it came to power, it had to be the Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's Killing Technique. Most people cultivated the Emperor Intent Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's Killing Technique. Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's Killing Technique was much rarer. These Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's killing techniques were almost all in the hands of powerful sections. Very few of them were found in the outside world, even in the Saint Spirit world. Lin Fei's attack gave Jianghu a certain amount of pressure. At such a young age, a Body Refinement Saint Spiritual Soul Realm's killing technique was already powerful enough. Moreover, it came from the hands of a young man. Limitless power. Jianghu leaped into the air, and 100 punches crashed down like a tidal wave. Obstructed. This was the first time Lin Fei was obstructed. Before the other party's overwhelming strength, his star-plucking moon move was unable to advance any further. This surprised Lin Fei. Limitless power is indeed powerful. Lin Fei's heart sank. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful Emperor Realm Master. His control of strength was not ordinary. As a disciple of an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm High Lord, his strength was naturally not low. Let's see who's afraid of who in terms of strength. Lin Fei encountered some obstruction, but he didn't think much of it. Kid, your body-tempering Saint Spirit's secret art is very powerful. Are you interested in becoming a disciple of the High Lord? Jianghu suddenly said, as long as you become the disciple of the High Lord, you will have the opportunity to learn the killing moves of the Saint Soul Level 8 or even the killing moves of the body tempering style. In the future, your name will definitely spread far and wide. Talent. Apart from being a third-generation disciple, Jianghu also had another responsibility, which was to recruit geniuses. This body tempering school fellow was undoubtedly a genius. If he could be pulled under the High Lord's tutelage, he would definitely be a valiant general in the future. It would not be a problem for him to charge and break through enemy lines. Outsiders might not know the specifics of body refining experts, but Jianghu did. Once a body tempering expert like this stepped into the Heaven God realm, coupled with a powerful secret skill killing move, he would really become famous in the Saint Spirit domain. The opportunity was right in front of him, and Jianghu did not want to miss it. I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of the High Lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I'm very interested in killing you. Arrogant. Jianghu was furious. This guy was too much of a B******. How dare he say such words? I don't know if your limitless power can block my incessant attacks. Lin Fei laughed loudly and raised his hand to slap through the air. Boom. 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 The huge palm slapped down again and again. This time, the surrounding expert suffered. Huge energy fluctuations came crashing over in waves. It was really unbearable. Those with low strength were killed by these energy fluctuations in just a few moves. After more than 100 attacks, even Jianghu himself could not bear it. How can his physical body be so strong? He can withstand more than 100 attacks. Jianghu still knew a thing or two. For example, this kind of body tempering Saint Soul's secret skill killing move. The more powerful it was, the more one's physical body realm was required to coordinate with it. There was also a limit to the number of times it could be used. However, Lin Fei's continuous attacks were actually able to withstand it with his physical body. This was really unbelievable. Attack him. Zhang Qiu called for his disciples. The huge sword formation came rolling over like a wheel. Swish. Swish. Before it arrived, the sharp sword intent cut through the void. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. The power of the seven slaughter sword formation was extraordinary. The sword intent in the air was already unbearable. The ice-cold sword intent pierced over. Lin Fei did not need to block it. This power was not a threat to him. Unlimited strength, sacred strike. Zhang Qiu took advantage of the time when the seven slaughter sword formation was dealing with Lin Fei to use another killing move. It was a terrifying killing move at the 8th level of the Saint Soul realm. The terrifying power of the finger pierced through the palm that could pluck the stars and the moon. The broken palm could not recover for a moment. The power kept tearing at the wound. PFFF, Lin Fei's powerful fleshly body was pierced through by the other party, leaving behind a huge, bloody hole. Swish. Swish. As the bloody hole appeared, the terrifying tearing power also tore at his body. The area of the wound became bigger and bigger. Your Saint Soul Realm's 7th level killing move is very powerful, but it still can't block my unlimited strength. Zhang Qiu was very confident. In the Great War of 10,000 Realms, there were not many who could block his attack. This was the power of the 8th level of the Saint Soul Realm. He could rely on this secret technique to become famous in a region. This is bad. Yingshan Tianshui's heart sank. Ordinary people could not block the unlimited strength. Its power was like the tide, coming wave after wave. No matter who it was, they would not be able to withstand it. The 7 slaughter sword formation condensed into a sharp sword light that pierced over from afar. Yingshan Tianshui was injured, but he still used the unlimited gravity on the 7 slaughter sword formation. The moment he used the unlimited gravity, he spat out blood. His wound became bigger, and the effect of the gravity was greatly reduced. Since you are not willing to join the Paragon Master, there is no point in keeping you alive. Zhang Qiu was decisive in killing. Those who were not useful to him, he would kill them all. Being heavily injured, Zhang Qiu did not believe that the other party could block the attack of the 7 slaughter sword formation. Even though it was only at the 6th level of the Saint Soul realm, its true power was at the peak of the 6th level. The sword light was as fast as lightning. You want to kill me with just this bit of power? Lin Fei's wound was continuously expanding. But when it reached a certain area, it was vaguely suppressed, and he could no longer move. Pluck the stars and moon. Lin Fei grabbed out with a single hand, and the entire space seemed to be sucked into his palm. The disciples who used the 7 slaughter sword formation, as well as the entire sword formation, fell into Lin Fei's control. Even if I am injured, it is not your turn to behave atrociously. The huge sword formation continuously attacked the palm. The sharp sword intent attacked from all directions, and only densely packed clanking sounds could be heard. All of this was futile. Kacha. Lin Fei exerted his strength and squeezed, causing the huge sword formation to dissipate. The disciples that Zhang Qiu brought over were all killed. With a squeeze, they were all turned into meat patties, and their life energy was plundered. As expected of the Paragon Master's disciple. His life energy is so dense. How satisfying. The 7 slaughter sword formation was destroyed, and Zhang Qiu almost blacked out. He had never thought that the other party, who was heavily injured, could still easily kill the disciples he brought over. How was he going to account for this? This time, Zhang Qiu was purely here to temper himself and obtain some benefits. Such incidents were extremely common in the Saint Spirit world. If one wanted to obtain resources, they had to temper themselves. When his disciples died, Zhang Qiu was completely enraged. This was unforgivable. Go and die. Xianxia unleashed another terrifying strike. Unlimited power, sacred strike. The power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm was invincible. At the very least, there were not many people on this level who could withstand such an attack. Lin Fei was straightforward. Take it. Facing any attack, he just had to endure it. The other party's unlimited power was not truly unlimited. Even though it could affect his fleshly body, it was negligible to him who had reached the heavenly god realm. Even though Lin Fei was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any injuries. He was merely experiencing the power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. Lin Fei had some understanding of the killing move of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm now. This was something that could threaten a third-order Emperor realm expert's physical body. It was reasonable that Shan Tianshui could not defend against it. After all, not everyone could defend against such a killing move. To be able to survive the attack of unlimited power was already a feat. In front of my limitless power, you will definitely die. Xianxia was furious. No matter what, he had to kill this brat today. Lin Fei laughed out loud. His fleshly body trembled and waves of power surged out, affecting the power of this attack. 80% of the attack's power was lost and the remaining 80% landed squarely on Lin Fei's body. Just like the previous time, his body was pierced, and the hole expanded endlessly. The power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm can only threaten the body of a third-order Emperor realm expert. It is still difficult for a heavenly god like me. Lin Fei experienced the attack of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. It is time to try out the killing move of the 4th level of the secret technique. Lin Fei had purposely injured himself. It was too exaggerated that a heavenly god realm expert had appeared in the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Fei decided to restrain himself. Thunderclap leap. Lin Fei roared with laughter as he transformed into a streak of black light. This streak of light was like a thunderbolt, and it was majestic. When Xianxia felt that the other party would kill him, a streak of light flashed out without any warning. It brought along a terrifying aura of death, and it pierced through his body. Yes, it pierced through him. Even if Xianxia activated his armor artifact, he could not stop the terrifying power from piercing through his body. This power, Xianxia opened his mouth, and with a look of disbelief, his entire body was obliterated. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the secret technique of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm? Lin Fei was shocked. This is completely ignoring defense and directly crushing it. Unless your physical body is strong enough. Compared to the star-plucking moon-seizing secret technique, the power of the 4th level Thunderclap Leap was much stronger. However, it had a flaw. He could not use it many times a day. According to his previous estimation, he could only use it 5 times a day at most. His body would not be able to endure any more, unless he was willing to consume his life force. Such a flaw didn't affect Lin Fei much at all. Chapter 2769. Following that was the rich life energy plundered from Xianxia's body. This life energy entered his body continuously, strengthening his flesh cells and improving his fleshy body realm. Just a bit more. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He felt extremely unhappy that his advancement had stopped. Without caring about anything else, he charged towards a group of people not far away and grabbed them with his palm. Peng peng peng. Those who were grabbed instantly turned into endless life energy that entered Lin Fei's body. Since these people came, it was either you die or I die. There was nothing to be merciful about. He died just like that. Shan Tianshui watched blankly as Lin Fei charged into the group. He was still immersed in that scene. The third-generation disciple of unbounded supremacy was killed just like that? Killed. It was truly unimaginable. If not for him personally witnessing it, Shan Tianshui would not dare believe that it was real. A third-generation disciple was killed just like that. Was that a Saint Soul Level 8 technique? Shan Tianshui recalled. That attack was truly too fast. It had surpassed the speed of the naked eye. By the time it ended, this great emperor Xianxia was already dead. He should not have a Saint's Soul level 8 secret technique killing technique at his age. Yingshan Tianshui knew some secrets. After reaching the 8th level of the Saint Spirit's secret technique, it was very rare for the Saint Spirit's secret technique to be found in the outside world. Especially the Saint Spirit's secret technique of the body training style. Every level was extremely valuable. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Yingshan Tianshui shook his head. He must have used some one-time consumable treasure. It must have been tough on that brat. Yingshan Tianshui would rather believe that he used a treasure than a Saint Soul level 8 secret technique killing technique. Lin Fei kept activating the Saint Soul level secret technique killing technique. With a hoo-hoo palm, a head fell to the ground. Large amounts of life energy surged into Lin Fei's body. Accumulate and accumulate. The teams present had never seen such a powerful body cultivator. Their attacks and treasures could not threaten this black-haired brat at all. Instead, it was them who had to defend against his fleshy body, which was extremely taxing. The most frightening thing was the Saint Soul level 7 secret technique killing technique. Every time the killing technique was unleashed, quite a few of them would die. This caught them off guard. The defense of the other party's physical body was ridiculously strong. No matter how they attacked, they were still able to withstand it. However, they were not so lucky. Success. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. After absorbing the last bit of life energy, stuck at the 4th level of Proud Heaven's celestial stage, he finally broke through. Proud Heaven had broken through to the 5th stratum. There was no movement, just a jingguang that was invisible to the naked eye. It circled around his body and then disappeared. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and enjoyed it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was like the sound of waves. Lin Fei's flesh kept wriggling and strengthening. This was an extremely fast process. Lin Fei's Ao Tian Tian had stepped into the 5th level. In between breaths, boundless power was about to burst forth. It was incomparable to when Ao Tian Tian was at the 4th level. With my current strength, I can easily slap a martial emperor realm expert to death. Lin Fei looked at a great emperor expert in the distance. He jabbed his finger across the air. That great emperor struggled on the verge of death. But with a casual finger from Lin Fei, that great emperor expert exploded with boundless power. All his life energy was instantly plundered. My strength has indeed increased by several times, suppressing the other party's chance of revival. Lin Fei experienced the power. Killing a great emperor expert with a finger shocked those who were surrounding him. Was this an eruption? No one else acted. Everyone had retreated. They could not care so much. They immediately chose to leave this place and survive first. When Lin Fei regained his senses, he was shocked to find that other than them, there was no one else in Singija's space. This is too fast. Lin Fei planned to find a few more people to test it out. You broke through again? Yingshan Tianshui came with complicated emotions. It was normal for a level 7 secret technique to kill a great emperor expert. After all, it was a level 7 secret technique. But a casual finger with an ordinary strength could easily kill a great emperor expert. Furthermore, that great emperor expert was not the weakest. Instead, he had a certain level of strength. Even Yingshan Tianshui might not be able to do it so cleanly. Yingshan Tianshui immediately guessed that Lin Fei had broken through. My luck is not bad. I managed to break through. Lin Fei did not hide it. Congratulations. With your current strength, you can kill any great emperor expert you meet, unless it's those veteran apex experts. Yingshan Tianshui was not speaking nonsense. Great emperors were very strong. But when meeting body cultivators, especially those powerful ones, or even apex existences, it was a one-sided suppression. Yingshan Tianshui had heard of such things many times. Who would have thought that he would see it here today? On the starry sky stone platform. Lin Fei's team came out. Looking over, Lin Fei discovered that his team was the first to come out. The fierceness of killing a great emperor with a finger had stimulated those teams to the point that they did not dare to stay any longer. They would rather go back than stay. They had personally witnessed how terrifying the disciple of some paragon master was. Even such an expert was killed, much less them. Who would have thought that we would be the first to come out? Yingshan Tianshui sighed. At the third stage, Yingshan Tianshui had already accepted his fate. It was not that easy to get through. After experiencing a soul-stirring experience, Yingshan Tianshui discovered that his team had arrived. Congratulations. The first to get through the third stage will obtain a level 8 secret technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. That aged voice sounded again. Yingshan Tianshui and the others were startled. Following that, they became wild with joy. A level 8 secret technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. This was definitely a generous reward. With a peak stage emperor treasure, it was not difficult for them to move unhindered in the great thousand worlds. Lin Fei was not interested in this. Level 8 Saint Soul secret technique? He already had Thunder Leap, and now he had a level 5 secret technique. Even though he had not seen it before, it was at least a level 8 Saint Soul secret technique. Peak stage emperor treasure? Lin Fei was not too interested. His current fleshy body was not only powerful, it was also the sharpest weapon. It was stronger than even a peak stage emperor treasure. Hua hua. A level 8 Saint Soul secret technique fell down. Other than that, there was another peak stage emperor treasure. It was a golden saber named 8 Desolate Great Union Saber. The peak stage emperor treasure emitted a frightening and dangerous aura. Brother Yingshan, hurry up and refine it, lest something bad happens. Lin Fei said. You don't want it? Yingshan Tianshui was very surprised. This is a peak stage emperor treasure. If not for you, let alone a level 8 Saint Soul secret technique, you can forget about getting it. Therefore, this peak stage emperor treasure should belong to you. Even though Yingshan Tianshui really wanted the peak stage emperor treasure, he was clear that if not for Lin Fei, they could not have gotten it, much less own it. A level 8 Saint Soul secret technique was something he was very satisfied with. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, a peak stage emperor treasure is not useful to me. To us body cultivators, a powerful fleshy body can sweep through everything. This item is really unnecessary. It is better for you to take it. If you feel bad about it, just treat it as owing me a favor. After several rejections, Yingshan Tianshui accepted the peak stage emperor treasure. As long as he refined it, he would be an apex existence amongst great emperors. A peak stage emperor treasure could indeed increase his combat power by a huge amount. Let's see this level 8 Saint Soul secret technique. Lin Fei was not interested in weapons, but he was quite interested in level 8 Saint Soul secret techniques. Our luck is pretty good. This is a sacred spirit level 8 life-saving secret technique. Lin Fei took a look at it and smiled. It's a very powerful defensive technique, the Myriad World Barrier technique. Lin Fei liked this secret technique too. If he did not use it, he could give it to others. The Myriad Worlds Palace's Saint Soul secret technique did not have any restrictions. That's right. Good stuff. Yingshan Tianshui and the others chuckled too. This was a protective technique. If not for their luck, they would not have gotten it. Even though it was a simple protective technique, if it was placed outside, it would be worth at least 500 million heaven crystals. It was a true life-saving technique. It was originally given to Yingshan Tianshui. Lin Fei got Little Devil to make a copy of it. It was easy for him to learn it. Brother Lin Fei, I reckon we will not be going to the next level. Yingshan Tianshui said, we are not as strong as you. We will only be a burden on the next level. I'm sorry. Yingshan Tianshui felt apologetic. He left after benefiting from it. He was clear that even if he had a peak emperor artifact, it would not be of much help if he did not completely refine it. He might even become a burden. After thinking about it, he decided to leave the Myriad Worlds Palace. It's fine. Lin Fei did not mind at all. Now that Proud Heaven was at the 5th level, Lin Fei's combat power had increased greatly. Shan Tianshui's help was negligible. Just like what he said, proud heaven was a burden by his side. The team did not limit the number of people. Thus, even if it was Lin Fei alone, he could continue. If he had not broken through, Lin Fei did not have much confidence in getting that heavenly water of life. Now, he had confidence. A second-order heavenly god realm physique. It was enough to sweep through everything. Thus, Lin Fei decided to risk it. If he could get his hands on it, proud heaven might be able to break through to the 6th level. At that time, he would be able to face many dangers. The Dark Court, as well as the appearance of other forces, put Lin Fei in danger. Only when proud heaven advanced another level would Lin Fei be at ease. Perhaps, at the 6th level, he would be able to grasp a 9th level Saint Soul stage killing technique, which would be enough to threaten 1st or 2nd order heavenly god realm experts. Lin Fei did not believe that their physiques would be as strong as his. Dual cultivation was not that easy. The Myriad Worlds Palace's team battle. Heavenly gods were not allowed to participate. Chapter 2770. Shan Tianshui and the others left. The 4th stage was not something they could persevere through. They were relatively satisfied to be able to obtain a Saint Soul 8th level secret technique killing technique and a peak stage emperor treasure. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the starry sky stone platform. He was slowly experiencing the changes brought about by the prideful heaven 5th stage. At the same time, he was learning the Myriad World Body Protection Technique, which was a life-saving secret technique. Teams began coming out one after another. This time, we will definitely be the first team. A team was teleported out. The members of the team were filled with smiles. They finished off the enemy in a relatively short period of time. According to logic, they were the fastest team out of the 5. Looking at the empty starry sky stone platform, these teams had smiles on their faces. Others might not know the details, but they did. If they could be the first to come out, the reward would definitely be quite good. At the very least, they would be rewarded with a Saint Soul 8th level secret technique killing technique. Before they could rejoice enough, an untimely voice rang out. "There's someone over there." Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the stone platform just like that. Many teams came out. They discovered that there was a lone team at the very first moment. It was hard for them to imagine that the other party could advance. Very soon, they discovered something. Only 46 teams were able to advance out of the 50 teams. There were still 4 teams missing. That person seems to be a body cultivator. I heard that he is the first one to arrive here. Number 1, are you for real? How could it be him? It's absolutely true. I heard that the first to come out would obtain a special reward. Usually, it would be a peak stage emperor treasure. Doesn't that mean that brat has a peak stage emperor treasure on him? The moment the news spread, everyone could no longer remain calm. That was a peak stage emperor treasure. As long as one had a peak stage emperor treasure, he would be an apex existence in the great emperor realm. A peak stage emperor treasure could solve many problems, like increasing one's combat power. That fellow is really lucky. Unless Shan Tianshui and the others are dead. Great Emperor Thousand Hangs frowned, otherwise, why would they leave behind a Lin Fei? It must be a fight. Great Emperor Ghost Flame had an answer. I just took a look, and it seems that Limitless Supremacy's 3rd generation disciple, Jianghu, isn't here. Both sides must have been injured in the melee. And judging from Lin Fei's appearance, he must be healing. I really admire this kid's luck. What a lucky bastard. Great Emperor Ancient Yen said sinisterly, he might have a peak emperor artifact and a Saint Soul level 8 secret technique. If it's a life-saving secret technique, then he's really lucky. The eyes of the 3 flickered. Among the Sacred Spirit's secret techniques, the most precious were the life-saving techniques. A life-saving technique was enough for him to escape at a critical moment. For a body cultivator like Lin Fei, a powerful physical body coupled with a powerful life-saving technique would allow him to walk unhindered in the boundless world. So what if he has a peak emperor artifact? The black-armored brawny man laughed. Xianxia is a peak existence among great emperors. If both sides are injured, Lin Fei won't be able to take advantage. Xianxia's limitless strength isn't that easy to handle. When he returns to the ancient wasteland world, will he have a chance? The only thing you have to worry about is whether this kid will participate in the fourth round. The fourth round. The expressions of the three changed. More than 40 teams were recovering from their injuries. Some were taking elixirs, while others were taking Yuanli divine liquid. However, many people's eyes were on Lin Fei, a body cultivator from the ancient wasteland world. With so many teams, it wasn't difficult to find out about one person. The disappearance of Limitless Supremacy's third-generation disciple, Xianxia, also attracted people's attention. They couldn't help but associate it with Lin Fei. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Fei. A Peak Emperor artifact and a Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique were worth everyone's attention. The 3 rounds have passed. You are the peak existences of the vast thousand world. Congratulations. The voice sounded again. Next, you will be in the 4th round, which is also the last round, the Battle Royale. The team that persists to the end will each receive a portion of Divine Water of Life. The 2nd place will receive a Saint's Soul Level 10 secret technique, the 3rd place will receive a Peak Emperor artifact, and the remaining 7 places will receive 5 portions of Yuanli divine liquid. When the rewards were announced, everyone looked at each other with eyes full of Emperor intent. To the people of the vast thousand world, a Saint's Soul Level 10 secret technique was enough to give them a chance to become a supremacy. To the experts from the Saint Spirit world, their goal was the Divine Water of Life. They would be reborn, transcend, and achieve a glorious future. The Divine Water of Life could only be found in the Myriad World Palace. Heavenly God experts naturally wouldn't fight for it. Which great emperor expert wouldn't want to improve? Even exchanging it for treasures was very worthwhile. In the Myriad World battle, the most eye-catching item was the Divine Water of Life. If there were 8 people, that would mean 8 portions of Divine Water of Life. They would definitely be rich. More than 40 teams battled. It was definitely the most exciting and intense one. Everyone wanted to enter the top 10. No matter how difficult it was, they had to make it to the top 10. The time of the 4th round was set to be 10 years later. 10 years was not enough time for those with serious injuries to recover much. This time, there was no divine energy divine liquid. Relying on elixirs to recover would still take some time. Ancient Wasteland Brat, you're the first to come out. As long as you hand over the Peak Emperor artifact and the Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique, the Sky Wolf team can protect you. The treasures were tempting. Some people also had their eyes on Lin Fei. Especially when they saw that Lin Fei had no intention of leaving, they were immediately overjoyed. The Sky Wolf Great Emperor stared at Lin Fei coldly. This was also a piece of fat meat. They definitely couldn't let it go. Sky Wolf, how arrogant of you. With just the few of you? Another team came, going tit for tat. Brat, our Nighthawk team is much stronger than them. As long as you join us, I guarantee you'll get out alive. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass the 4th round. You might even lose your life here. Our 5 Tiger team is the strongest. We have 3 great Emperor experts and one of them is a body tempering expert who has cultivated an Emperor body. Another team came up. Every team was eyeing him covetously. In their opinion, there was something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. If he left, they really wouldn't have a chance to go to the ancient wasteland world. That was a huge price to pay. Once they went, their strength would be suppressed and they might even be killed. But now that he didn't leave, didn't that give them a chance? Peak Emperor artifact, Saint's Soul Level 8 secret technique killing move. Either one was worth their attention. They used the simplest method, roping him in. If they roped him in, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. There were no experts in the ancient wasteland world, so no one dared to stand out. With this thought in mind, no one was willing to be snatched by the enemy. Among the 40 teams, only a few did not make a move. A Peak Emperor artifact and a Saint's Soul level 8 secret technique killing move were of no interest to them. Should we go and rope in Lin Fei? We might have a better chance than the others. Thousand Heng's great emperor said. They coveted the things on Lin Fei more than anyone else. Especially that special physique cultivation technique. I think we can. We haven't done anything with Lin Fei. If we can capture Lin Fei alive, that would be the best. The three of them whispered to each other, their eyes sparkling. The black-armored man didn't stop them. He didn't care about those things, but he was very interested in Lin Fei. To be able to secretly support a physique cultivator and cultivate an extraordinary physique, he definitely had a powerful force behind him. He had to be uprooted, and Lin Fei was a very good breakthrough. You guys are too much. Do you really think there's no one in the ancient wasteland world? Thousand Heng's great emperor shouted angrily. That's right. Lin Fei is from the ancient wasteland world. We will naturally protect him. If you have the ability, come and try. Ghost Flame Great Emperor became extremely arrogant. You'd better give up on that idea. The ancient wasteland world isn't big, and there are many who dare to fight. I will accompany you anytime. Ancient Yen Great Emperor said in a low voice, his sharp eyes sweeping around. The appearance of the three ancient wasteland world experts really put pressure on them. When they saw the black-armored man, these teams opened their mouths, but they didn't dare to say anything. That was someone from the Dark Court. No matter how they tried, they could not compare to that black-armored brawny man. In the future, when they went to the Saint Spirit domain, they might have to go to that country to make a living. Moreover, the Dark Court had a few supremacies, and even a great supremacy. If they went there, they would be annihilated. Everyone quieted down. They had indeed ignored the three from the ancient wasteland world, but when they saw the black-armored man standing in front of them, they all lost their temper. Fight? To hell with it. They didn't have the guts, and they didn't want to die early. Brother Lin Fei, if you want to go to the 4th round, follow us. The few of us will protect you. Great Emperor Ghost Flame said in a very friendly manner. If it's for training, the few of us will help you. Great Emperor Qianheng said. We will guarantee your safe return. At this moment, the three were very enthusiastic. If not for Yingshan Tianshui's reminder, Lin Fei might have had other thoughts. But at this moment, he didn't have such thoughts. To be able to follow behind someone from the Dark Court, he must have some connections. After reaching the 5th stage of the Proud Heaven Realm, Lin Fei had the ability to surpass everyone else. Protection? What a joke. Lin Fei opened his eyes and soared into the sky. His gaze landed on the black-armored man from the Dark Court. The three of you, I want to know if the people from the Dark Court will act against me? Lin Fei said. I don't believe that Tianji Hall, who destroyed the Dark Court and supported them, will be so kind as to sit with me. What do you think? The three of them instantly felt awkward. The black-armored man had been recognized by Lin Fei. Chapter 2771. Those who had originally given up immediately realized that their chance had come when they heard this. That guy was too good at talking. If possible, they really wanted to applaud him. The Dark Court. That was a place that had its own nation. Lin Fei had recklessly destroyed the Tianji Hall. They were really shocked. A branch established by the Dark Court was destroyed. That guy was too bold. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to do that even if they had 100 guts. That kid's death is near. Once the people of the Dark Court make a move, there's no way for that kid to survive. If it were me, I would obediently choose to surrender. That way, I wouldn't have to live a hard life. That kid is the guy who destroyed the Tianji Hall branch. I heard that a disciple of the Zhan family was killed. How bold, but there's something wrong with his brain. Is he really going to participate in the last round? It's not worth it at all. On the starry sky stone platform not far away, a young man in green frowned slightly. I think it's a guy called Lin Fei. He seems to be very capable. The person next to him whispered. The big shot of the Dark Court has a good relationship with various forces. At the same time, he's also from the Temporal Temple, one of the 3 top forces. I wonder if that kid ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. It's rare for an interesting person to appear. It's really rare to see someone who dares to ignore the Dark Court. The young man in green laughed. Are you planning to help that kid? It depends on luck. Haha, why don't you just surrender? That way, I won't beat you to death later. Lin Fei laughed out loud as he spouted arrogant words. Boom! The black-armored brawny man's aura erupted. The starry sky stone platform trembled slightly. The 3 most powerful imperial capitals subconsciously resisted. Do you know who I am? Even across the starry sky stone platform, they could still feel the black-armored brawny man's domineering aura. The Dark Court is indeed the Dark Court. Any one of them is a peak Great Emperor. If they have a peak Emperor artifact, that would be even more terrifying. Someone secretly said. It's not enough to throw your weight around. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'll admit that you have the ability. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Everyone knows how to show off. You're just from the Dark Court. What's there to be proud of? They're afraid of you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of the Dark Court. You're just showing off in the Saint Spirit realm. Hearing these words, many people felt relieved. Good. The black-armored man glared at him. You're dead meat. No one in this world can help you. I'll wait. The Dark Court was a colossus. Lin Fei was well aware of this. As a colossus, Lin Fei was similarly clearly aware of one thing. In a high-level place like the Saint Spirit dimension, every single power paid attention to face and paid attention to rules. A big shot wouldn't make a move on a small fry. As long as it wasn't a big shot making a move, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. If he could get the holy water of life, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the 6th level of proud celestial body. At that time, he would be able to refine the ancient wasteland world and become a material world lord. On this point, Lin Fei was still very confident. When I was at the 4th level of proud celestial body, it gave me the lightning warp, which had the power of the 8th level of the Saint Spirit realm. I wonder what the 5th level of proud celestial body gave me. Lin Fei shielded his surroundings. He focused on studying. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The most intense final round had arrived. More than 40 teams, as long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to obtain the rewards of the Myriad World Palace. Even the elemental energy divine liquid was a good thing. If they brought it out, they could exchange it for many things or even treasures. The harvest was still very rich. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No matter who it was, they were instantly sucked into a huge battlefield. The majestic sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the vague shadows of the army could be seen. It was clear that this was once a battlefield. More than 40 teams came to the battlefield at almost the same time. It was completely fair. Attack. When everyone landed, the teams closest to Lin Fei used their killing moves and treasures one after another. These teams were quite strong. Each of them had a Great Emperor Realm Master and a Body Transformation Realm Master, so sweeping through the ancient desolate world was not a problem. However, if they wanted to enter the top 10, they were still a little lacking. They had their eyes on Lin Fei. If they could kill Lin Fei and snatch the Peak Emperor artifact and the 8th level Saint Spirit Realm's secret technique, this trip would be very worthwhile. Let's try the Myriad World Protective Technique first. Lin Fei had already mastered the Myriad World Protective Technique, a powerful 8th level Saint Spirit Realm's secret technique. This kind of secret technique would be exposed sooner or later. Lin Fei did not intend to hide it. The sky was filled with attacks that drowned Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, everyone, let's work together. This guy is dead for sure. With so many teams attacking together, it will be difficult for him to survive. It seems that we don't need to do anything. That Lin Fei is also everyone's target. The black-armored brawny man sneered. That brat is really lucky. The black-armored brawny man represented the Dark Court. This time, there were still a few opponents. They were all from the Saint Spirit realm. Whether they could obtain the divine water of life or not, they had to defeat these people. In the eyes of the black-armored brawny man, Lin Fei was just a small fry. Now that someone was going to kill Lin Fei, it could not be better. Kill! The black-armored brawny man charged at someone. The entire battlefield quickly became a mess. The power that filled the sky dissipated. The attacking teams were all prepared to snatch it. A Peak Emperor artifact and an 8th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique were enough for them to go crazy over. When the power dissipated, they saw Lin Fei smiling at them. He didn't have a single wound on his body. He's fine. How is that possible? When we attack, even a Peak Great Emperor Realm expert has to be careful. Could it be that he has cultivated a secret technique to protect his body? Lin Fei really wanted to cheer. The power of an 8th level Saint Spirit Shield secret technique was indeed extraordinary. The attacks of these teams could not penetrate the defense of the secret technique. Lin Fei stood there motionless, and they could not break through the defense. This secret technique was really worth it. It was a really good life-saving secret technique. In the Saint Spirit realm, it was quite a good life-saving secret technique. Kill! Lin Fei rushed out. His body shook, triggering the space. Ripples of power swept out and slammed into the bodies of these people. Hua hua hua. These forces were impossible to guard against. Those whose bodies were not at the Great Emperor realm were turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Those who were at the Great Emperor realm also vomited mouthfuls of blood. Waves of power continued to attack, and no treasure could stop the invasion of power. Too strong. Let's go. In just a few breaths of time, there were only a few people left. The leading expert's eyes were filled with fear. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed, and power burst out. Bang 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 sounds were endless. In an instant, the 4 or 5 teams that besieged were all dead. Naturally, this scene was also noticed by others. How is this possible? 4 or 5 teams are all dead at once. This is too crazy. Lin Fei was like a big dark horse charging out. No matter who it was, they were all shocked. Lin Fei flew in the direction of the black-armored brawny man. Serious team, you seem to be quite interested in me. The members of Serious team began to tremble. In the sky, a huge hand slapped down. After a loud bang, everyone was smashed into meat patties, and they couldn't be more dead. Your 5 Tigers team seems to be interested too. Another palm came down, and the team was wiped out. Without exception, Lin Fei had taken action against all those who had been asked. With one palm, they were all wiped out. In just a short while, 10 teams were wiped out. The remaining teams looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. Wiping out a team with one palm, this was the strength of a Peak Great Emperor. His strength had increased too quickly. After Lin Fei wiped out a few teams, he faced the black-armored brawny man who was fighting with others. He's actually so strong, but it's impossible for him to be so strong. The black-armored brawny man noticed. The power of that palm was purely the power of the physical body, and it could destroy everything. Xianheng, Gui Yan, you two stop Lin Fei. The black-armored brawny man couldn't get away, so he ordered the 3 great emperors to attack. At this moment, the 3 great emperors' faces were pale. The power that could wipe out a team with one palm was constantly provoking them. They thought that they were on the same level, but who would have thought that his strength was even more terrifying than theirs? The black-armored brawny man was from the Dark Court and had a high status. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and decided to attack. Lin Fei, I've always wanted to test whether your physical body is stronger or mine is stronger. Today, my wish has finally come true. Ancient Yan Emperor's powerful aura soared into the sky. Ancient Yan Emperor's original form was an ancient desolate beast. His physical body was naturally strong, and he had always been the overlord of the ancient desolate world. Lin Fei was a physique cultivator, and his realm was higher. Ancient Yan Emperor had always felt uncomfortable. Ancient Yan Emperor was here. The purest power. If the three great emperors weren't with the Dark Court, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to attack them. Since they didn't know what was good for them, Lin Fei didn't mind fulfilling their wishes. As you wish. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed. It was a very casual action. Lin Fei, you've gone too far. The ancient Yama Emperor was enraged. How could he use a single finger to deal with him? He was an ancient desolate beast, a former overlord. Although Lin Fei's finger movement wasn't very fast, it still landed on ancient Yama Emperor Lord's body easily. Boom! 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 Boundless overbearing power exploded on ancient Yan Emperor's body. This is my power. Are you satisfied? Ancient Yan Emperor couldn't stop the power from exploding. This was a boundless tyrannical power. Even the body of an ancient desolate beast could not withstand the eruption of such power. So strong. Ancient Yan Emperor was reduced to ashes with one finger. Now that proud heaven had reached the 5th level of his 12th-fold tyrant body, the power of a casual attack would be unstoppable. Ancient Yan Emperor was an ancient desolate beast, but his defense was limited. He couldn't withstand Lin Fei's finger, especially when it was at full strength. Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor were dumbfounded. Chapter 2772. Back then, the two of them had joined forces to fight against Great Emperor Gu Yen for a long time. The other party had relied on the powerful physical body of an ancient desolate beast to remain undefeated. Even now, the two of them could not defeat Great Emperor Gu Yen even if they joined forces, unless they had a Pinnacle Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, they did not have one. However, such an old opponent had been killed by a single finger strike from Lin Fei. They could not believe it. Great Emperor Gu Yen did not cultivate any cloning techniques, so it did not matter if he died. Brother Lin Fei, this is a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. The two of them turned and ran. It was too terrifying. Even Great Emperor Gu Yen could not withstand the power of a single finger from Lin Fei, let alone them. Not running? Idiots. At this moment, they truly regretted it. He should not have sided with the Dark Court back then. Now, Lin Fei had come to kill him. Lin Fei still had some impression of these two people. After all, if not for these two people supporting the ancient wasteland world, the human tribe would have long been controlled by Great Emperor Gu Yen. The human tribe would have been enslaved and lived in dire straits. Come here. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. Great Emperor Qianheng and Great Emperor Gu Yen turned pale with fright. Lord, save us. Save us. Lin Fei grabbed, and the two great emperors were caught. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape. On account of the fact that you were once heroes of the human race, I will spare your lives. However, you cannot escape punishment. For the rest of your lives, contribute to the ancient desolate domain. Lin Fei kept them. In the blink of an eye, one of the three great emperors of the ancient desolate domain was dead and two were captured alive. Trash. The black-armored brawny man's heart sank. Lin Fei's strength seemed to have exceeded his expectations. You guys go and stop them. The black-armored brawny man instructed the others to attack Lin Fei. Zhan Rongguang, it seems that you have offended an impressive person. The one fighting with the black-armored man was a green-robed young man. He used a long spear, and his spear techniques were sharp and fierce. He constantly gave off a dangerous aura. The black-armored man, Zhan Rongguang, was a member of the Zhan family. His status was slightly higher than Zhan Rongguang's, which was why he hated Lin Fei so much. He's just a kid from a child world. Do you think he can threaten me? Zhan Rongguang sneered. It won't be too late to kill him after I defeat you. The green-robed young man kept brandishing his spear. Every time he did so, he would attack Zhan Rongguang's vital spots. He's coming. Suddenly, the azure-robed young man put away his spear and left, opening up space. Your men are all dead. Lin Fei stepped forward. The other teams didn't dare to make a move. 11 or 12 teams had died at the hands of Lin Fei. As long as they were not fools, they would not rush forward, especially when they saw that they were up against the Dark Court. Only fools would make a move. If the two of them fought and both of them were injured, that would be the best. I've still underestimated you. Zhan Rongguang narrowed his eyes, secretly cursing the green-robed young man for being shameless. However, there was nothing he could do to stop him. Lin Fei's strength was beyond his expectations. However, no matter how strong you are, you will still die today. Swoosh! Zhan Rongguang grabbed at the void, and a long saber as thin as autumn water fell into his hand. Peak Emperor Artifact Autumn Water Saber. The green-robed young man was slightly shocked. So this is your trump card. With a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure and his strength, he was truly invincible. Han Shui, I originally left this for you. What a pity. Zhan Rongguang held the autumn water saber and pointed it at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, eat my saber. Swoosh. Lin Fei was hit in the chest. Too fast. Everyone was shocked. What a terrifying Peak Emperor artifact. They couldn't even catch the saber's trace, and the other party was already injured. The green-robed young man frowned slightly. That kid is in trouble. No matter how strong a body-tempering cultivator is, it will be very difficult for him to face a Peak Emperor artifact. Unless he has an 8-star Emperor body, or even a 9 stars Emperor body, or has cultivated a powerful protective secret technique, then he can block it. A Peak Emperor artifact was also a treasure worth 1 billion celestial crystals. This saber of mine, do you feel comfortable? Zhan Rongguang laughed. Since I obtained a Peak Emperor artifact, I have never used it. You are lucky to die in the hands of my Peak Emperor artifact. With a Peak Emperor artifact in his hand, Zhan Rongguang was in high spirits. Lin Fei suddenly flicked his clothes. A Peak Emperor artifact's attack is only a so-so. It can't even cut my clothes. Nonsense. Zhan Rongguang's heart sank when he saw the unscathed Lin Fei. I clearly hit you. If one saber doesn't work, then two. Swoosh swoosh. Zhan Rongguang was absolutely confident in his strength. With the support of a Peak Emperor artifact, his strength had reached the peak. In front of a heavenly god expert, he was invincible. 1 saber, 2 sabers, 3 sabers. Lin Fei was walking over. Every saber strike from the Peak Emperor artifact landed on Lin Fei. However, none of the attacks affected Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei appeared to be very relaxed. Thus, this strange scene played out. This is a protective secret technique. Some Saint Spirit World's geniuses exclaimed. Heavens, that kid actually mastered a protective secret technique that can block a Peak Emperor artifact's attack. This protective secret technique has at least the power of a Saint Spirit level 7 expert. It's too heaven-defying. The value of a protective secret technique was imaginable. It was also very difficult to cultivate a protective secret technique. But now, a young man not only had a first-class physical body, but also cultivated a protective secret technique. With 2 complementary techniques, its power was extraordinary. In the Great Thousand Domains, he was really invincible. This is impossible. Zhan Rongguang went crazy. How could a brat learn a protective secret technique so quickly? Moreover, it was at least a Saint Spirit level 7 expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even Zhan Rongguang himself didn't have the opportunity to learn a protective secret technique. With such a protective secret technique, coupled with Lin Fei's third-order Emperor Realm physical body, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Lin Fei even if he had a Peak Emperor artifact. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he relied on himself. After a series of attacks, Lin Fei was getting closer and closer. Han Shui, and Ruxing, Tian Yen, if I die here, don't even think about getting the divine water of life. At that time, you can only give it to someone else. Zhan Rongguang shouted. At this crucial moment, Zhan Rongguang thought of asking for help. The green-clothed man was Han Shui, and his background was shocking. And Ruxing was a handsome young man with a pale face. His swordsmanship was sharp, and his sword moved like a dragon. His strength was also at the peak of the Emperor realm. Tian Yen was a burly man wearing beast skin clothes that exposed his muscles. He carried a huge blade the size of a door. The three of them had brought experts with them, and their teams were extremely powerful. All three of them were here for the divine water of life. In their eyes, the other teams from the Great Thousand World weren't worth mentioning. In the end, the divine water of life would be decided by the few of them. But now, there was a variable called Lin Fei. Yes, a variable. All right. Han Shui was the first to agree. As they were from the same world, even if they didn't get along normally, they knew that Lin Fei was their greatest enemy. Just a protective secret technique was enough to make them feel pressured. Zhan Rongguang's eyes lit up. If they attacked together, even if Lin Fei had a protective secret technique, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat them. The best outcome would be to leave this place. Kill Lin Fei? Zhan Rongguang didn't dare to think about it. Any Emperor Realm expert that cultivated a protective secret technique at the 5th layer of the Saint Soul Realm would be extremely difficult to kill. Not to mention, Lin Fei was able to block the attack of a Peak Emperor artifact. It was very likely that he had cultivated a protective secret technique at the 7th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. Join forces? Lin Fei had noticed these teams from the very beginning. Any team was extremely powerful. He didn't need to guess to know that these people were from the Saint Spirit world. That place wasn't the Great Thousand World. There were many resources, so naturally, they were powerful. In the Great Thousand World, you wouldn't be able to find many Peak Emperor artifacts, and any Peak Emperor artifact was extremely expensive. Even if we join forces, you'll be the first to die. Since Tianji Hall was destroyed and he had offended the Dark Court, Lin Fei didn't mind thoroughly offending them. As long as he became a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Court wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thunderclap leap. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone could only see a flash of lightning in their eyes. Zhan Rongguang's entire body collapsed when the lightning flashed, but he could reform it at the crucial moment. His expression was extremely ugly. Saint Soul Realm Level 8 Secret Technique. Zhan Rongguang's eyes widened. A protective secret technique was already terrifying, and now there was a Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't dodge it. His physical body wasn't considered powerful, so he couldn't block a single attack. Not bad, you can block one of my attacks. I wonder how many times you can block it. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. Zhang Qiu, a disciple of limitless supremacy, was killed with a single thunderclap leap. This black-armored muscular man had blocked it, but there was still a huge difference in strength. Lin Fei's Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique had severely injured Zhan Rongguang, and the others were agitated. Another powerful Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique. It's at least at the 8th level. I can't catch it. It seems to have broken through the physical body. Let's go. Zhan Rongguang blocked a Saint Soul Realm Level 8 secret technique, and he knew how terrifying the other party's attack was. At this moment, all his thoughts were gone. Only one person was left. If he didn't leave, he would die. Die. Just as Zhan Rongguang was about to leave, a special force enveloped him. However, a bolt of lightning flashed past and crushed his body. No! Zhan Rongguang screamed miserably. His entire body collapsed, and all the Peak Emperor artifacts fell into Lin Fei's hands. 2 thunderclap leaps killed Zhan Rongguang. Lin Fei played with the Peak Emperor artifact Autumn Water Saber in his hand. It gave off a peculiar sharp aura. As expected of a Peak Emperor artifact. Only he could play with it like this. Do you guys still want to make a move? Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the three teams present on the scene. Daoist Lin Fei, since you can kill Zhan Rongguang of the Dark Court, you can naturally kill us. We don't want the first place. Han Shui shook his head. I, and Ruxing, don't want it either. I don't want it either. The three of them were completely stunned. Zhan Rongguang's strength was about the same as theirs, and he had a peak emperor artifact in his hand. Yet, he had been killed in 2 moves by Lin Fei. They didn't dare to guarantee how many more times this Saint Soul Realm level 8 secret technique could be used. No one dared to risk it. Giving up the first place was the best choice. Chapter 2773. The Big Dark Horse. No one had ever seen a team suppress everyone with the strength of a single person. That Zhan Rongguang from the Dark Court was powerful. Even with a Pinnacle Emperor artifact, he was still killed by the opponent. Even a Pinnacle Emperor artifact had fallen into the opponent's hands. Anyone could see the terrifying strength of Lin Fei. Monster. Monster. That was the only word they could use to describe him. Lin Fei suppressed the Saint Spirit Domain's geniuses with 1 move, forcing them to give up on the idea of getting first place. The rest was simple. Yes, very simple. Without Lin Fei needing to act, Han Shui and the others moved and cleared out the teams present. With their cooperation, the other teams left one after another. No one dared to stay. Do you think this Lin Fei was born and raised in the ancient wasteland domain? Han Shui asked. Not likely. And Ruxing said. One of them is at least at the 7th level of the Saint Soul Realm, and the other is a secret killing technique at the 8th level of the Saint Soul Realm. As someone from the same world, if he didn't come across a great opportunity, it would be impossible for him to successfully learn them. I even suspect that he might be the disciple of that exalted lord. Yes. I feel the same way too. Tian Yen still had a lingering fear in his heart. The most frightening thing is that his Saint Spirit's secret art seems to be a body transformation Saint Spirit's secret art killing move, and its power increases imperceptibly. Zhan Rongguang, that unlucky bastard, lost his main body, and his vitality is greatly damaged. All his treasures are gone. The few of them felt lucky. If they had really fought, a few of them would definitely have been left behind. Even though they had doppelgangers, they needed time to cultivate, just like the main body. They understood this in their hearts. The divine water of life was gone, but they were still alive. At least they were lucky. That monster is invincible in group battles. I'm afraid he is invincible in individual battles too. Han Shui said. I originally wanted to participate in the individual battles, but I think I should give up now. Meeting this monster, it's useless no matter who goes. In the vast 1,000 domains, he is probably invincible. I'm afraid only the Lord of the Material Domain can suppress him. One team after another was cleared out. Han Shui and the others tactfully left. In the end, Lin Fei was the only one left, and he naturally won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle. Congratulations, you've won first place in the 10,000 Realms group battle and a portion of Heavenly Water of Life. On the Starry Sky Stone platform. As he wished, Lin Fei obtained a portion of Divine Water of Life. The moment the Divine Water of Life appeared, Lin Fei felt a vast and boundless aura through the seal. His entire body shook violently. That was a body that needed to be refined. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei was fascinated. As long as I refine the Divine Life Water, I'll definitely step into the 6th order prideful Heavenly God realm, and my physique might even advance to 4th order Heavenly God realm. At that time, not even the material world lord would be able to do anything to me. In the great 1,000 worlds, the strongest existences were the material world lords. I should be able to easily pass through the path to heaven that Master left behind. Becoming an inner disciple is not a problem, or even a direct disciple. I just don't know if the Water Moon Divine Tree will be able to pass through. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. If only I can get another portion of Divine Water of Life. Lin Fei had his eyes set on the individual battles. Outside the Myriad Worlds Palace, in other words, the Yen Huang world. A crazy piece of news spread. In the Battle of the 10,000 Realms, an invincible expert emerged from the ancient wasteland world, who came from a child world. He crushed his way through and even killed the experts from the Saint Spirit world and the Dark Court. He won first place and obtained the divine water of life. When the news spread, everyone went crazy. Invincible expert? There wasn't a single person in the Great Thousand Worlds who didn't know the significance of these 4 words. In the Great Thousand Worlds, those who could truly be called invincible were the material world lords. They were invincible existences, and even a peak third-order Emperor realm expert was not a match for them. Everyone felt that the news was exaggerated. No matter how strong one was, how could he be called an invincible expert? More people were interested in the divine water of life. That was a unique item in the world, and only the Myriad Worlds Palace would have it. Senior brother sect leader, Lin Fei got first place. Chen Yi ran in from outside, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. First place? Yingshan Tianshui and the others were dumbfounded. First place in the team? What kind of concept was that? The first place could obtain the divine water of life. It's true. The news has already spread. Lin Fei suppressed all the geniuses and obtained first place. I even heard that he killed an expert from the Dark Court, and he even had a peak emperor treasure. Chen Yi was shocked when he heard the news. Yingshan Tianshui was in a daze. His power has actually reached such a level. Yingshan Tianshui had never thought that Lin Fei would obtain first place. How did he kill someone from the Dark Court? Yingshan Tianshui could not help but reveal a strand of worry. The Dark Court is from the Temporal Temple. They might come down. Lin Fei returned to the Yan Huang world continent. When he appeared again, Lin Fei was immediately recognized by others. Everyone looked at him in a different way. The news has probably spread. Lin Fei did not stop them from spreading the news. This matter could not be stopped. Lin Fei did not care. If it spread, then let it spread. As long as those material realm masters did not cause trouble, he had nothing to worry about. May I ask if you are Sir Lin Fei? The moment Lin Fei came out, someone immediately came to welcome him. My old ancestor wishes to invite Lin Fei to my humble home as a guest. The person who came was respectful without the slightest bit of arrogance. Your old ancestor? Yan Huang ancestor. The person said. An invitation from a material realm master. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Yan Huang ancestor was the strongest expert in the Yan Huang world continent, and an invincible expert in the Jianghu world. He usually did not care about worldly affairs. To be invited by an invincible expert was a great honor. An invincible expert's invitation. Lin Fei did not reject it. I just returned from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Let me rest for a few days before I personally visit. I hope old ancestor can forgive me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The person who came didn't dare to say anything. This was the first place winner of the 10,000 realm group battle. He had a peak-level emperor treasure and a protective secret technique. Only an invincible expert could suppress him. Alright, I will pass the message. Yan Huang Palace. Under a pavilion. Old ancestor, that brat is too untactful. You are an invincible expert, and he actually wants to rest for a few days before coming. He really thinks too highly of himself. He really thinks that he is an invincible expert. A middle-aged man said with a sullen face. Sitting in the pavilion was a white-haired old man, leisurely drinking tea. Your mentality is not good. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. He was able to kill Zhan Rongguang, who had a peak-level emperor treasure, and even has a protective secret technique. He is not an invincible expert, but he is still an invincible existence. Do you think that invincible expert would put down his face to deal with a junior? It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of this generation, Yanhua. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Yanhua had to admit that the other party had a strength that surpassed everyone else. He knew that he could not kill an expert with a peak-level emperor treasure. The ancient wasteland world is really lucky. Yanhua was still slightly uncomfortable. Such a genius has appeared. The white-haired old man put down his cup and said indifferently, you still can't understand why the old ancestor would invite him over as a guest. Yanhua really did not understand. Old ancestor, please enlighten me. You have a small view. Yanhuang ancestor laughed. Lin Fei is only a step away from being an invincible ranker. If we old fellows don't make a move, not many people can compete with him. This is not the main point. You must know, the ancient wasteland realm does not have a material realm master. With his strength, maybe in the near future, our boundless world will have another invincible ranker of the material realm master. Do you understand now? Yanhua did not think that far ahead. I was wrong. Lin Fei returned to the courtyard of the inn. Yingshan Tianshui brought people out. Dao friend Lin Fei, you have really put on a show for everyone. Yingshan Tianshui's emotions were complicated. The other party had already walked in front of him. Luck. Lin Fei laughed. Yingshan Tianshui did not ask about the 10,000 world group battle. I have already arranged for a banquet. You are now a great contributor to the ancient wasteland world. Yingshan Tianshui said passionately. To be able to control the sacred martial sect, Yingshan Tianshui was clear that not long from now, perhaps in 10,000 years, the ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. Lin Fei smiled and accepted Yingshan Tianshui's invitation. After eating and drinking, Yingshan Tianshui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. I thank you on behalf of the ancient wasteland world. Not long from now, our ancient wasteland world will also become a peak subworld within the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Fei was very clear why the Yan Huang ancestor came to invite him. The ancient wasteland world would have a material realm master. This matter was not difficult for Lin Fei. No matter how difficult it was to go to that place, the fleshy body of a heavenly deity would naturally go there. Refining it was not difficult either, and becoming a material realm master was something that was set in stone. That year, I wanted to take a step forward. What a pity, after so many years. The three great emperors, including the generations of our sacred martial sect. But now, with your appearance, no one has ever become the master of a material realm. Now that you have appeared, the entire ancient wasteland world has seen hope. With a material realm master overseeing it, the ancient wasteland world is no longer a sub-world. Yingshan Tianshui sighed, the pressure placed on me has lessened too. The sacred martial sect was still very useful in the ancient wasteland world. Great Emperor Gu Yan could sign a treaty with other great emperors because of the sacred martial sect. At that time, Great Emperor Gu Yan was extremely powerful, and they were evenly matched. If the sacred martial sect did not act, the other party would not lower their heads and agree. I have already killed Great Emperor Gu Yan. Lin Fei said. Good kill. That fellow relied on his identity as an ancient desolate beast to wreak havoc in the ancient wasteland world for such a long time. If he does not die now, there will be someone who will kill him in the future. Yingshan Tianshui clapped his hands in praise. The ancient wasteland world will be overseen by me in the future. Yingshan Tianshui was very satisfied. Chapter 2774. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace had yet to begin. A batch of super dark horses appeared before everyone's eyes. Newcomers comparable to undefeatable experts. This was a huge pressure for any genius who wanted to participate in the individual competition. Their opponents had protective secret techniques and pinnacle treasures. How could they fight? Many people guessed that once Lin Fei participated in the individual competition, he would take first place. No one would be able to stop him. Countless people felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. First place in the individual competition. Dark Horse. Yan Huang World Continent. In a courtyard, a few people looked at the news they had gathered, and their faces darkened. Now, they were in big trouble. What do we do now? Number 68 frowned, his expression uncertain. How did that kid's strength skyrocket at such a crucial time? Number 68 had always placed great importance on matters related to himself, so he personally came to oversee things. Unexpectedly, the news was like a blow to his head. Lin Fei's strength had skyrocketed, and it would be easy for him to take first place. He would become the most dazzling existence in the Dark Shadow Palace. A tall tree attracts the wind. Pinnacle Emperor treasure, dark court. Number 68 sneered. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei stayed for a few days. During this period, there was an endless stream of people who came to visit. They left a gift and left. Almost all the famous forces in the Yan Huang world continent had come. It would be a waste not to visit and befriend such an expert with a bright future. Lin Fei could not be bothered with these things. He let others take care of these small matters while he busied himself. For example, he modified the Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor. After these two great emperor experts were modified, they became his most loyal servants. Lin Fei taught them the Myriad Worlds protection technique. He did not give them Pinnacle Emperor treasures for now. After transforming the two monarchs, Lin Fei went into seclusion. He used the limited time to refine the divine water of life in case something unexpected happened. A portion of heavenly water of life almost made Lin Fei explode. For a full 10 days, Lin Fei refined day and night before completely refining the heavenly water of life. Proud Celestial Body's 6th layer was also completed. Compared to the first 5 levels, the 6th level was very different. The surface of the body had a gray energy revolving, similar to the Myriad Worlds barrier art. It was also a type of defense. Lin Fei's physical strength skyrocketed. His physical strength rose to 5th order heavenly god realm. This realm had completely exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. It was a level higher than what he had expected. This realm of the physical body could allow him to run amok in the Great Thousand World. Outyen is really amazing. His physique has the defensive strength of a 5th order heavenly god realm, yet his aura didn't change in the slightest. This has saved us a big trouble. If Lin Fei exposed his 5th order heavenly god realm physique and strength, the whole Great Thousand World, perhaps even the Saint Spirit world would be in an uproar. This rate of improvement was too fast. It was like riding a rocket. After the 6th layer of Proud Celestial Body, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At this moment, there really weren't many people in the vast thousand worlds that could be his match. An invincible expert of the material world master? Lin Fei could easily defeat the other party, but it was still difficult to kill the other party. The other party was already connected to the realm continent. Unless the entire realm continent was destroyed, no one could kill him. To be able to defeat the material world master and suppress the other party, Lin Fei felt that it was enough. Lin Fei did not believe that an invincible expert of the material world master would not be able to recover so easily once he was heavily injured. After coming out, Yingshan Tianshui told Lin Fei that the Yan Huang ancestors' people had come a few times. Material world master, invincible expert, it's time to pay a visit. Lin Fei was still very interested in the material world master. He was so sincere, if he did not make a trip, it would be too unkind. When Lin Fei went to visit the Yellow Flame Palace, the patriarch of the Yellow Flame Palace personally came out to welcome him, causing countless people to widen their eyes. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the Great Thousand World. The Flame Emperor would not casually come out to welcome anyone. This is treating Lin Fei like an invincible expert. Someone exclaimed. The Flame Emperor looked at the young man in front of him, who was the same age as his son, and his heart twitched. Brother Lin Fei, you really have a good method. You became famous in a single battle, and the entire world knows about it. Countless geniuses have lowered their heads and lamented their inferiority. The Flame Emperor's tone was very enthusiastic. Lin Fei laughed. It's all right. The Flame Emperor flattered. Lin Fei was modest, as if they were old friends. This was the first time the disciples of the palace had seen the patriarch treat a young man like this. The ancestor is right in front. Lin Fei saw the invincible expert's material world master. The other party had a head of white hair and a rosy face. He sat under the pavilion and was slowly brewing tea. Want a cup? Yan Huang ancestor laughed. I'm just thirsty. Let's taste the ancestor's tea. I'll have a lot of face if I say it out loud. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. With just a few words, the Yan Huang ancestor was already to his liking. This kid is pretty good. The Yan Huang ancestor was an invincible ranker. Even though it was nothing in the Holy Spirit realm, it was not something that anyone would dare to offend. A material world master, unless it was a ranker of the High Lord, no one would be able to kill him. The only thing that would die would be a clone, and the enemy would fall into a nightmare. Ordinary people really wouldn't be able to talk and laugh in front of the Yan Huang ancestor. Lin Fei did it. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Yan Huang ancestor could not see any fear, only confidence on his face. Good tea, this is really good tea. After Lin Fei drank a cup, he said, the aftertaste is endless. Then let's have another cup. Lin Fei was not in a hurry either. You have a cup, I have a cup, and they chatted about everything. From time to time, laughter would come out, and it was impossible to tell that this was the first time the two experts had met. Brother Lin Fei, you've become famous in one battle, you have to be careful. When Lin Fei stood up and left, the Yan Huang ancestor said indifferently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, thank you for your reminder, ancestor. Sigh, there are always some people in this world who are not afraid of death. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but I have never killed an invincible ranker before. I don't know what it feels like to be beaten up, ha ha ha. With a laugh, Lin Fei left the Yan Huang palace. What, is it out of your expectations? The moment Lin Fei left, the Flame Emperor came in with suspicions, and nodded. He really looks very ordinary, it's hard for people to associate him with that. The Yan Huang ancestor laughed, in a new era, there will naturally be a new look. That brat's strength is even stronger than this old man thought. I'm afraid those people are going to suffer a huge loss. I wonder if those old friends will vomit blood afterwards. This is impossible. The Flame Emperor frowned, those are all invincible rankers. You'll know soon. The Yan Huang ancestor said with a mysterious expression. Lin Fei returned to the inn's courtyard. I really became famous in a single battle. The news has spread throughout the boundless world, and I've been noticed. From what Yan Huang said, someone should be making a move soon. I'm afraid that the people from the Dark Court have invited help. After going to the Yan Huang palace, Lin Fei did not gain anything. The Yan Huang ancestor revealed a lot of information. The boundless world, as a subworld of the Holy Spirit realm, is bound to have connections. The Dark Court controls a country, operates in all directions, and invites the invincible rankers of the subworld. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the appearance of an invincible ranker. Plundering some life energy from their bodies would definitely be abnormally rich. He just didn't know which invincible ranker would make a move first. Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. Yan Huang World Land, outside the starry sky. Are we going to kill our way in just like that? The Yan Huang ancestor will not stop us. Outside the starry sky, two people stood, one tall and one fat. They were dressed in black robes and did not have any aura fluctuations, as if they were ordinary people. In reality, these two mysterious black-robed men were both invincible rankers. The overlord of a sub-world. That's true, let's work together and attack. Even if that brat has a protective technique, he might not be able to block our combined attacks. If the Yan Huang ancestor does not interfere, we will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei within 10 moves. Then let's make our move. If that brat hasn't refined the god's water of life, we'll split it in half. This deal is worth it. The two of them looked at each other and then disappeared. Yan Huang World Land. It was night time. As the individual competition had not yet begun, the Yan Huang World Land was also very lively at night, especially those big cities. Every single one of them was brightly lit, and it looked very lively. Yan Huang Palace, under the pavilion. The Yan Huang ancestor opened her eyes with a complicated expression. In the end, he still made his move. Even an overlord can't defeat a single sentence from him. I wonder what kind of surprise that brat can bring. The two mysterious people, one tall and one fat, entered the Yan Huang World Land. There was no need to search, the two of them arrived above Lin Fei's city. Do it. The tall mysterious man took out a treasure that emitted a terrifying peak aura. It was a peak emperor treasure, and it was a string of things that looked the same. Ding ding dang dang. This was a bracelet. Following the clanging sounds, a terrifying sound engulfed the entire city. No matter how strong an expert was, under this sound, as soon as they reacted, they immediately fell into a deep sleep. The entire city became silent. In the courtyard of the inn, Wuxia Xianxia and the others also reacted. But this voice was extremely tyrannical. They did not have time to resist and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, was immediately attacked by the sound. Endless darkness enveloped him, drowning him in circles, as though it wanted to pull him into a deep sleep. Brat, die. A fat figure appeared in the room. When Lin Fei was resisting the attack of the deep sleep, the two of them were quite cooperative. The fat figure did not care about a fellow who rose up in the 10,000 Realms group war. To be able to make the two of them attack together, it could be said that they had given the brat enough face. Even the soul-suppressing bell can't block it. It really is an undeserved reputation. Unparalleled expert, humph, you are far too lacking. The fat figure slapped his palm onto Lin Fei's body. Hua hua hua. This palm was like flowing water, its power extraordinary, comparable to the power of the 7th level of the Holy Spirit realm. No matter how strong your fleshly body is, you can forget about blocking the power of this palm. If the other party had activated the protective secret technique, the fat figure might have been worried, but now that the other party had fallen into the sound of the soul-suppressing bell, he could deal with it with a single palm. And at this time, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly opened, and the corner of his mouth raised. Thunderclap. A purple light passed through the fat figure's body. Chapter 2775. A mocking voice rang out. You didn't fall for it. The fat figure retreated a few steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of a Saint Spirit Level 8 secret technique, especially a sound wave attack, is indeed hard to defend against. Lin Fei shook his head. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. Proud Heaven Level 6 erupted. Hua hua hua. The fat figure did not expect the other party's physical strength to be so strong. Like a monstrous wave, the fat figure was crushed into pieces. In terms of physical strength, no one in the Great Thousand Worlds could compete with him. If these two invincible experts were in their own world, their physical bodies would not have collapsed so quickly. But this was the Yan Huang world, and the one who came to kill Lin Fei was only a clone. This was already a great honor for Lin Fei. The fat figure reformed, and his face was filled with shock. How can he be so strong? He can destroy my physical body in one move. For an invincible expert like him, as long as he had life energy, he could hold on. But a casual attack from the other party had used up 20% of his life energy. This damage was too terrifying. The fat figure turned and ran. What a joke. He had used up 20% of his life energy in one move. If he did it a few more times, this clone would be wasted. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lin Fei waved his hand again, and with a loud rumble, he pressed forward. The fat figure collapsed again. If he was in someone else's territory, Lin Fei would not have the ability to do so. But in other world continents, Lin Fei had the ability to destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. The moment the fat figure collapsed, Lin Fei plundered it wantonly. He was indeed strong. In the sky above the city, the tall man activated the soul-calming bell. This pinnacle emperor treasure, combined with the tall man's strength, could release the requiem and kill the other party without a sound. In the Yan Huang world, they did not dare to act recklessly. No one was willing to offend an invincible expert, and at the same level at that. If they did, the world they were in would definitely be in chaos. The tall man only hypnotized them. He blocked it. The tall man's requiem was aimed at Lin Fei so that others could kill Lin Fei quietly. Let's go. The fat figure rushed out. He was in a sorry state and his face was pale. Leave? The tall man was startled. They were invincible experts. What was there to be afraid of? Could a mere Lin Fei eat them? Pung! As soon as he finished speaking, the fat figure exploded. What's going on? The tall man's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as a bad premonition arose in his mind. Could it be that the Yan Huang ancestor made a move? The tall man continued to activate the requiem. It can't be him. Yan Huang ancestor doesn't dare to offend them. Let me help you. The fat figure fled for his life, not caring about anyone else. Otherwise, this clone of his would definitely die. To a material world lord, losing a powerful clone was still an extremely heart-wrenching thing. Destroy. Another wave of terrifying power swept over and engulfed the fat figure once again. This time, the fat silhouette did not condense its body, and the remaining life energy was completely plundered. It's your turn. In the air, Lin Fei's figure walked out. You actually killed him. The tall man understood that this Lin Fei was even more terrifying than he had imagined. One of the invincible expert's clones was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei shook his head. Hua hua hua. Endless power crushed over, passing through the tall man's body, causing him to sway. Thunderclap. Lin Fei passed through. The tall man's body collapsed. This is definitely not the physical strength of a third-order great emperor. It's impossible. The tall man cried out. Just as he was about to condense it, another wave of energy crushed over, causing it to collapse once again. After 5 times, the tall man's figure completely disappeared, leaving behind a pile of things on the ground. Not bad, another peak emperor treasure. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept all of them. The clones of invincible experts should all have the strength of a peak great emperor. On their own realm continent, they should be able to continuously absorb energy, but on other people's realm continent, they should be suppressed. The power of my prideful heaven stage 6 is not inferior to a powerful secret technique killing move. No wonder they can't block it. Lin Fei shook his head and turned to return to the inn's courtyard. Yan Huang Palace, under the pavilion. Yan Huang ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air, her scalp going numb. After a long time, she regained her senses. The clone of an invincible expert was killed just like that. His power is too strong, destroying his body in a single move, and at the same time, there seems to be other secret techniques involved. The clone of 2 invincible experts were destroyed just like that. It's really hard to imagine. From the moment they met, Yan Huang ancestor had felt that Lin Fei was very dangerous. This was the intuition of an expert. The only thing he did not expect was that Lin Fei's strength was far beyond his imagination. He did not even need to make a move to cause the clones of the 2 invincible experts to suffer. They were probably going to vomit blood right now. Old friend, you guys have suffered a huge loss. Each of you has a clone, and you have to spend a lot of resources to cultivate it. You even lost a peak emperor treasure, so they won't be able to kill Lin Fei in the future. Yan Huang ancestor could see it clearly. The clone of the invincible expert was no longer a match for Lin Fei. The main body made a move. He might not be able to kill Lin Fei. The divine water of life is indeed magical. The reason why Lin Fei has such a powerful physical body is probably because of the divine water of life. I really wonder what kind of body training technique he is cultivating. That night, everything was calm. The exchange between the 3 of them was too fast. No one noticed the fall of the 2 invincible experts' clones. When Wuxia Xianxia woke up the next day, he thought about the surprise attack last night and broke out in a cold sweat. Only after checking did he feel completely at ease. Seeing the spirited Lin Fei, Wuxia Xianxia was relieved. Maybe he had been affected. Wuxia Xianxia thought like this, so he naturally did not ask Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei was not attacked again. 2 invincible experts and 2 peak emperor treasure s. Lin Fei's harvest was not small, but it was a pity that no one dared to come again. It was a pity that there were a few less peak emperor treasure s. Those invincible experts did not come, but the people from the Yan Huang ancestor came and brought a piece of news. They want to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure. Lin Fei laughed. The two Peak Emperor treasures both had special uses. If an ordinary person were to use them, they would only be able to unleash 50% of their power, but in the hands of a true person, they would be able to unleash 100% of their power. Tell them to come and talk among themselves. Lin Fei sent them away. The Peak Emperor treasure was useless to Lin Fei. Now that his proud heaven had reached the 6th realm, his strength was astonishing, and any random attack was not any weaker than the Peak Emperor treasure. When the Yan Huang ancestors' men returned with a message. Below the pavilion sat two people. One was tall, the other was fat, and their expressions were ugly. You guys, you've suffered quite a bit this time. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. I lost a clone for nothing. If word of this were to spread, the entire boundless world would be in an uproar. The Dark Court tricked me, Zhan Rongguang tricked me. The tall man was a middle-aged man called the Xianxia ancestor. He had originally thought that it was a small matter, but who would have thought that it would be a huge pit? At this time, the Xianxia ancestor hated the Dark Court. The boundless world was a subworld. Cultivating a clone would consume countless resources, so it was fine. However, that soul-suppressing bell was something he had obtained from the Holy Spirit realm. He had paid a huge price and no matter what, he had to get it back. After all, it was very difficult to find a suitable Peak Emperor treasure. The fat figure beside him was a round fatty. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha and was called the Thunder Sound Ancestor. That brat sure has guts. Does he want us to go personally? The two of them were not happy with the Dark Court, and were also not happy with Lin Fei. Even if he was unhappy, he had no choice but to come to the Yan Huang ancestor's place, wanting the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman. The last time they attacked Lin Fei at night, the two of them had suffered heavy losses and had nowhere to cry to. Fortunately, the news did not spread, and if they were to go and ask for treasures again, they would not dare to go even if they had 100 guts. Lin Fei's power was too tyrannical. Their clones couldn't even withstand a few hits before they were finished. Right now, they could only look for the Yan Huang ancestor to be the middleman and try to persuade Lin Fei. Lin Fei is not a person who is easy to talk to. The Dark Court is such a big power, he killed them just like that. You guys are really something. Yan Huang ancestor shook her head. You guys have to make a trip there personally. However, don't worry. This old man will accompany you. That brat will still give me face. Yan Huang ancestor said with a serious expression on her face, but she was secretly laughing in her heart. These old friends of hers, all of them had their eyes on the top of their heads. This time, they had finally tasted what pain was. Revenge? Their clones didn't have that ability at all. Unless that day, Lin Fei would go to their realm continent. At that time, relying on the power of his original body, the power of the realm continent would be able to defeat Lin Fei. It was difficult now. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yan Huang. The two of them cupped their hands in thanks. There's no time to lose, let's go over now. Yan Huang ancestor stood up. The three of them arrived at the inn's courtyard. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, this old man is here. The three of them appeared in the courtyard and restrained their auras. Lin Fei's courtyard was very quiet. With Lin Fei's current status, no one would disturb such an expert. What kind of wind is this, to have blown fellow Daoist Yan Huang here? Lin Fei came out with a smile, choosing to ignore the tall and fat duo. Yan Huang ancestor laughed bitterly. This old man is here to be the peacemaker. This is the Xianxia ancestor, and this is the Lei Yin ancestor. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. The two of you are quite fast. If you were a little later, I would have brought those things to the Dark Shadow Palace to sell. I heard that the Peak Emperor treasure is quite popular. You dare. The Xianxia ancestor shouted. Aya, you're threatening me. Come at me, do you believe that I won't let this clone of yours stay here? Lin Fei sneered, a cold light flashed. I don't believe that without this clone, you can still continue to create it. No matter how many resources you have, you won't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. Chapter 2776. The reason why the Yan Huang ancestor brought 2 invincible rankers here was to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure. If this thing was in the Dark Shadow Palace and they wanted to buy it, they would have to spend a lot of money. Especially now that they had lost one of their doppelgangers, it would be very costly to cultivate it again. If they were not careful, they would suffer great losses. The 2 of them suppressed their anger. In this place, they really did not dare to make a move against Lin Fei. As mentioned earlier, even if the 2 of them worked together, they would only be sending themselves to death. This was especially so since they had lost their Peak Emperor grade secret treasures. They would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks from Lin Fei. Let Yan Huang ancestor make a move. Whether or not he could suppress Lin Fei was still an unknown. Yan Huang ancestor might not agree to such a request. It's easy to get the Peak Emperor artifact back. I need something similar to the divine water of life that can strengthen one's physical body. Bring 10 portions to me each. I don't want to know the price, but I want every portion to be equal. As long as I'm satisfied, I can return the Peak Emperor artifact to you. Shen Qian Leizu and Sonic Thunder ancestors' expressions darkened. This was extortion in the form of eating fruits. Each of these rare treasures would definitely be worth more than 100 million heaven crystals. 10 of them would cost 1 billion heaven crystals, and that was just a small number. Yan Huang ancestor became a transparent person. You guys chat, I won't talk. In the battle that night, Yan Huang ancestor had clearly seen that within this seemingly ordinary body, there was a terrifying power. Think about it carefully. If you don't get it within a month, I'll put it up for sale in the Dark Shadow Palace. Yan Huang ancestor and the other 2 left the courtyard. Sigh. Looking at their departing figures, Yan Huang ancestor shook her head. This is not a small price to pay. Who asked you to not know what's good for you and lose a doppelganger? Serves you right. Yan Huang ancestor believed that the 2 of them would swallow it even if they broke their teeth. They could not afford to lose a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure. Just as the Yan Huang ancestor had thought, even though the 2 of them had a lot of resentment, in order to redeem the Peak Emperor treasure, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were invincible experts of the material realm lord, and the doppelganger technique could only cultivate a clone. Now that he had lost a clone, he had to cultivate a new one and accumulate a large amount of resources. This time, they really went for wool and came home shorn. The 2 of them had no choice but to collect rare treasures. They had no choice but to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. It was rare to see a Peak Emperor grade secret treasure. One had to pay a price to obtain one. The Peak Emperor grade secret treasures of the 2 unparalleled experts were very suitable for them. If they did not bring them back, their strength would be greatly affected. This was something they could not bear. Each person had 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei believed that they would. If they did not come in a month, he did not mind sending them to Dark Shadow Palace. It would not be a problem for him to get 1 billion heaven crystals. Once they were in Dark Shadow Palace's hands, not everyone could buy them back. Sure enough, when the 1-month deadline was approaching, the 2 of them arrived. He had brought 10 sets of rare and precious body tempering materials. Lin Fei personally inspected them and returned the 2 Peak Emperor grade secret treasures. I don't mind if you guys come again. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Lin Fei said to the 2 leaving with a smile. Bastard. The 2 of them almost fell down. One more time? Forget it. When they thought about Lin Fei's terrifying strength, they realized that their physical bodies weren't weak either. However, in front of his strength, they were like ants. 1 year later. The Yan Huang world was still very lively. The day of the individual competition was approaching. Almost every individual competition would be a year after the 10,000 realm team battle. No one knew the exact date, but everyone knew that it was approaching. Daoist Lin Fei, this time, the first place of the individual competition is definitely yours. Number 130 came early. After Lin Fei made a name for himself in that battle, number 130 was all smiles. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace branch already knows your name. As long as you pass the test, you will immediately be a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. With this identity, no one will dare to touch you. To be able to single-handedly defeat countless teams in the last round and obtain first place, one's strength would make him an unparalleled expert in the vast thousand worlds, even if there was a gap. Number 130 now valued the individual competition more than anyone else. This was something he had unearthed himself. I heard that some geniuses from the Saint Spirit realm gave up on the individual competition after hearing that you killed Zhan Rongguang of the Dark Court. Number 130 said excitedly. In this individual competition, no one can pose a threat to you. The individual competition of the Myriad Worlds Palace begins today. The majestic voice instantly spread throughout the great thousand worlds. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction of the Yan Huang world. Who knew how long they had waited for this day? Even though many people had lost confidence in first place, they were still very motivated for the following rankings. They could not fight for first place, but they could fight for second, third, or even the top 10. The individual competition rewards were placed at the 50th place. This was also an opportunity. Beams of Jingguang shot out and landed on the Yan Huang world continent. All the cultivators participating in the individual competition were lured into the Myriad Worlds Palace. On a huge starry sky plaza. Those who were lured stood on the starry sky plaza. Before long, the starry sky plaza was filled with experts from the vast thousand worlds. Everyone was very vigilant, as though they would fight at the slightest sign of trouble. There are more than 10 times more people participating in the individual competition than the 10,000 Worlds team battle. Lin Fei glanced around and had a rough idea of the number of people. With so many people here, I wonder how many can last till the end. I'm afraid many will be sent away in the first round. Lin Fei understood the individual competition. The first round was the elimination round, an assessment from the Myriad Worlds Palace. No matter how many people came, after the first round, only 10,000 would be left. These 10,000 would be the elites of the vast thousand worlds, and they would have a chance to fight for first place in the individual competition. It's here. Not long after, a cold and familiar voice sounded. In the first round, the 10,000 who can last the longest will successfully enter the second round and begin the long challenge tournament. As the cold and emotionless voice fell, a Sanskrit sound was played. As soon as the Sanskrit sound came out, everyone on the Starry Sky Plaza changed their expressions. Those who used treasures began to resist the invasion of the Sanskrit sound. Waves of Sanskrit sound followed closely, and its power continued to increase. Hua hua hua. One by one, the seats became empty. After falling down, they were teleported out, losing the chance to participate in the challenge tournament. This Sanskrit sound is really not simple. Its power is also increasing. I'm afraid it will eventually reach the Saint's Soul level 9, or even the Saint's Soul level 10. The Sanskrit sound could not get close to Lin Fei, as it was shattered the moment it got close. Half a day later, more than half of the people were teleported out. For example, the area around Lin Fei had become empty. The power of the Sanskrit sound was also increasing, and now it had the power of the Saint's Soul level 7. As long as one could not withstand it and fell down, they would be teleported out immediately. Lin Fei observed for a while. There were still many experts in the vast thousand worlds, and many of them could withstand the invasion of the Sanskrit sound without relying on treasures. The power of the Saint's Soul level 8 secret technique is coming. Another wave of Sanskrit sound came. Ah, I can't lose. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Just a little more, soon. Everyone tried their best to resist, but still could not withstand this wave of attack. Ha ha ha, I'm in the 10,000th place, ha ha ha. One person was teleported out. Just as he was unwilling to give up, he noticed that he was teleported to another space square. At the same time, his name appeared on a ranking list, at the 10,000th place. Tears of joy rolled down his cheeks. The duration of this test would determine the fate of countless people. Lin Fei activated a protective barrier, so it wasn't too strenuous for him to withstand the attacks. After this wave, there are less than 2,000 people left. Lin Fei looked around, but it was not over yet. The next test came. The power of the Saint's Soul level 9. After this wave, less than 30 people could endure. There were only 28 people left. Everyone's expression was solemn. Even though it was a test, they still gave it their all. Could it be that they want to take the first place? Maybe there's a reward? Lin Fei thought to himself, joy rising in his heart. If it's true, I'll gladly accept this first place. Proud Heaven was a fifth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Even without a protective barrier, Lin Fei could endure it. However, he didn't want to expose himself, so he could only use a protective barrier to deceive them. This should be the last wave. The power of a Saint's Soul level 10. Lin Fei faced it head-on. Circulating his physical strength, he shattered the Brahmin hymn, but some of it still entered his mind, forming the silhouette of a towering figure. When the others encountered the Saint's Soul level 10's Brahmin hymn, they barely lasted a few breaths' time before they were teleported out. The top 28 names were announced. That's Lin Fei, right? Too strong. If he can endure a little longer, he'll be in the top 5. Last 2. He's in the first place. Lin Fei was paying close attention to the results. When the second person was teleported out, Lin Fei gave up resisting and was teleported out as well. First place, Lin Fei. On another public square, 10,000 people revealed joyful expressions because they had passed the first round and had a chance to obtain the rewards left behind by the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei appeared on the public square. More than a dozen powerful divine senses swept over him. These people were the ones who persisted till the end. They had already regarded Lin Fei as their strongest opponent. His fame had spread across the great 1,000 worlds. In the first round, no one doubted his ability to last till the end. The power of a Saint's Soul level 10 expert wasn't easy to withstand. One of them had eyebrows as sharp as swords, one black and one white. His sword intent was overbearing as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I'll defeat you. That person transmitted his voice. Lin Fei ignored him. That person's aura was powerful, but how could he compare to an unparalleled expert? Brother Flying Snow, what level do you think that brat's strength has reached? I don't think he has the combat strength of a heavenly god. Not far away, a white-robed middle-aged man transmitted. You have considerable attainments in the soul level. I never thought that he would be able to last longer than you. The young man with the overbearing sword intent was none other than Nangong Feishue. He was a sword cultivator who had grasped a powerful sword Dao Saint Spirit's secret technique. His combat strength was second to none, and at the same time, he was quite outstanding in the Dao of Soul. He's just a little luckier than me. Nangong Feishue felt that he was just lacking by a little. The first round is nothing. The following arena competition is the most important. Nangong Feishue did not really care about not being first. Even though Lin Fei's fame was huge, and even Yan Huang ancestor had come to invite him, Nangong Feishue did not care. He was just an unparalleled expert, so what was that? He was just arrogant in this world. He was a disciple of Single Sword Paragon. Brother Flying Snow will definitely get first place. How can the fleshly body of a great emperor not withstand the might of your sword? That person continued transmitting. The individual competition of the Myriad Realms Palace was very fair. Nangong Feishue was not worried at all that a celestial god ranker would come in. The Great Thousand World would not allow a celestial god ranker to exist either. As long as Lin Fei met him, he would definitely use the sword in his hand to defeat a person who came from a small place. In the sky above the starry sky plaza, many arenas appeared. There were a total of 5,000 arenas, one after another. Every single one of them had a defensive array. Lin Fei was still cursing in his heart. There's actually no reward for first place. How stingy. It's good to have a few drops of origin energy divine liquid. After cursing in his heart, Lin Fei looked at the arena above. This fellow who created the individual competition of the myriad realms is not a slow person either. He condensed 5,000 arenas in one go. Interesting, I like it. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised. He thought that he would waste time here. This time, he was only here to get the first place God Water of Life. Streams of energy guided everyone onto the stage. No one knew how they matched up. Lin Fei's opponent was not a great emperor, but a physique cultivator with a rank 11 physique. Without Lin Fei making a move, his opponent left obediently. What a sharp sword technique. He killed his opponent with a single strike. How ruthless. Lin Fei noticed that the person in second place was called Nangong Feishue. Nangong Feishue killed his opponent with a single strike of sword chi. When Lin Fei looked over, Nangong Feishue also looked over. There weren't many battles like Lin Fei and Nangong Feishue that ended so quickly. Every time a battle ended, one could rest for a year. Such a battle would consume a lot of energy. Lin Fei calculated that it wouldn't take long for the individual competition to end. He wasn't too interested in it now. First place, Lin Fei. Second place, Nangong Feishue. Third place, Kong Ming. One by one, the rankings came out. Every time Lin Fei fought, he was fast. One punch, one palm, all done. No one had forced him to use his defensive technique. Lin Fei maintained his position as number one. Nangong Feishue was in second place. He always killed with a single sword. No one could defend against his sword. It was extremely strange, but it was also extremely domineering. With a single slash, it could destroy all life. It seemed to possess the aura of destruction and death. The third place didn't change. It was still Kong Ming. Chapter 2777. Myriad World Palace, Individual Competition. On the banner, Lin Fei was the leader. With a punch and a palm, he swept away all the experts in the Great Thousand World. Among the 10 positions behind him, Nangong Feishue was always in second place. He only used one sword to kill people. Kong Ming was in third place. The 4th to 10th places were constantly changing. The following 100 names were also changing all the time. The highlight of this individual competition is Lin Fei, Nangong Feishue, and Kong Ming. Whoever loses a match will definitely lose their ranking. Yeah, I wonder who will last till the end. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's most likely Lin Fei. Lin Fei became famous after one battle. A genius who defeated his opponent by luck. Everyone's attention was on the three of them. One move was enough to determine the winner. How powerful were they? They secretly prayed that they wouldn't meet the three of them. If they met them, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If they met Lin Fei, they could still survive. If they met Nangong Feishue, they would really lose their lives. Lin Fei became the most benevolent person in the individual competition week. Although he lost his spot when he met Lin Fei, he could still survive. Although they didn't like Lin Fei, they still liked meeting Lin Fei. At the same time, they felt disgusted with the ruthless Nangong Feishue. The individual competition continued. Lin Fei was always in the lead and ranked first. During this period, he met several people in the top 100. When he met Lin Fei, he used all his strength but was still defeated with one punch. The power in the arena was unstoppable. Time passed year by year. The number of people who could stay to participate decreased year by year. Everyone was getting closer and closer to the top 100. Everyone was persevering. Soon, the 100th place appeared. I'm finally in the 100th place. That genius from the Great Thousand World cried tears of joy. At this point, even if he couldn't advance any further, he would still be able to obtain the divine yuan energy liquid as a reward. He left. If he continued, he would definitely die. The rankings came out one by one. Everyone was filled with joy. They finally made it to the top 100. Another round began. Lin Fei arrived at the arena. Over the years, no matter who Lin Fei faced, he would only attack once. There were even times when he didn't need to attack, as his opponent would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up. Lin Fei, you cannot defeat me. Before Lin Fei made a move, the opponent said arrogantly, I'm a candidate for the Dark Shadow Palace. If you let me go, I can give you a generous reward. Then you'd better leave. Lin Fei shook his head, and his power surged out. The opponent would be obliterated by the power. The Dark Shadow Palace's assessment disciple is really bold. His ranking had risen to 30. There was almost no change in the top 10. In the next round, he would meet a powerful opponent. One more round and he would be in the top 15. Lin Fei was the calmest person on the scene. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, there wasn't much to see in this individual competition. No one could stop him from taking first place and obtaining the divine water of life. A new round began. Lin Fei's opponent was very powerful. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he was defeated by Lin Fei's star-plucking moon. On the other side, Nangong Feishue also killed his opponent with a single sword strike. One by one, the contestants were eliminated. His ranking dropped all the way to 10th place. Lin Fei faced Kong Ming, who was ranked 3rd. I really want to know the gap between us. Kong Ming was very calm. Sure. Lin Fei used Thunderclap Leap and Kong Ming admitted defeat. I hope that the next time we meet in the Saint Spirit domain, you will be stronger than me. Kong Ming left, leaving behind these words. At this point, the winner of the final round had already been decided. Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishue. An expert from the Great Thousand Cosmos, a genius from the Saint Spirit domain, and a disciple of a supremacy. We're finally facing each other. Nangong Feishue laughed. Originally, I thought that it wouldn't be difficult to take first place. I didn't expect you to be a dark horse. It's really surprising. Here's your chance. If you defeat me, you'll be first. Lin Fei laughed. If you lose, you'll really become a joke. I won't lose. Nangong Feishue's entire body was like a sharp longsword. Buzz. The longsword was unsheathed. The entire arena was filled with layers of sword shadows. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's attacks were all blocked by a faint layer of flowing light. It's indeed very powerful. You're still lacking if you want to break through my Myriad World's Protection Technique. Lin Fei had to admit that the sword technique of this disciple of his High Lord was very powerful. It was no wonder that he could defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Myriad World Protection Technique. Nangong Feishue's expression changed. You're really lucky to have obtained a protective secret technique. Sword Light Drill. Another sword stab came, forming a revolving force. It was like a sharp awl, smashing into the flowing light, continuously shattering the protective flowing light and opening up a hole. This fellow actually grasped a sword technique at the 9th level of the Divine Soul. It's rather destructive and terrifying. Lin Fei had the Myriad World's protection art on the surface, but in reality, his physical body was the strongest. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block this move. Nangong Feishue revealed a look of joy. The defense of Nangong Feishue's Myriad World Protection Technique wasn't very strong. How could it block a killing move at the 9th level of the Divine Soul? Is that so? The sword light drill broke through the surface of the flowing light, but its power did not diminish. At this moment, Lin Fei extended his hand and made an ordinary grabbing motion. The sword light drill exploded with terrifying power and continued to produce destructive power. However, Lin Fei's palm was as hard as a boulder. The surface of his body was not damaged and he easily blocked Nangong Feishue's strongest killing move. Lin Fei casually threw a punch and his arm expanded. Nangong Feishue's heart skipped a beat. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Nangong Feishue's arm. The flowing light on the surface of his body blocked the attack. Nangong Feishue attacked dozens of times but was still unable to block the attack. Boom! His fist landed on Nangong Feishue's body. You have a protective technique, but so do I. Nangong Feishue's body also produced a flowing light that formed a defensive barrier. Nangong Feishue revealed a proud look. You're not the only one in this world with a protective technique. But your protective technique isn't good enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Feishue's protective technique was broken with a single punch. The punch landed on Nangong Feishue's body and destroyed his entire body. All the life energy stored in his flesh and cells was also plundered by Lin Fei. My strength isn't something that you can contend against. Do you really think that you can defeat me with just a protective technique and a secret skill at the 9th level of the Saint Soul level? Chapter 2778. Yan Huang World. Everyone was paying attention to the latest news. The last round, Lin Fei versus Nangong Feishue. I wonder who will win. After the appearance of the dark horse, Lin Fei, everyone was certain of one thing: Lin Fei had a high chance of taking first place in the individual competition. The power displayed by a physique cultivator was rather terrifying, especially this physique cultivator who had a pinnacle emperor treasure and a defensive skill. With the perfect combination, who could be a match for him? Nangong Feishue isn't out. Lin Fei doesn't seem to be out either. Congratulations, you've won the individual competition. After defeating Nangong Feishue, Lin Fei heard the voice as he wished. First place. A surge of power pulled Lin Fei away. Lin Fei was used to it and gave up resisting. Under the guidance of the power, he came to a palace. Kid, you're not bad. You've won first place this time. Before Lin Fei could stand still, an unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Who are you? Lin Fei looked around. Under the system scan, he could not find any trace of the other party. It was as if he did not exist. Who I am is not important. The voice was calm. You are the most talented person in the great 1,000 worlds in the past 1,000,000 years. Every talented champion will come to the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei was on guard and secretly looked around. The palace door was empty. Soon, Lin Fei saw something different. On the left and right sides of the palace, there were statues of different shapes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all majestic and domineering. The statues here are the previous Myriad Worlds Palace masters. The voice said. As for why they're here, one day in the future, perhaps you will be qualified to know. Hua. Lin Fei was sent out of the Myriad Worlds Palace and appeared in the starry sky. Heavenly water of life. Along with it, a portion of heavenly water of life appeared. Your talent isn't bad. One portion of divine water of life and one portion of origin silver sand. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the gifts. The extra gift surprised him. Was this gift given to him because he had a good impression of him? Doubts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. After Lin Fei came out, the huge golden palace disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where the Myriad Worlds Palace went. There were even people who specifically locked onto the Myriad Worlds Palace. But at this moment, all connections were lost. Yes, all of them disappeared. The Myriad Worlds Palace had completely disappeared. Lin Fei won. In the Yan Huang world, countless gazes fell on Lin Fei in the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Fei became the most dazzling existence. In the courtyard of the inn, Yingshan Tianshui was very happy. Our ancient wasteland world has finally produced an amazing genius. The champion of the Myriad Worlds Palace. Lin Fei is going to be a hot commodity soon. No one knew better than him that to be able to obtain first place in both the group battle and the individual battle was something that had never happened before. The Myriad Worlds Palace had never had such a champion before. Any faction would take a liking to such a body transformation powerhouse, and they would definitely try to recruit Lin Fei. In the future, he would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, and it was quite possible that he would become a Supreme Lord powerhouse. That's great. Double champion in the Myriad Worlds Palace. Number 130 was extremely excited. It was unimaginable that such a talent had appeared in his hands. Number 130 had never thought that such a good thing would happen to him. Double champion in the Myriad World's palace for 1,000,000 years. What an honor that was. After being happy for a while, number 130's face suddenly tensed up. I have to inform the palace lords of the Myriad Realms Palace immediately. Since the Myriad Realms Palace is ranked first twice, Lin Fei's contract has been broken. Those forces from the Saint Spirit domain are probably eyeing Lin Fei now. Number 130 immediately took out his communication device. Palace Master, Lin Fei, who I am in charge of, has obtained first place in the team competition and first place in the individual competition in the Myriad Worlds Palace. The Myriad Worlds Palace disappeared. But everyone's eyes were on Lin Fei. This time, the most monstrous existence in the Myriad Worlds Palace. All the geniuses from the Saint Spirit world had been killed. Lin Fei's name once again spread throughout the boundless world. It was simply unimaginable for a single person to obtain 2 portions of God's water of life. One portion was extremely precious, and now it had become 2 portions. After the Yan Huang ancestor disappeared from the Myriad Worlds Palace, she held a grand banquet for Lin Fei, the newcomer, to celebrate the appearance of an extraordinary genius in the boundless world. Lin Fei did not refuse. Since the Yan Huang ancestor had released her good intentions, Lin Fei naturally gave her face as well. During this period of time, several invincible rankers patriarchs came. Everyone chatted happily, and countless people went crazy. Lin Fei was now in the same position as the invincible rankers. After the banquet ended, when Lin Fei returned to the ancient wasteland realm, the Yan Huang ancestor personally came to send him off, giving him enough face. After returning to the ancient wasteland realm, Yingshan Tianshui invited Lin Fei to stay in the sacred martial school for a short period of time. Lin Fei tactfully rejected and returned to the Emperor's Peak. Congratulations, you are now famous in the boundless world. Returning to the Emperor's Peak, Lin Fei saw Qinlan. The current Qinlan was a very popular person in the Demon God Empire. As Lin Fei's position continued to rise, even an ordinary great emperor like the Demon God Emperor had to flatter Qinlan. Hehe, your man is the strongest. A mere double first place is nothing. Lin Fei hugged Qinlan. Dark Shadow Palace. Number 130 was also summoned back at the first possible moment. Inside the Dark Palace, the palace master's expression was solemn. He really wanted to slap number 130 to death. You clearly know that Lin Fei has potential. Why didn't you report it in advance? Why did you have to tell me after he displayed his divine might? Palace Master Luo Xian was extremely unhappy. The news that a powerful genius had appeared in the Myriad World Palace began to spread throughout the Saint Spirit world and entered the ears of the big sections. Especially since he was a body refinement expert. 2 portions of God's water of life could completely create a heavenly God stage expert. If the potential was a little better. In the Dark Shadow Palace, experts were as common as the clouds, but they were all experts in the aspect of Emperor intent. The number of body refinement experts on the side was indeed not many. A body refinement expert like Lin Fei would be liked by any sect. If he grew up, his killing power would be extremely shocking. Everyone was clear about this point. Now, their Dark Shadow Palace branch had missed an opportunity. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't know what to say. The higher-ups would definitely blame him, and he really couldn't say anything. Number 130 lowered his head and trembled. Palace Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect it either. Palace Master Luo Xian snorted coldly. Remember this first. If Lin Fei is snatched away by other sects, you will be punished by the higher-ups. Now, tell me about Lin Fei. I want to know everything. Chapter 2779. Ancient Wasteland, Emperor's Peak. Ever since returning from the Yan Huang world, Lin Fei had been staying on Emperor's Peak. During this time, Lin Fei had refined the godly water of life and successfully raised his prideful heaven's 6th layer to prideful heaven's 7th layer. Just his physical defense alone had reached the 6th order heavenly god realm. Other than refining the godly water of life, Lin Fei had also studied the special reward, the godly Yuan Force Sand. Back at the Dark Shadow Palace, he had scanned through all the books. This was a very special resource in the universe. Other than the top sects, it was not popular outside. The one in the Myriad Worlds Palace was definitely a top existence in the Saint Spirit world. The greatest use of this thing was to temper one's physique. Lin Fei did not use the godly Yuan Force Sand. This thing was too precious. It was by far the most precious thing he had. Now that his physical body was strong, he did not need to refine it. Not long after refining the godly water of life, number 130 arrived. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, this is our Dark Shadow Palace's Hall Master Luo Xian. After exchanging greetings, number 130 went straight to the point. Greetings, Hall Master Luo Xian. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, you are really young and promising. You won first place in the Myriad Worlds Palace twice. You are the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. You are too kind. Lin Fei chuckled. Hall Master Luo Xian had personally met Lin Fei, and he was envious. He was too young. A peak 3rd Order Emperor realm physique, a defensive secret skill, and a pinnacle Emperor artifact. Any one of them was worthy of envy. Such a person must be pulled into the Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian secretly sized up Lin Fan. A physique cultivator has limitless potential. It should not be difficult for him to become a core disciple in the future. Hall Master Luo Xian could not bear to give up such a beautiful piece of jade. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, let's cut to the chase. Hall Master Luo Xian did not delay any further. I would like to invite you to join the Dark Shadow Palace. With your talent and potential, as well as the heritage of our Dark Shadow Palace, there is a high chance that you will become a supremacy of the body tempering sect in the future. The other sects do not have that many body tempering sect techniques. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and listened slowly. Palace Master Luo Xian didn't think that Lin Fei would agree with just a few words. He continued, as long as you join the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Shadow Palace will give you a Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon. At the same time, you will be allowed to choose 3 Saint Soul Level 9 secret skills, all of which are body tempering Saint Soul secret skills, as well as the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 great divine physique cultivation techniques. Number 130 also took a deep breath. This treatment was really good. Secret techniques of the 8th layer were easy to obtain, but killing techniques of the 9th layer weren't so easy to obtain. Rewarding 3 secret techniques of the 9th layer at once was truly rich and overbearing. A Stage 2 Heavenly Divine Weapon was also relatively valuable, surpassing a pinnacle Emperor treasure. Most importantly, he could learn the Dark Shadow Palace's 10 great divine physique cultivation techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not reject, nor did he agree. He directly said that he needed to think about it. Palace Master Luo Xian relaxed and left his contact details before leaving. Palace Master, they're here too. They had just left Emperor Peak. Another group of people had arrived. Spacetime Court. Palace Master Luo Xian narrowed his eyes. The Spacetime Court is most proficient in the Spacetime Dao. They aren't proficient in the body tempering sect. Even if they offered better treatment, they might not be able to recruit Lin Fei. Palace Master Luo Xian was very assured about this. Brother Luo Xian, how have you been? The person who came also knew Palace Master Luo Xian. Brother Misery C, I didn't expect you to come. Misery C Palace Master was also the Palace Master closest to the ancient wasteland domain. His status was the same as Luo Xian's, and they had some interactions, but they weren't particularly familiar with each other. That's for sure. Lin Fei displayed his prowess in the Myriad World Palace and obtained first place twice. Furthermore, he did so as a body tempering sect master. Even the Saint Spirit domain knows about this. Such a good seedling must definitely be recruited. From the looks of it, Brother Luo Xian, it doesn't seem to be going too well. That's a pity. Misery Sea Palace Master said with a look of pity, but he was laughing in his heart. If not for the Dark Shadow Palace's branch, they wouldn't have gotten such an advantage. Palace Master Luo Xian's face darkened. He could naturally hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. This time, it was indeed the Dark Shadow Palace's fault. They had lost a good seedling. The only thing that allowed Palace Master Luo Xian to remain calm was that Lin Fei wasn't recruited that easily. Lin Fei is a good seedling, but who can guarantee that we will succeed in recruiting him? Palace Master Luo Xian snorted. Perhaps it's you, perhaps it's me. Who knows? Alright, I still have matters to attend to. I'll make a move first. I won't disturb you in recruiting Lin Fei. Misery Sea Palace Master looked at Luo Xian's departing figure and snorted. If he's recruited by the Spacetime Court, your Dark Shadow Palace will be humiliated. Your position as Palace Master will probably come to an end. The Dark Shadow Palace had arrived. The Spacetime Court had arrived. The Massacre Court had arrived. The Saint Spirit Domain's top 3 factions were all interested. Apart from that, the Saint Spirit Domain's top sects had also arranged for people to come. The conditions they offered varied, but they weren't as daring as the top 3 factions. Lin Fei directly eliminated all the factions that weren't the top 3 factions. From Lin Fei's point of view, if he wanted to join, he should join the best faction. The top 3 factions were the best choice. The benefits they offered were also relatively generous. Actually, joining any one of them wouldn't be a huge loss to Lin Fei. His proud heaven had formed his own lineage, and Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the heaven divine physique cultivation technique they mentioned. The Spacetime Court likes geniuses who specialize in the Spacetime Dao. My physique cultivator might not be popular there. Under the bright moon, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and allowed the breeze to blow past him. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. The Massacre Court is indeed very suitable for me. I'll constantly go on expeditions and walk out from the midst of massacres. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. My plunder technique allows me to constantly plunder. The expeditions on the battlefield will also improve my physical body very quickly. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he held back in the end. The Dark Shadow Palace is rather chaotic internally. They recruit all sorts of experts. Lin Fei recalled the Dark Shadow Palace's records. Among the top 3 factions, the one that values me the most is the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not impossible for me to choose the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace was very influential. The most obvious thing was that when they came to invite him, Hall Master Luo Xian was very sincere. The other 2 factions' attitudes were average. They just thought that he was a good seedling and was dispensable. Of course, there was no guarantee that they didn't want to use him to mock the Dark Shadow Palace. Chapter 2780. In the ancient wasteland world, as more and more forces came to visit Lin Fei's influence reached its peak, surpassing the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Especially the 3 top forces, any one of them was a colossus. The branch hall masters coming personally was giving Lin Fei enough face. Everyone was guessing which power Lin Fei would join. Regardless of which power it was, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step, his future limitless. At this time, Lin Fei silently snuck into the ground. Hua hua hua. Now that Lin Fei had the ability to refine the ancient wasteland world, if he wanted the Dark Shadow Palace to value him more, he had to give them another generous gift. Even though Lin Fei's performance was outstanding, he wasn't that important in the Dark Shadow Palace's eyes. If he became the lord of the physical world, it would be a different story. His trump cards would be even better. Ancient wasteland world, the heart of the world. This was the strangest thing in the world. In the depths of the earth. One couldn't get close to the heart of the world even with treasures in hand. With Lin Fei's current 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was confident he could get close enough to refine the heart of the world. Master, the heart of the world is 1,000,000 li below you. The little devil locked onto the heart of the world. As Lin Fei got closer and closer, the pressure increased. He activated his protective art and advanced several 100,000 li. Even the myriad worlds barrier art couldn't withstand it. Proud heaven. Light flowed on the surface of Lin Fei's body. There was pressure, but it was much lighter. According to his calculations, the remaining 1 million li would take at least 10 days to half a month. This was a test. At the same time, in a vast world, there were many countries. The Dark Nation was one of them. As the Dark Kingdom established by the Dark Court, it was considered a very powerful country in this world. It also had the support of 3 top forces. The 3 top forces are trying to recruit Lin Fei. Once he joins them, killing him will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhan Rongguang had lost his main body in the 10,000 world group battle, so his hatred for Lin Fei was immense. Before he makes a decision, I have to kill that brat no matter what. I have to vent this anger. The 10,000 realm group battle wasn't a dangerous place. Zhan Rongguang had never believed that he would be killed. He never imagined that he would actually be killed by a junior. Right now, Zhan Rongguang had become a big joke in the Zhan family. A dignified person from the upper realm was killed by a person from the lower realm. How humiliating was that? Zhan Rongguang would never forget this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I want to kill that brat Lin Fei, I have to ally with someone. World Heart. Deep underground. The lava was boiling, and the flames were raging. The raging flames here were not inferior to the power of the 9th layer of the Saint Spirit realm, and were infinitely close to the power of the 10th layer. Lin Fei moved forward very slowly. Come down from above. It took a total of 13 days. Every day was a painful ordeal. Lin Fei finally understood why no one could persevere to the end. It was difficult. If it was an Emperor Intent expert, no matter how strong his Emperor Intent was, unless he stepped into the heavenly god realm, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks. Lin Fei's great success Emperor physique was also strenuous. That was a restriction of the heaven and earth. As long as one was in this heaven and earth, everyone had to follow this rule. At this moment, Lin Fei saw that violet crystal. That was the world heart. Ancient desolate world, the most unique existence. Everyone wanted to refine the world heart. Experts from the outside world tried to refine it with treasures, but the moment they entered the underground, they would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth energy. As time passed, no one dared to risk their lives. It wasn't difficult for local experts to refine the world heart, but it was truly difficult to persevere for 13 days. Unless there was a heavenly prodigy. Not in the heavenly god realm, but with heavenly god combat power. This vague concept was extremely difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step, unable to advance. Lin Fei withstood the attacks of the raging flames, getting closer and closer to the world heart. At this distance, the world heart erupted with terrifying power, causing towering flames to press down. Madness. This was the world heart's final counterattack. Lin Fei grabbed out with a single hand. His figure expanded explosively and grabbed the world heart. Hua hua hua. A powerful force slammed into the world heart. Lin Fei bellowed, "Open for me." A 6th order heavenly god realm's powerful defense was activated to the limit. No matter how hard the world heart tried to resist, it couldn't break free from Lin Fei's grasp. Although Lin Fei had the world heart in his grasp, he had to constantly block the world heart's counterattack. Let's fight for time, who's afraid of who? Dark Shadow Palace Branch. Hall Master Luo Xian had been waiting for Lin Fei's reply. Half a month had passed, but there was still no response from Lin Fei. Did he agree to join the Space-Time Court and Slaughter Court? Hall Master Luo Xian was slightly worried. In his opinion, the forces that could make Lin Fei join were the Saint Spirit World's top 3 forces. Hall Master, bad news. Number 130 rushed in. Recently, his days had improved, but he was still on tenterhooks. As long as Lin Fei did not agree, he dared not relax. What happened? Did Lin Fei agree to join the other forces? Hall Master Luo Xian frowned. No, no. Number 130 shook his head. Just now, there was news from above that a heavenly god is coming to the ancient wasteland world, seemingly to deal with Lin Fei. What? Hall Master Luo Xian stood up, his expression uncertain. Give it to me. Number 130 took out the information from above. Hall Master Luo Xian's eyes narrowed. What a dark court, what a Jianghu, what a Nangong Feishue. Are they trying to destroy Lin Fei? Hall Master Luo Xian felt a headache coming on. The Dark Shadow Palace's intelligence network was spread all over the world. Even the slightest movement from the Dark Court would be immediately known. These people are not to be trifled with. After reading, Hall Master Luo Xian did not know what to say. The Dark Court alone had the backing of the three top forces. In addition, Zhang Qiu was a disciple of limitless supremacy, and Nangong Feishue was a disciple of supremacy one sword. These were all people with great backgrounds. If Lin Fei was from the Dark Shadow Palace, they naturally would not dare to do so, at least not so openly. No one dared to not give face to the Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master, is there a problem? Number 130 asked cautiously. Indeed, there is trouble. Hall Master Luo Xian could not think of a solution. A heavenly god expert is coming to the ancient wasteland world to kill Lin Fei, and not just one, but three. Even if their strength is suppressed, their physical bodies are still heavenly god bodies. If the three of them attack together, Lin Fei will definitely not be able to block them. It is a pity that the ancient wasteland world does not have a material domain master. Hall Master, you must help Lin Fei. Hall Master Luo Xian shook his head. It will be difficult. Lin Fei is not from our Dark Shadow Palace, no one will help him. We must give face to the two supremacies and the Dark Court. Send a message to Lin Fei and inform him in advance. A Material Domain Master. Chapter 2781. Ancient Desolate World. On this day, 6 figures appeared stealthily in the ancient desolate world. As they descended, the world energy pressed down on them. The 6 of them sank, but they soon stabilized themselves. This is indeed a material world. It has an innate suppressive ability. No matter how strong one is, it can be suppressed to below the Great Emperor realm. Only the third order Great Emperor fleshy body is better. The one who spoke was a burly man. His eyes were brimming with vigor. He stretched his body, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This was the heavenly god invited by Zhan Rongguang and the others. The material world can suppress one's strength. Even so, the fleshy body is still strong. That Lin Fei might have obtained the life god water, but refining it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who knows, he might still be refining it. If the 3 of us act together, that person will definitely die. Killing intent flashed across the 3 people's eyes. The 3 of them praised the 3 people in front of them. They could not afford to offend any one of the 3 people. Lin Fei is on the Emperor Peak. Find him and kill him. There are no material world masters in the ancient desolate world, so no one will act against you. Zhan Rongguang chuckled. We can only say that that fellow is too foolish. He wants to raise the price. What wishful thinking. If Lin Fei joined any of the factions, Zhan Rongguang would have a headache. At that time, they would not dare to act recklessly. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not join any of the factions. Through acquaintances, he knew that Lin Fei was still considering. At that time, Zhan Rongguang knew that his chance had come. This time, no matter what, that fellow will die. Zhang Qiu chuckled. After killing Lin Fei, we can destroy the sacred martial sect too. Zhang Qiu always remembered the sacred martial sect. Lin Fei deserved to die. So did Shan Tianxue of the sacred martial sect. Ha ha ha, we just have to watch. Nangong Feishue was very calm. After they appeared in the ancient desolate world, the representatives of the 3 superpowers knew about it. They chose to remain silent about this matter. In their opinion, Lin Fei was quite talented. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest generation in the Great Thousand World. As long as he did not choose to join their superpowers, they would not act. They had always understood this rule. If 3 heavenly gods descended, even if they were suppressed by the material world, they would still be able to easily kill heavenly emperors. If it was a material world lord, it would be a different story. This time, Lin Fei was really doomed. The 3 divine realm experts descended above the capital institute. That's the Emperor Peak. One of the heavenly gods snickered coldly and struck out with his palm. There was a loud rumbling sound. The Academy's formation was broken, and the monarch peak erupted with a devastating light, but it still could not withstand the might of the heaven god expert's palm strike. Their mission this time was to kill Lin Fei. Other than the material realm master, no one else was worth fearing. One palm. The monarch peak was torn apart, and dust was flying everywhere. No one's here. One of the heavenly gods frowned. Search. Even if we have to turn the entire ancient wasteland world upside down, we have to find him. It's highly likely that he went to refine the divine water of life. The 3 of them immediately took action. Ancient wasteland world, deep underground. The realm heart floated in front of Lin Fei. Ever since that day, Lin Fei had been refining the realm heart. Even though he had a certain level of understanding, the realm heart was much more difficult than he had imagined. At the start, it constantly exploded with terrifying energy waves, destroying his physical body. Lin Fei did not dare to be distracted. Soon. The difficulty of refining the realm heart was really beyond imagination. Lin Fei could only focus on refining the realm heart. Compared to the start, the resistance of the realm heart was much weaker now. According to his estimation, it would take at most half a year to completely refine it. Ancient wasteland world. With the arrival of the 3 heavenly gods, all the forces, big and small, lowered their heads. One by one, the forces were subdued. They were all sent to search for traces of Lin Fei. Everyone in ancient wasteland world was searching for one person. At the start, these people were not happy. After the 3 heavenly gods attacked and killed a few heavenly emperors, they completely gave up. The 3 of them were like demons. If one day is not enough, then 1 year. Ancient wasteland world is only so big, he will show up sooner or later. A world continent without a physical realm lord. Zhan Rongguang was not worried at all. He thought he could easily find Lin Fei, but he had disappeared. After destroying a few forces, he still could not find his exact whereabouts. Search, we must create him. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Lin Fei seemed to have really disappeared. If we can't find Lin Fei, then we will force him out. I don't believe he can hide forever. Zhan Rongguang was a little anxious. The god water of life was no joke. If Lin Fei refined a portion, his strength would increase greatly. The 3 heavenly gods might not be able to suppress Lin Fei. This was Zhan Rongguang's biggest worry. I heard that the demon god empire's Saintess Qin Lan is Lin Fei's woman. Capture her first. And the expedition empire's princess too. And sacred marshal Sexing Shan Tianxue. He seems to have a good relationship with Lin Fei. Capture her too. The ancient wasteland world was under the despotic power of the 3 heavenly gods. Especially after knowing that the 3 of them came from the saint spirit world, all of them lost their temper. The entire ancient wasteland world was not a match for them even if all of them worked together. They could only follow the 3 heavenly gods' orders and search for Lin Fei's whereabouts. The 3 top forces and some of the first-rate sects were just there to watch the show. A dark court and 2 supremacies. They had to give face to anyone. They could only say that Lin Fei was unlucky. His performance in the 10,000 Realms team battle was too outstanding. A tall tree attracts the wind. Anyone would have the thought of obtaining 2 portions of God water of life. Things are not looking good. Dark Shadow Palace Branch. Hall Master Luo Xian became curious. The Demon God Empire's woman, the Expedition Empire's woman, and Sacred Marshal Sexing Shan Tianxue have all been captured by them. Will Lin Fei continue enduring? Recently, the biggest commotion was the three heavenly gods attacking the sacred martial sect. The sacred martial sects had always been mysterious. Almost no one knew about them. The three heavenly gods killed their way in, and both parties engaged in a huge battle. Afterwards, Xianxia was defeated, and the sacred martial sect was activated. The moment the sacred martial sect was activated, it killed the three heavenly gods with a single sword, heavily injuring them. Finally, Xianxia was captured alive by the three heavenly gods. The secret killing technique of the sacred martial sects had shocked the spectating superpowers. If not for its power being suppressed, the three heavenly gods would have died for sure. Hall Master, do you think he went to refine the realm heart? Number 130 said carefully. Material Realm Master. Chapter 2782. Half a year passed. Lin Fei never appeared again. After the three heavenly gods suffered a huge loss at the sacred martial sect, they hated Lin Fei even more. Every day, they would torture the great emperors of the sacred martial sect, especially Xianxia. In a prosperous area of the ancient desolate world, the three heavenly gods would torture the people from the sacred martial sect until they were hovering between life and death. But even so, that Lin Fei still did not appear. Some even suspected that Lin Fei had left the ancient desolate world. If he did not receive the news beforehand, why would he not be in the ancient desolate world? In half a year, the ancient desolate world had risen by 3 feet, yet they could not find Lin Fei. Zhan Rongguang and the others began to feel anxious. Lin Fei must have gone to refine the life god water. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Since he is refining the life god water, we will force him out. Zhang Qiu had an idea. We will use the execution of Xianxia, Qin Lan, and the others to force Lin Fei out. Half a year passed. Lin Fei had been fighting against the realm heart. As time passed, the scales of victory started tilting towards Lin Fei's side. Success. Half a year later. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He refined the realm heart in one fell swoop. After refining the realm heart, Lin Fei seemed to have connected with the entire ancient desolate world. The realm heart had also entered his body as if it was born with him. Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. At this moment, the ancient desolate world had become his body. It was no longer affected. This is the master of a material world. It was impossible to cover the entire ancient desolate world with a thought in the past. But now, he did it. It was effortless. No one could sense that Lin Fei's thoughts covered the entire ancient desolate world. Xianxia. As his thoughts covered the world, a large amount of information entered his mind. Lin Fei blocked the information within. Soon, he noticed something, causing his expression to sink. Such guts. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold, and a chill flashed past. Even though Lin Fei had just taken control of the ancient wasteland world, he could use the power of the physical realm master. Before he became the physical realm master, Lin Fei felt that the entire world was under his control. No one's power could exceed the control of the ancient wasteland domain. South Cloud Continent, South Cloud City. Ever since the 3 heavenly god powerhouses appeared, everyone in the South Cloud Continent had been struggling at death's door. To the 3 heavenly god powerhouses, if there was any slight dissatisfaction, they would take it out on the South Cloud Continent's forces. The entire South Cloud Continent would suffer countless casualties. Today was the last day. Ever since half a month ago, when the 3 heavenly deities released the news that they would execute Xianxia and the others a month later, there would be people coming to torture the people from the sacred martial sect every single day. The 3 heavenly gods even forced the people of the southern cloud continent to come and watch. His intention was very obvious. He wanted everyone to spread the news and let everyone know that if Lin Fei didn't appear, then these people would be executed. In the eyes of the 3 heavenly gods, those who were not convinced would have to die. If Lin Fei dared to be a coward, then someone would have to pay the price until Lin Fei himself appeared. And today was the last day. The 3 heavenly gods sat on the high platform. Yingshan Tianxue, you are also a great emperor expert. As long as you tell us where Lin Fei is hiding, I can leave your corpse intact. Seated in the middle, the heavenly god Gu Tian said with a cold voice. For the sake of a little fellow, they had stayed in the ancient wasteland domain for half a year, enduring the suppression of the ancient wasteland domain every single day. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. It's the same for all of you too. Qin Lan, I heard that when Lin Fei returned, you went to the Emperor Peak. As long as you are willing to tell us where Lin Fei is, seeing that you are a beauty, I can spare your life. Furthermore, I can return your freedom. South Cloud City, on the public square. On many wooden frames, special chains were pierced through everyone's shoulder blades. Their strength was sealed, and they had to endure the torture every single day. Among them, Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu were slightly better off as they did not suffer much. You can forget about it. If you are capable, kill us. My man will take revenge for me. Qin Lan's black hair was messy, and there was no sign of compromise on her face. My man is the most formidable. All of you can only act while he is not around. The moment my man comes, the three of you will be killed even if you work together. Fan Luoyu scolded. Well scolded. Yingshan Tianxue was covered in wounds. The moment Dao friend Lin Fei returns, all of you will definitely die. What a pity, the true body that you cultivated with so much difficulty is going to land here. Oh right, maybe you don't even know the avatar technique. You might really die here. The expressions of the three heavenly gods sunk. Beat him up ruthlessly. Even at death's door, he still dares to spout such arrogant words. Gu Tianyin sneered. Just like what he said, even though the three of them were heavenly gods, in a place like the Saint Spirit world, they were not considered much. Avatar technique? Such a powerful secret technique was not something they could learn. Yingshan Tianxue cursed them to die here. Naturally, he had hit their soft spot. This time, they readily agreed. Dealing with a little fellow was also a way to curry favor with the three great masters. As long as they could rely on them, they were willing to wipe out the entire ancient desolate world. A world continent without a material world master was not something anyone would care about. Even if those above knew about it, they would not say anything. There were at least 400 to 500 similar world continents in the Great Thousand Worlds. These world continents would never have a material world master if no accidents happened. Wanting to become a material world master was as difficult as ascending the heavens. They did not believe that Lin Fei could become a material world master and control the ancient desolate world. Even though Lin Fei's fleshy body was very strong, and could even be close to a first-order heavenly god. But this was far from enough. They were waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Today was the final day. Lin Fei would definitely come out. Time passed second by second. Qin Lan, do you think Big Brother Lin will come? Fan Luoyu turned and asked Qin Lan. Qin Lan looked at the sky. He will. He will definitely come. Their nightmare is about to appear. Nobody can save them. They are indeed despicable. They even injured my father. Fan Luoyu was furious. They will definitely die a horrible death. Over at Yingshan Tianxue's side, someone was continuously whipping him. Losing the protection of his energy, Yingshan Tianxue gritted his teeth and endured the torture. It was not just on his flesh, but on his soul too. Gu Tianyin, you will regret it soon. Did I hurt you? Even if you are experts, as long as Lin Fei comes, you will definitely die. Ha ha ha. The three heavenly gods were resisting the urge to slap the other party to death. If Lin Fei really comes, it will be us who will kill him. Gu Tianyin's voice was cold to the extreme. Didn't you want to find me? Now I am here. A black stream of light appeared in the horizon. Gu Tianyin looked up. Chapter 2783. Ancient Wasteland World, South Cloud Continent, Public Square. During the days when the three heaven gods were in the South Cloud Continent, the entire South Cloud Continent had changed greatly. Forces that disobeyed orders were all annihilated. Those who were acquainted with Lin Fei but could not tell Lin Fei's whereabouts were all annihilated. You're finally here. The black flowing light condensed into a figure in the distance. Gu Tianyin and the other two stood up too. The three of them were not afraid of Lin Fei, but they were worried that Lin Fei would leave the ancient wasteland world. The world was vast, and if he really wanted to hide, it would not be so easy to find him. The three people who had been in the void all this time also revealed smiles. He's dead for sure this time. All three of them came from factions with powerful backgrounds. One of them was from the Dark Court, while the other two were under the High Lords. Hiring people to kill Lin Fei was already very shameless. If they swaggered out like this, they might become a laughing stock if word of this got out. The three of them were enough. It's his true body. Nangong Feishua laughed. It's impossible for Lin Fei to grasp a saint spirit's secret technique like the Avatar technique. He only has one true body. If he dies, he's dead. He can't come back to life. What we want is for his true body to come. The entire South Cloud continent still remembered Lin Fei's domineering battle in the past. Nobody dared to forget Lin Fei's savagery. In the ancient wasteland world, more than 10 great emperors died in the hands of Lin Fei. Big brother Lin. Hurry up and leave. They are heaven gods from above, and they're here to deal with you. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu shouted. Heaven gods were people they would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. Even if their strength was suppressed, they were still heaven gods, and they could sweep across those of the same realm. Dao friend Lin Fei, you shouldn't have come. Yingshan Tianxue laughed bitterly. They are invincible even after suppressing their strength. The foundation of the sacred martial sect could not withstand the attacks of 3 heaven gods. Lin Fei, if you surrender now, they will suffer less. Gu Tianyin pointed at the person on the wooden frame. Now that their strength has been sealed, they won't be able to take more than a few hits. You better think this through. Gu Tianyin was unbridled in the ancient wasteland domain. It would be best if he could make the other party surrender easily. Who knew if he had completely refined the divine water of life? Gu Tianyin and the other two were arrogant and unbridled, but that didn't mean that they were brainless. Having hostages in their hands was also a form of insurance. If things went wrong, they might be able to force Lin Fei to not dare to make a move. The 3 of you are really shameless. Lin Fei floated in the air, using hostages to threaten me. You are too timid. This doesn't match your statuses. You guys are celestial deity powerhouses at any rate. Could it be that you're still scared of a nobody like me? Bastard. A heavenly deity beside Gu Tianyin snorted. Do you really think you're amazing? You still dare to be so impudent here? Let me kill you first. The heavenly deity charged forward, using his palm as a blade, slashing down. Everyone says that you're very powerful, then let me see for myself. How powerful exactly are you? You're just someone from a small world. What right do you have to be so impudent? The people from the 3 top forces were also paying close attention. When there was no one around, they didn't mind being gossipers. If Lin Fei won, then everything would be fine. It was enough to prove his potential, and they would definitely bring him back, even if they had to pay a higher price. On the other hand, if Lin Fei was killed by them, they wouldn't mind taking action and splitting the divine water of life. Everyone who saw it would get a share. Such a good thing didn't happen often. Xian Qi, second-order heavenly god realm, has grasped a 9th-level Saint Soul realm killing technique. On top of that, he cultivates the thick earth technique, specialized in defense. Using him to deal with Lin Fei is the best choice. Hall Master Luo Xian looked at the South Cloud Continent square from afar. Looking at Lin Fei's appearance, there isn't much change in his aura, so he probably hasn't refined the world heart yet. That's right, not everyone can refine a world heart. Once an outsider enters, the world heart's power will be able to kill them. Even native experts have to go through layers of tests, then Lin Fei is in big trouble. A heavenly god whose strength was suppressed could still suppress Lin Fei by relying on a terrifying physique. Xianxia used a wide black blade, and with a swing of the blade, it tore through the void. I heard that your body is very strong, but I don't know if you can withstand my deity blade. Xianxia laughed heartily as he unleashed his blade technique. Every blade attack was aimed at Lin Fei's vital parts. Hua hua hua. Blade light streaked across the sky. Lin Fei started to retreat. His opponent's speed was very fast. As the blade swept past him, it left white marks on his body. Heavenly God Blade, specialized in breaking emperor physiques. Enjoy. Xianxi's attacks became faster, slash after slash. The entire world was covered in blade light. The terrifying sharp aura caused everyone in the South Cloud continent to tremble. Is this the might of a heavenly god? Any expert felt a sense of helplessness. Just one blade light was enough to kill him. There was no need for many, just one blade light was enough. Zhan Rongguang and the other two laughed. A single heavenly god blade was enough to make Lin Fei flustered and lose his rhythm. Xianxia killing him will be as easy as flipping his palm. Zhan Rongguang laughed. We also have to make preparations. When Lin Fei dies, we have to snatch the storage ring at the first possible moment. It's the heavenly water of life. We have to get the heavenly water of life. With our background and status, they should turn a blind eye. At most, we'll just give them a portion of the heavenly water of life. We won't lose out. Zhang Qiu laughed. Whoever dares to take my portion, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Nangong Feishue said coldly. The three of them were unwilling to give up on the heavenly water of life. Even if they could obtain a third of the heavenly water of life, it would still be worth it. On the surface, Lin Fei retreated. In truth, he was experiencing the strength of a heavenly god. The heavenly god blade looks sharp enough to cut through an emperor's physique, but it has no effect on a fifth-order heavenly god realm and above. It's far from being able to break through my proud heaven. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. A heavenly god's strength wasn't that great. Lin Fei, do you only know how to dodge? Xianxia felt powerless. Even with the heavenly god blade in his hand, he was unable to leave a single wound on Lin Fei's body. Then I don't mind landing my next attack on your friends. I don't believe they can withstand a single strike from the heavenly god blade. Heavenly god Xianxia had learned his lesson. Lin Fei stopped. Actually, I feel that it's about time. A heavenly god doesn't seem like much. Since you want me to make a move, you better prepare yourself, lest you say that I didn't give you a chance to prepare. Chapter 2784. Gu Tiannin's expression was uncertain. Xianxia, what's he doing? Why can't he take down Lin Fei? Even if Xianxi's strength was suppressed, with the help of the divine weapons in his hands, no matter how strong Lin Fei's physical body was, he would still be able to defeat Xianxia. They were divine realm experts after all. In the ancient wasteland world, where there was no physical master, they were invincible. Bullying a little guy like Lin Fei was just a matter of a thought. Brother Gu, Lin Fei's the arch body is indeed extraordinary. It can withstand the sky god blade's sharpness. No wonder he can be so fearless. Beside him, Empyrean god Leng said, he's not slow either. Once he fights with brother Xianxia head-on, he'll be at a disadvantage. Even though it looked like he had no advantage now. Everyone saw Empyrean god Xianxia using the sky god blade to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei has been tricked. He's fighting head-on. On the battlefield, the situation began to change. Even the blade of heaven has come out. It's a divine soul level 9 killer move. Empyrean god Xianxia used a divine soul level 9 killer move. Even though its power was greatly reduced, it was still invincible when used with the sky god blade. This blade was strange and unpredictable. It merged with heaven and earth, making it the most difficult to defend against. With this blade, Empyrean god had killed a divine realm expert who was one level higher than him. Ordinary divine realm experts of the same level did not dare to fight him, for they could not withstand the attack of this blade. Whoosh! The blade of heaven slashed out. It was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Somehow, this blade also contained the power of heaven and earth, causing one to be dazed for a moment. Their minds went blank. The blade of heaven attacked head-on. It looked like Lin Fei was about to be hit. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu both cried. Using the power of heaven and earth to affect a person, followed by a sudden blade attack. What a good idea. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He calmly reached out a hand and lightly swiped at the blade. The terrifying power of the blade was silently erased by Lin Fei. The entire world regained its peaceful aura. Ha ha ha, that's great, he blocked it. Qin Lan was overjoyed. Empyrean God Arcanum's heart sank. The other party easily resolved the crisis. This seemed too inconceivable. Empyrean God Mystic Oddity hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations. In other words, Lin Fei hadn't used any power in his attack just then. So how had he blocked it? Furthermore, he had easily nullified the Blade of Heaven's attack. Originally, I was planning to find a few heavenly gods to hold the fort. Since you're here, you can stay here and be my guardian imperial weapons. Heavenly God Xianxia was enraged. You're too arrogant. Lin Fei walked toward Heavenly God Xianxia, one step at a time. Watch how I cut you down. Heavenly God Xianxia was just about to strike with his saber when an invisible, special force pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to move. Brother Gu, save me. There's something wrong with him. Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter both realized that something was wrong. The two of them attacked at once, and two 9th level Saint Spirit killing techniques shot out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and all the attacks dissipated. If I want you to be my imperial weapon, no one can stop me. Lin Fei's finger pierced through Heavenly God Xianxia's forehead, instantly destroying everything. He left behind a complete body, which he put away with a wave of his hand. This scene was simply too unexpected. A heavenly god expert's consciousness was wiped away just like that, leaving behind an empty body. I really want to feel the power of heaven and earth. It seems like only the power of heaven and earth can nullify attacks so casually. Could it be? The three supreme factions shuddered, and a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Xianxia. Gu Tianyin and Empyrean God Coldwinter realized that they were in big trouble. Nullifying their own attacks with a wave of his hand was extremely normal in the Saint Spirit world. However, this was a subworld, and there was only one possibility for him to be able to nullify two 9th level Saint Spirit attacks. The master of the material world. You guys can go and accompany them now. Lin Fei casually struck out 2 gusts of wind, condensing 2 finger seals. Senior Lin Fei, we're convinced. Don't kill us. The moment the finger seals appeared, they discovered that they could not move at all. They were truly suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. The two of them instantly turned pale. If they could move, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never come to the ancient desolate world. Material Realm Lord, an unparalleled existence that controlled the power of the world. Whoever came would die. Zhan Rongguang, you guys tricked us. The finger seals pierced through the forehead of the two heavenly gods, leaving behind only their fleshly bodies. The changes happened too quickly. Yingshan Tianshui and the others were all shocked as they watched. In the blink of an eye, 3 heavenly gods had fallen. Even if their bodies remained, they had lost their consciousness and were completely useless. Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luo Xian could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? He grasped the realm heart so quickly, controlled the power of the world, and became the Material Realm Lord. Hall Master Luo Xian had seen many geniuses before. Among them, Lin Fei's performance was very stunning. But compared to those geniuses from the Saint Spirit world, he was still slightly lacking. He was not as sharp as them. After the Dark Shadow Palace branch knew of Zhan Rongguang's plan, they did not stop them. The two supremacies were from the same country, and they had to give them some face. But now that Lin Fei had grasped the realm heart and become the material realm lord, he became stunning. Unless it was a peak expert like a hierarch, basically no one could kill Lin Fei. Unless the ancient desolate world itself was destroyed. As long as the ancient desolate world existed, Lin Fei could not be killed. No one would bully the weak to deal with a little fellow. I've really misjudged him. Temporal Temple, Massacre God Court. These two people in charge had their mouths wide open. They were completely shocked. Material Realm Lord. To be able to dissolve it so easily, formless and colorless, only a material world lord could do it. From today onwards, the ancient desolate world finally had a material realm lord. Lin Fei has become a material realm lord. Shan Tianshui cried tears of joy after being dazed for a moment. Material realm lord. Shan Tianshui's voice spread out. Everyone's breathing quickened as they looked at Lin Fei, who had defeated 3 heaven god experts. Material realm lord. It was such an unattainable thing, but it would one day appear before everyone's eyes. This was an invincible material realm lord. The power of heaven god experts could be sealed, and he could be killed with a flick of his hand. This was a true material realm lord, able to defeat strong enemies with one hand. Come out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the power of heaven and earth surged out. After grasping the realm heart, Lin Fei could continuously control the power of heaven and earth of the ancient desolate world. Zhan Rongguang, Zhang Qiu, and Nangong Feishue were forced out by the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the 3 of them had extremely ugly expressions. Chapter 2785. The ancient wasteland domain had a physical realm master. The young man whom everyone thought would never become a physical realm master in such a short period of time had secretly controlled the power of the realm continent and became an invincible expert in the vast 1,000 domains. Zhan Rongguang and the other 2 were imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. Anyone in the ancient wasteland domain would be imprisoned by the power of the physical realm master. You actually became a physical realm master. Zhan Rongguang's eyes widened. In front of the invincible power of the realm continent, they had no ability to struggle. This was something they did not expect. Even if Lin Fei had the god water of life, they did not think that he would succeed. Refining the god water of life required time, not to mention 2 portions. Lin Fei was far stronger than they had imagined, and his movements were fast. He easily refined the realm heart and became an invincible and indestructible existence. Unless the ancient wasteland domain reached its end one day. You did not expect this, right? Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank you for sending 3 sets of good materials for refining imperial weapons. The 3 of them sank. I am Supremacy 1 swordsman. If you dare to touch me, my senior brothers will definitely not let you off. Nangong Feishue said while suppressing her fear. You cannot kill me. I am Supremacy Limitless Man. Zhang Qiu also brought out his backing. If you touch me, you will become Supremacy Limitless Enemy. Lin Fei listened and looked up at Zhan Rongguang. What about you? Zhan Rongguang felt very uncomfortable. He did not expect to suffer such a huge setback in the ancient wasteland domain. Physical realm master. Even in the Saint Spirit domain, he was a famous figure. A physical realm master who cultivated the doppelganger technique was almost unkillable. He could continuously cultivate doppelgangers and cause great trouble for anyone. No one could bear such a loss. Why are you not saying anything? Bring out the dark court. Lin Fei clapped his hands lightly. You dare to cause trouble here and cause great harm to the ancient wasteland domain. The 3 of you will not escape death. No. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the 3 of them. The 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about the 3 of them. No matter which one it was, they wouldn't act against him for the sake of a puny material world overlord. That would be too easy for others to mock him. Material Realm Lord, mighty. Master of the material realm, show your might. In the southern cloud continent, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their utmost sincerity. From today onwards, the entire ancient wasteland world would no longer have to worry about being defeated by an expert descending upon them. This was because the physical realm master was their strongest backer. The entire South Cloud continent echoed with the words Material Realm Lord. Lin Fei lightly waved his hand, and the people whose powers had been sealed regained their freedom. Boundless life energy poured into their bodies, and their injuries instantly healed, making them as good as new. Thank you for your hard work. Yingshan Tianshui was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would finally see the physical realm lord. The ancient wasteland world is finally back on the stage. I'm so happy. So what if I suffer a little? Big brother Lin, we can't let them escape. They are all traitors, helping a heavenly god to commit crimes. Qin Lan pointed at the people fleeing in the distance, filled with hatred. The days of offending you women are really not easy. Lin Fei guffawed. With a wave of his hand, the world energy was unleashed. Those escaping experts, some of which were great emperors, melted in the hands of Lin Fei. They were completely annihilated. The ancient wasteland world had produced a physical realm lord. This news rapidly spread across the great thousand worlds. After everyone knew it was that Lin Fei, the top forces of the great thousand worlds all had their mouths agape. They did not dare believe it was true. This was too fast. Just when everyone was doubting the reliability of the news. Even the physical realm lords of the great thousand worlds went to congratulate him. Only then did everyone realize that the news was true. That strongest generation expert of the ancient wasteland world had successfully become the physical realm lord. After the top forces confirmed it, they all brought generous gifts to visit Lin Fei. Everyone knew that the great thousand worlds had one more unparalleled expert, and the situation would definitely change. Congratulations. Young and promising. One by one, the physical realm lords came to visit him. Such a young physical realm lord would not need a long time to become a heavenly god and head to the Saint Spirit world to train. Moreover, Lin Fei was the target of recruitment by the three top forces. Lin Fei's future was boundless. If they did not visit him now, it would be a huge loss in the future if they became familiar with him. The two physical realm lords that once acted against Lin Fei in the Yan Huang world personally came to apologize with their true bodies. At the same time, they sent generous gifts. They regretted it. Lin Fei received the visiting physical realm lords one by one. As for the rest, he left them to his subordinates, Thousand Horizontal Emperor and Ghost Flame Emperor to handle. He spent half a month working on it. After Lin Fei settled everything, Hall Master Luo Xian came and sent a generous gift. Congratulations, Dao friend Lin Fei. The Great Thousand Worlds has another unparalleled expert. Hall Master Luo Xian did not expect that Lin Fei would become the physical realm lord. He had been in the ancient wasteland world for so long and had seen countless geniuses, but none had successfully grasped the power of the realm heart. Hall Master Luo Xian did not think that Lin Fei could become the physical realm lord. If he wanted to become the physical realm lord, Hall Master Luo Xian felt that Lin Fei had a chance of becoming the physical realm lord. The possibility was not very high, at most 20 to 30%. Hall Master Luo Xian regretted it and wanted to slap himself. The price he had to pay was even greater. Sit. Lin Fei greeted. When Hall Master Luo Xian saw Lin Fei again, his emotions were extremely complicated. Before this, he still felt that Lin Fei was a fellow with limitless potential. But now that Lin Fei had become the physical realm lord, Lin Fei's status was not lower than his. We sincerely invite Dao friend Lin Fei to join our Dark Shadow Palace. Hall Master Luo Xian said, the higher-ups have decided that if you are willing to join our Dark Shadow Palace, you will directly become a personal disciple of our Dark Shadow Palace. You will be able to learn the power of a killing technique at the 10th level of the Saint Spirit realm. You will also be able to learn one of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques of our Dark Shadow Palace, the Darkness Clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique of our Dark Shadow Palace. Our Dark Shadow Palace is absolutely sincere. Lin Fei listened quietly. From senior brother Long Yu, Lin Fei learned about the situation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Moreover, it was a rather detailed one, which allowed Lin Fei to have a very detailed understanding of the Dark Shadow Palace and was no longer confused. The status of a personal disciple is not bad. Senior brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has a very strict hierarchy. First are the outer disciples, then the inner disciples, and then personal disciples. Other than the elders and deacons, personal disciples have a high status in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei continued to recall senior brother Long Yu's words. Senior brother Long Yu said that the Dark Shadow Palace has 3 supreme cultivation techniques. One of them is the darkness clone. This is a top-notch life-saving technique. Once it is executed, no one can break it. Dark Shadow Palace disciples must be a personal disciple in order to learn it. At the same time, it requires 1 million contribution points. Chapter 2786. After a while, Lin Fei spoke. Actually, I have a good impression of the Dark Shadow Palace, and joining them is not a problem. However, I need 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force sand. Hall Master Luo Xian revealed a serious expression. 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force sand. Hall Master Luo Xian said, do you know the importance of this item? It is not an ordinary item, and only supremacies can excavate it. I know. Lin Fei nodded. As long as I can satisfy this condition, I will join the Dark Shadow Palace. I need to report this. Hall Master Luo Xian could not decide, so he turned and left. This matter required the approval of the higher-ups. After Hall Master Luo Xian came, the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple also came. The benefits they offered were much more than the previous time. After all, the identity of a material world lord was very important. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force sand, they could not agree on the spot, and could only return to report the situation. I really did not expect that I, prideful heaven god, will need supplementary materials from the 7th level. I wonder who is willing to offer 50 kilograms of God Elemental Force sand. This item was priceless. Although Lin Fei had obtained a portion from the Myriad World Palace, it was not enough. This time, Lin Fei directly asked for this item, and whoever offered would join that side. It was good to have a strong backing. He understood. The Temporal Temple did not move. The Massacre God Court did not move either. Lin Fei knew that they were not willing to take out such a resource for him. The price was too high. Lin Fei felt that there should be people who would agree to his conditions. If the Dark Shadow Palace does not move in the end, can I count on those first-rate sects in the Saint Spirit world? Lin Fei frowned. If no one is willing to offer, I can only slowly accumulate. Lin Fei did not know that prideful heaven god would need supplementary materials again. This was really a scam. Lin Fei was very anxious. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get it again. He had heard from senior brother Long Yu that there were huge merchant associations in the Saint Spirit domain. If he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a huge price. What's more, there might not even be one. Fellow cultivator Lin Fei, the Dark Shadow Palace agrees to your conditions. When Hall Master Luo Xian came again, he brought a piece of good news. A portion of 50 kilograms of Origin Energy God sand was not a small sum. In the Dark Shadow Palace, one had to have a high status to exchange for it. 1 million contribution points was not easy to obtain. In an impossible situation, the higher-ups actually agreed. Palace Lord Luo Xian could only say that Lin Fei's luck was simply too good. The upper echelons viewed Lin Fei with extraordinary importance. But when he thought about it, the Dark Shadow Palace truly didn't have many material world overlords. As for those as outstanding as Lin Fei, it was even rarer. From now on, we are brothers of the same sect. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. When are you free? Make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. The things you want are all there. In 3 years. Lin Fei said. I still have some small matters to settle. Alright, in 3 years, I'll wait for you at the Dark Shadow Palace branch. After Hall Master Luo Xian left, he released the news. Lin Fei had joined the Dark Shadow Palace. Once the news was out, it immediately spread throughout the vast 1,000 domains. This is a meteoric rise. The Dark Shadow Palace is one of the 3 top forces. In the future, who would dare to offend this realm Lord Lin Fei? No one in the ancient wasteland domain would dare to offend him. Everyone was envious of the ancient wasteland domain. In the vast 1,000 domains, there were many material world overlords. However, there were not many who were qualified to join a top sect. Entering the Dark Shadow Palace would mean a bright future. Your luck is not bad. The Dark Shadow Palace will agree to your conditions. In the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, Long Yu was all smiles. The Dark Shadow Palace has put in a lot of effort. It should be because they lack a strong general. You obtained first place in the Myriad Realms Palace, a double first place, and even cultivated a powerful emperor body. With a little nurturing, you will become a powerful sky god. If you become a supremacy, you will have a great advantage. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that this reason was very likely. Junior brother has become a material world lord. Senior brother can also leave with peace of mind. Long Yu laughed. As one of the 3 top forces in the Saint Spirit domain, the Dark Shadow Palace each has a hierarch expert. The internal competition is very intense. If you want to establish yourself from below, you have to be more outstanding than them. As long as you continue to suppress them, you will obtain more resources. Lin Fei was startled. Senior brother, you're leaving. Yes, this is all thanks to junior brother. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven is suppressed by the power of the realm continent. Junior brother is a material world lord, so everything is simple. After so many years, it's time for me to go out and take a look. Long Yu said. The Aquamoon Grotto Heaven will be handed over to you in the future. Now that you are strong enough, you can try. Master has left behind many good things. Lin Fei sent senior brother off personally. Let's meet in the Saint Spirit domain. I hope that by then, you will already be an overlord. Long Yu walked into the passageway and easily left the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven, heading for the Saint Spirit domain. Another one left. Lin Fei shook his head. He could understand senior brother's feelings. Under the pressure of the material world, living in the same place all the time, it was good enough that his mind did not collapse. Now that senior brother has left, I am in charge of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. In the future, I can cultivate in the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. There was no safer place in the entire ancient wasteland Grotto Heaven. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei was now an outer sect disciple. He needed to constantly take tests to raise his status. Coming to the path to heaven again, there was no pressure at all. Lin Fei passed the test easily, passing the inner disciple assessment, passing on his master's voice, and receiving a series of rewards. After becoming an inner disciple, Lin Fei once again ascended the path to heaven. This time, the difficulty was slightly higher. He encountered a heavenly god realm master, and was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Lin Fei's identity changed from an outer sect disciple to a personal disciple. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Weapon. 5th Order Heavenly God Realm Armor. The personal disciple's rewards were much more generous. 2 5th Order Heavenly God Realm artifacts were at least good life-saving items. There's also a grade 9 Saint Spirit Realm killing technique. For a personal disciple to obtain such good things, it could be considered reaching the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei planned to leave them for his subordinates. Even if they couldn't display the full power of a heavenly god, they were still more powerful than a peak emperor artifact. After passing through the path to heaven, Lin Fei arrived at the deepest part of the Aquamoon Grotto Heaven. The enormous water moon divine tree once again appeared in front of Lin Fei. This time, you won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei flew toward the water moon divine tree. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's physique was more than 10 times stronger. The pressure from the water moon divine tree no longer had any effect on him. Lin Fei easily passed through. Chapter 2787. Standing under the water moon divine tree, the power from the tree fell on his body. Lin Fei's feet were slightly apart, as though he was rooted to the ground. He was as steady as a rock, and the light on his body constantly blocked the tree's terrifying invading power. Divine tree, you can't stop me this time. Lin Fei smiled as he sized it up. This was the first time Lin Fei had stood under the divine tree, and the pressure was immense. Lin Fei felt refreshed, and all his worries disappeared. Soon, a pool appeared in front of Lin Fei. The last time he stood outside, Lin Fei did not see it clearly. The space seemed to be folded, and so he did not see it. Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Even though the effect of the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is not as good as the Heavenly Water of Life, the Heavenly Water of Life is not everywhere. Having the Water Moon Spirit Pearl is already good enough. Lin Fei tried it himself, and quickly realized something. The Water Moon Divine Tree has other uses. If I use the Water Moon Spirit Pearl here, the effect of refining will increase. It's even better than I imagined. Lin Fei laughed. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl under the Water Moon Divine Tree. 3 years passed in a flash. The status of the ancient wasteland world had changed greatly. Everyone could feel the benefits of being the master of the physical world. When Lin Fei was in seclusion in the Water Moon Cave, the ancient wasteland world was left to Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu to handle. The entire ancient wasteland world was well managed. Lin Fei returned to the abandoned land, and brought his wives over. With the treasures that Lin Fei had left behind, the Lin family developed very quickly. After a good reunion, Lin Fei began to refine the Water Moon Spirit Pearl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the Water Moon tree, Lin Fei's body was flowing with light, and he looked extremely divine. Success. Light flowed around Lin Fei's body, and a lofty heavenly deity's aura burst forth from him. He looked down on the world with disdain, his domineering aura towering into the sky. He has the heaven divine body. If the people from the Dark Shadow Palace knew about it, they would be dumbfounded again. In these 3 years, Lin Fei had been refining the Water Moon spiritual bead, and when he was done, he took some time to advance his Third Order Emperor Realm physique to First Order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei's every move exuded the might of a heavenly god. Now that I can use my First Order Heavenly God Realm physical strength in broad daylight, it won't look so out of place. Once I reach the Dark Shadow Palace, I can continue breaking through, and everything will become natural. Lin Fei smiled happily. Dark Shadow Palace Branch. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the Dark Shadow Palace's branch in the form of a streak of light, Hall Master Luo Xian personally came out to welcome him. The moment he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He has broken through from the Emperor physique to the Heavenly God physique. He has the might of a heavenly god. The gap between the Emperor physique and the Heavenly God physique was not a small one. After breaking through, the sky would be the sea. If he couldn't, he would be stuck at this for the rest of his life. Many people were stuck at this step. Hall Master Luo Xian had thought that it would take at least 1,000 years for Lin Fei to break through to the Heavenly God physique, and that was the fastest. What a monster, you can't treat him like an ordinary person. Hall Master Luo Xian was slightly surprised, but he quickly came up to greet. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, you have achieved the Heavenly God physique, your physique has officially stepped onto the stage, amazing. The people of the Dark Shadow Palace sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. This speed was really fast. There were many Heavenly God realm cultivators in the Saint Spirit world, but those who cultivated the physique cultivation path to the Heavenly God realm were not that common, and it required a huge amount of resources. Someone like Lin Fei who reached First Order Heavenly God realm in such a short time was rare. First Order Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei nodded. I know that reaching First Order Heavenly God realm is just the beginning of the physique cultivation path. Hall Master Luo Xian had a deep understanding of this. The physique cultivation path is a powerful path. In our Saint Spirit world, the number of physique cultivators who reached Ninth Order Heavenly God realm, even perfection 10th order heavenly god realm can be counted on one hand. The most powerful one is none other than Godslaughter Godhead, the strongest physique cultivation path. It is said that one person can fight against two godheads. Junior brother Lin Fei, your potential is limitless. There is a chance you can reach that level in the future. In Lin Fei's eyes, a 10th order heavenly god realm physique cultivation was not that far away. In 3 years, Lin Fei had refined all the water moon spirit beads. Currently, his proud heaven physique was stuck at the 7th order heavenly god realm. As long as he could get his hands on the divine essence sand, he would be able to break through to the 8th order heavenly god realm. At that time, even a venerable lord would not be able to kill him. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. I will. Then let's go. Hall Master Luo Xian said, thanks to you, I can finally leave the ancient wasteland world. The higher-up said that I have made a great contribution, so when I return to the Dark Shadow Palace, I can enter the Elder Board. Lin Fei cupped his fists, congratulations. The position of the Dark Shadow Palace's Elder Board was above everyone else. According to the ranking system, it belonged to the 2nd level, while a personal disciple like Lin Fei belonged to the 3rd level. Hall Master Luo Xian's face was full of smiles. The competition within the Elder Board is fierce. It seems like the leisurely days in the ancient wasteland world are gone forever. Even though Hall Master Luo Xian said so, he did not feel any pressure. Lin Fei and Hall Master Luo Xian went straight to the Temporal Temple. From the ancient wasteland world to the Saint Spirit world, other than going through the Temporal Temple, there was no other way. It really isn't cheap. To go to the Saint Spirit world, it would take a month. At the same time, one would have to pay a considerable amount of money, a total of 1 billion heaven crystals. Using Hall Master Luo Xian's words, it was just 1 billion heaven crystals. However, coming down from the Saint Spirit domain was not something that could be done with just 1 billion heaven crystals. Tens of billions of heaven crystals were needed at every turn, and not many people could afford it. Normally, no one would be willing to come to the vast 1,000 domains. Not only would their strength be suppressed, they would also have to pay a few billion heaven crystals. The Temporal Temple really earns money. They are a scammer. No matter who it is, they have to be honest and fork out the money. Hall Master Luo Xian said humorously. Scammer, that's a good name. It suits them too well. Lin Fei almost clapped and cheered. A month later, Lin Fei stepped into the Saint Spirit world for the first time. Although he had learned about the Saint Spirit world from Senior Long Yu and the records left behind by the Aquamoon Heavenly Cave, when he really stepped into the Saint Spirit world, Lin Fei felt very small. How is it? Isn't it very shocking? Lin Fei sensed the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's indeed huge. In the Saint Spirit world, it's best if you don't release your divine sense to check. You don't know when you will offend those heavenly gods. Most heavenly gods are fine, but they are afraid of offending some veteran heavenly gods. There are also some fellows with bad tempers who kill according to their whims. Lin Fei's potential was limitless. Hall Master Luo Xian did not mind reminding him to leave a good impression. If one day, Lin Fei became an 8th order heavenly god, he would be a high lord. Moreover, he would be a high lord who walked the path of body cultivation. Let's go, they should be waiting for us outside. They came out of the Temporal Temple. A golden war chariot appeared in front of them in a streak of light. The beast pulling the chariot was actually a heavenly god beast that exuded the aura of a heavenly god. Get on the chariot. This is my man. Chapter 2788. The Saint Spirit world was huge. Lin Fei stood on the war chariot, admiring the scenery for the first time. Just as Hall Master Luo Xian had said, the Saint Spirit world was filled with heavenly divine beasts. He had lost count of how many they had encountered along the way. Heavenly divine beasts were very fast, especially the 5th order heavenly god realm heavenly divine beast on the war chariot. Speed was its forte, passing through one world after another like the wind. The worlds below are all mortal worlds. Although they are called mortal worlds, their strength is not something the great thousand worlds can compare to. They are all ruled by countries. Everything you see belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace rules over more than 1,000 countries, and each country is overseen by an expert from the Dark Shadow Palace. Each expert is an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace, and they have to be at least 5th order Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had a very clear impression of the Dark Shadow Palace in his heart. Every country he passed through was bigger than the ancient wasteland. The Dark Shadow Palace was really full of talented people. It was all thanks to his outstanding performance. Senior brother Long Yu is right. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more outstanding you are, the more they will value you. After passing through several hundred countries, an enormous floating city appeared in Lin Fei's sight. Majestic. This was Lin Fei's first impression. That's the City of Shadows. Hall Master Luo Xian said. Don't be fooled by its size. You will only know how big this city is when you are inside. The entire City of Shadows was shrouded in white fog. Lin Fei tried to look, but his vision was blocked by the white fog. He could barely see a part of the buildings below. There's no need to look. That was specially arranged by the Dark Shadow Palace. Unless you are a Reverend Lord expert, you won't be able to see it clearly. Hall Master Luo Xian smiled. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Although Hall Master Luo Xian was an elder, he was here to take up his new post. He had yet to receive an elder's token. He could only enter through the city gates. As a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, he could enter faster than others. After entering the City of Shadows, Lin Fei saw towering buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the streets, Heavenly God experts could be seen everywhere. There were also a few great Emperor experts. This was a place where Emperor Realm experts could be found everywhere. Even Heavenly God Realm Masters were too common here. Although most of the people here were 1st order to 3rd order Heavenly God Realm, they were all Heavenly God Realm Masters. Let's go to the headquarters. Dark Shadow Palace headquarters. It turned out that it was in the inner city of the City of Shadows. The City of Shadows was divided into the outer city and the inner city. Most people could go to the outer city. However, they could not enter the inner city. They had to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who entered would be killed without mercy. Hall Master Luo Xian and Lin Fei finally entered the inner city after going through all sorts of checks. What a tight security. Lin Fei's heart palpitated when he was examining the patient just now. A 7th or 8th order Heavenly God Realm Master's gaze swept over him. If a Heavenly God Realm Master had killed someone, that would only limit their strength. But when these Heavenly God Realm Masters attacked, their power was truly astonishing. The power of an 8th and 9th order Saint Spirit Realm Master was absolutely terrifying. Brother Luo Xian, congratulations on your promotion. Just as they entered the inner city, a chubby man came up to greet them. He had a wide smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I haven't seen you for 300 years, but your way of talking is still so lousy. Heavenly God Luo Xian said as he disembarked from the war chariot. The chubby Heavenly God laughed. Your words are really disgusting. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. You must be joking. Heavenly God Luo Xian introduced to Lin Fei, this is Heavenly God Yang Zhan, also an elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. He will bring you in to register. Junior Lin Fei greets Elder Yang. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting. Good heavens, he ran into a 7th order Heavenly God Realm Master the moment he arrived. Heavenly God Yang Zhan looked at Lin Fei with a wide grin on his face. That pair of smiling eyes seemed to see through Lin Fei's body, causing his smile to become even brighter. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, not only did you become a material world lord, your physique has also reached 1st order Heavenly God Realm. Among this batch of personal disciples, you should be able to enter the top 10. Heavenly God Yang Zhan was very satisfied. Heavenly God Luo Xian's face was also brighter than before. Hearing that Lin Fei would only be able to enter the top 10, he was a little unhappy. Fatty Yang, Lin Fei's potential is limitless. You actually dare to say that he can enter the top 10, I think entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei was bewildered listening to this. What are they talking about? Heavenly God Yang Zhan shook his head. Top 5, it's difficult. Do you know, maybe it's our Dark Shadow Palace's good luck this time, but there are quite a few geniuses appearing in our territory. For example, a genius disciple of the First Elder has condensed an emperor's heart at such a young age, and has even grasped a Saint Soul Stage 9th stage secret arts power. Heavenly God Luo Xian's expression flickered. They're really lucky, there are so many geniuses this year, the competition is a little fierce. Heavenly God Luo Xian and Heavenly God Yang Zhan chatted for a while. We're going in, do your best. Heavenly God Luo Xian patted Lin Fei's shoulder, sending Lin Fei off with his eyes. Heavenly God Yang Zhan led Lin Fei into the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. It was an enormous building that towered into the clouds, shrouded in white mist, obscuring its appearance. Elder Yang, you brought another newcomer. Heavenly God Yang Zhan led Lin Fei to a certain place within the palace. Lin Fei, personal disciple of the ancient Wasteland Realm's Material Realm Master. This person had originally thought that Lin Fei was an ordinary disciple, but upon hearing that Lin Fei was a personal disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a very prestigious status. He hurriedly took out a storage ring with the name Lin Fei on it and took out a series of items. This is your proof of identity. As long as you drip your blood on it, you'll be able to refine it successfully. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said. In a place like the inner city without proof of identity, you'll die without a doubt. Don't lose it, and don't let anyone else take it. Also, the things you want are in there as well. Check them yourself. Lin Fei dripped his blood and refined the token, and the name Lin Fei appeared on it. Inside the storage ring, 50 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand was lying quietly. As for the cultivation technique you want, all you need is proof of identity, and you can go to the library to make a copy. Heavenly God Yang Zhan led Lin Fei to a mountain peak in the inner city. This is where personal disciples cultivate. You can choose any mountain you want. No one will disturb you here. Only now did Lin Fei realize something. The inner city was a completely different world. There were many mountain peaks, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was exceptionally dense. I'll take that one. Lin Fei casually chose a mountain peak. Heavenly God Yang Zhan waved his hand, and a powerful force opened up the mountain peak. The two of them instantly arrived at the mountain peak. Later, 100 servants will be responsible for your daily life. Chapter 2789. After entering the mountain peak, Lin Fei officially became a personal disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace. Yang Zhanshan left after giving his instructions. Before he left behind a Dark Shadow Palace handbook, instructing him to understand the rules of the Dark Shadow Palace. The servants arrived very quickly. They were all mortals from the Dark Shadow Palace, and they were all strong and healthy. Without Lin Fei's instructions, they managed the mountain peak properly. Having just arrived, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to do anything. The sacred spirit domain was not a place like the ancient wasteland world. Although he had heard some things from senior brother Long Yu, he only knew how powerful the sacred spirit domain was after experiencing it for himself. For the rest of the time, Lin Fei stayed on his mountain peak and flipped through the Dark Shadow Palace handbook. The Dark Shadow Palace handbook recorded the various rules of the Dark Shadow Palace in detail. Compared to the ancient wasteland world, there were more rules here, and the hierarchy was more obvious. It formed a very three-dimensional triangular pyramid, and anyone who violated these rules would be severely punished. Lin Fei had to admit that the Dark Shadow Palace's rules were very good. The level of one's strength determined one's position in this pyramid. If one was strong, they could naturally be high and mighty. If one was not strong enough, they could only cultivate quietly. Personal disciple, I really have to deal with the Dark Shadow Palace assessment that happens once every 100 years. In the Dark Shadow Palace handbook, Lin Fei quickly saw the Dark Shadow Palace disciple assessment every 100 years. Regardless of whether one was an inner sect disciple or a personal disciple, everyone had to undergo an assessment. The first assessment was very important, especially for personal disciples, as it concerned the opportunity to become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder. I'm new here, so I can't avoid the assessment. The next assessment will be in 10 years. According to the handbook, personal disciples can become a disciple of the Divine Realm Elder of the Dark Shadow Palace. If they're lucky, they can even become a disciple of a supremacy. It's not just me, but those who came in with me are also rubbing their palms together, wanting to show off. The status of a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was very high. Any personal disciple was qualified to become a disciple of a Divine Realm Elder. Even more personal disciples were proud to become a disciple of a supremacy. High Lords and Heavenly Gods. That was an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master that had mastered a 10th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique, whereas the Great Sovereign Lord had mastered an 11th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique, not to mention that he had a peak level Heavenly Divine weapon. Lin Fei actually did not have too many requirements to become a disciple of that Heavenly God Elder. Even if it was a top-notch technique, the heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body that he cultivated would be too far off. There seemed to be 12 supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace, and they're all taking different paths. There isn't a single supremacy who is a body-tempering cultivator. In the Saint Spirit domain, once a body-tempering cultivator becomes a supremacy or a heaven god, he's quite popular. Lin Fei continued to read the Shadow Palace's handbook. 10 years later, during the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment, my physique will advance to 2nd Order Heavenly God Realm. This kind of cultivation speed isn't slow. Lin Fei began to plan. My heaven-defying 12 layers should be a top-notch Heavenly God Realm body-tempering cultivator cultivation technique. I think I should hide this technique, and learn another body-tempering cultivation technique to conceal it. That way, no one will suspect me. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of others robbing him, the Saint Spirit world was different from the ancient wasteland world. It was better to be safe than sorry. The Dark Shadow Palace's library should be very big. I can scan through the Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques. At that time, I'll know what level my heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body is at. When Lin Fei arrived, he had already made up his mind. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the more dazzling one's performance was, the more attention one would receive. Lin Fei did not forget Heavenly God Yang Zhan's words. It seemed that in this batch of personal disciples, each of them had a powerful background, and there were even a few with shocking talents. The competition would be fierce. Before going to the library, I should refine the God Origin Sand and push heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body to the 7th layer. Lin Fei took out the God Origin Sand. This was a type of purplish gold sand, and each grain was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Only a body-tempering expert like Lin Fei could easily hold it in his hands. If it was a heaven god expert, they would have long been exhausted. Refine. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. The purplish gold God Origin Sand turned into liquid and merged with his flesh and blood. He originally thought that the God Origin Sand would be easy to refine, but Lin Fei underestimated its power. It took a full 5 years to completely refine 100 kilograms of God Origin Sand. At the moment when it was completely refined, Lin Fei's body entered the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. The heavy aura on Lin Fei's body surged. Heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body has finally entered the 7th layer. When he was in the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, Lin Fei's heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body could already break through to the 7th layer. He just lacked the necessary materials. I am now in the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. When the time comes, I will choose a heaven god body tempering technique in the library and smoothly enter the 2nd layer of the heaven god realm. No one will doubt me. Lin Fei could feel the strength of the 7th layer of heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body. Every single cell in his body was ridiculously strong. At the same time, he also had powerful regenerative abilities. 5 years later, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Ever since Lin Fei took up residence in the mountain, he rarely left the mountain. As such, he became the one with the lowest influence among this batch of personal disciples. Almost no one knew of Lin Fei's name, unlike the other personal disciples who displayed their prowess and performed dazzlingly. After leaving the mountain, Lin Fei headed straight for the library of the Dark Shadow Palace. The library of the Dark Shadow Palace was located on a mountain peak. The top and bottom of the mountain peak were shrouded by a large formation. Lin Fei took out his identity token and the token opened up a shield, protecting Lin Fei as he entered the mountain peak. No wonder Elder Yang Zhan said that it's impossible to enter the City of Shadows without an identity token. Outsiders who enter the formation will die without a doubt. Walking inside the formation, Lin Fei felt the danger of death. This was the first time he felt the threat of death from the formation. This unknown formation can easily kill cultivators below 8th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was indeed a terrifying danger. After successfully upgrading his physique, Lin Fei's physical strength was roughly equivalent to an 8th order heavenly god realm. To be able to make Lin Fei feel the aura of death, this formation was truly extraordinary awe. The library was located halfway up the mountain peak. At the entrance, Lin Fei saw an old man lying lazily on a chair. Right at this time, the old man's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Fei. Goosebumps rose all over Lin Fei's body, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. High Lord, this is a High Lord Master. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to run into a High Lord Master on his first visit. The Dark Shadow Palace's inner city was truly filled with experts' awe. Dark Shadow Palace personal disciple Lin Fei, here to pick a cultivation technique. This is my identity token. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said. Oh. The old man retracted his gaze, so you're that Lin Fei? Ah. This disciple is indeed Lin Fei. Lin Fei answered. You may enter now. The old man waved his hand. According to the rules, you can pick a 9th stage Saint Spirit Realm killing technique, a complete shadow clone, and a heavenly god body tempering school cultivation technique. This disciple understands. Chapter 2790. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Dark Shadow Palace's strength. An 8th order heavenly god realm venerable lord was really generous awe. Coupled with the array outside, not many people dared to sneak into the Dark Shadow Palace's library. Little devil, will I be discovered when I scan the cultivation techniques here? Lin Fei contacted the little devil. With a venerable lord guarding outside, Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace's cultivation techniques could perfect his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique. Lin Fei was not willing to miss such a good opportunity. The next time he came to the library, he would need contribution points. Without contribution points, his personal disciple identity was useless. Master, don't worry. That person outside is very strong, but the system is not to be trifled with. Master only needs to pretend to pick out the cultivation techniques. Leave the rest to me. The little devil said nonchalantly. Lin Fei trusted the little devil. The Dark Shadow Palace's library was huge. Every cultivation technique was sealed by a restriction. Looking at the huge library, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the real library awe. Lin Fei took a deep breath. If the little devil could copy all the cultivation techniques, his prideful Heaven 12th layer super physique would become even more perfect. Since the little devil said it was fine, Lin Fei did not disturb him. 9th level Saint Soul stage secret technique, I'll choose one with a stronger attack. This was something Lin Fei had already thought of. 9th level Saint Soul stage secret technique, he would choose one with a stronger attack. As for life-saving methods, the Darkness Doppelganger was undoubtedly the best method to protect one's life. Could he learn it? That was simple. The library's classification of cultivation techniques was very clear. Following the instructions, Lin Fei found the corresponding secret technique. So young, but his heart is quite big ah. Finding a powerful secret technique, whether he can master it or not is another matter. If he doesn't master it, he might end up empty-handed. The old man shook his head, not saying another word. He was biting off more than he could chew. Although he could learn the 9th level Sacred Spirit's secret technique, it was uncertain when he would be able to learn it. The Dark Shadow Palace's Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique killing moves were numerous. 90% of them were related to Emperor intent. It was rare to see a secret technique killing move that matched Lin Fei's body tempering style. After all, most of the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit domain cultivated the Emperor intent. They had the most secret arts and killing moves in this area, and there were relatively few in the body tempering style. Lin Fei was very disappointed as he watched. Many of the killer moves were not as powerful as his own. Lin Fei guessed that most of these secret killing techniques of the body transformation school were found on the bodies of enemies, and finally placed in the library for disciples to practice. This could also explain why there was such a huge difference in power. The potential of a body tempering cultivator is limitless. If you want to reach that day, this path is much more difficult than that of an ordinary person. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. He still had to choose his body tempering Saint Spirit's secret art killer move. Lin Fei didn't believe that he would be able to find a suitable one for himself. It didn't matter if it wasn't powerful enough. In any case, he wasn't counting on it to kill enemies. This seems to be suitable for me. In a corner of the library, Lin Fei really found a body tempering style killer move. It seemed to be quite powerful. Sealing Soul Severing Palm, a Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move. This move was similar to Lin Fei's, picking the stars and moon. The only difference was that the power of this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering style killer move required a strong physical body to perform. Once it was performed, its power was extraordinary. It could seal space and involved a deeper level of use of the body tempering style's power. Lin Fei was very interested. The greatest limitation of this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art is the physical body. Given my physical body, I can easily learn it without any problems. Lin Fei decided to choose this Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art killer move. Foolish guy, overestimating himself too much. Sealing Soul Severing Palm is not an ordinary Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage requires a 3rd order Heavenly God realm physique, the second stage requires a 6th order Heavenly God realm physique, and the third stage requires a 9th order Heavenly God realm physique. So far, only one person from the Dark Shadow Palace has reached the 3rd stage, the rest are stuck at the 1st stage. The old man harumphed. It's indeed powerful, but not everyone can learn it. For a body tempering style cultivator, it was difficult to advance each stage. Little did Lin Fei know that in the old man's eyes, he had become a fool who overestimated himself. With a Sacred Soul Level 9 body tempering secret art, Lin Fei began to choose a body tempering style cultivation technique. Only 6th order Heavenly God realm, no. 7th order Heavenly God realm, no. 8th order Heavenly God realm, no. Top 9th order Heavenly God realm, not bad. One after another, Lin Fei gave up on the body tempering style cultivation techniques. Lin Fei was even more disappointed when it came to the body tempering style cultivation techniques. No matter how hard he tried, there were only 5 techniques that could help him reach 9th order Heavenly God realm, and none of them were top grade. Lin Fei reluctantly chose a Heavenly God realm physique cultivation technique called the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique. It could help him reach 9th order Heavenly God realm as a disguise. The last one is the Shadow Doppelganger. This was what Lin Fei really wanted. It was the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation technique. Even though it was only the first 5 stages, Lin Fei was already satisfied. According to rumors, the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples and elders needed a large amount of contribution points to exchange for this Shadow Doppelganger. Obtaining the first 5 stages of the Shadow Palace's cultivation technique in one go was definitely a good deal for Lin Fei. Unfortunately, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique could not be taught to outsiders. When copying it, one would have to make a vow that only one person could learn it. Young man, don't be so magnanimous. When Lin Fei walked out of the library, he heard the old man's words, and he couldn't help but grin inwardly. I knew that great lord would keep an eye on me. Luckily, I didn't do anything out of line. I wonder if the little devil managed to copy it. Lin Fei said seriously. Disciple understands. The old man fell silent. In his eyes, this Lin Fei's achievements were limited. Back at his own mountain peak, Lin Fei set up a formation to conceal everything. Little devil, did you succeed? The little devil said proudly. Of course I succeeded. It's just that I didn't manage to copy the Dark Shadow Palace's top-grade cultivation technique. There's a hierarch's will on them, so I can't touch them. As for the rest, I copied them all, a total of 1,000,000 copies. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. So many. Lin Fei had thought that it would be around a few 100,000 copies, but it was far more than what he had imagined. That's great. Proud Heaven 12th layer will be even more perfect. Lin Fei couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Although I didn't get a powerful cultivation technique, 1,000,000 copies will definitely make the Proud Heaven 12th layer overlord body reborn. That's for sure. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei prepared a lot of Emperor Will crystals and gave them to the system to calculate and analyze. There are still 5 years left before the Dark Shadow Palace's disciple assessment. I can also start cultivating. There were less than 5 years left. Lin Fei began to move. First, he cultivated the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body Tempering Cultivation Technique. According to the records, this cultivation technique came from a certain country in the Saint Spirit domain. The cultivation of the divine body is indeed complicated. Lin Fei was a little helpless. It actually requires all kinds of materials. This is a bit big. If one didn't have a certain amount of wealth, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 2791. The Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique was divided into 9 stages, each representing a realm. Using Aotian to simulate the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Physique, Lin Fei was very satisfied. It was exactly the same, and there was a faint dragon might around him. Lin Fei had simulated the 3rd stage, a 3rd-order heavenly god realm physique. In Lin Fei's opinion, the materials needed for the first 3 stages weren't that hard to buy. Lin Fei went out a few times. No one would pay attention to a personal disciple, especially when Lin Fei was the most inconspicuous one. Cultivating a physical body cultivation technique was easy. Lin Fei had also grasped the soul-severing seal, a 9th-level Saint soul-killing technique. I was worried that using the 9th-level Saint soul-killing technique at this realm would be a little scary. Luckily, this is a physical body cultivation technique, so everyone won't be too surprised. After all, this is only the 1st stage. In truth, Lin Fei had already grasped the first 2 stages of the soul-severing seal. The hardest to cultivate was the Shadow Clone, the top cultivation technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. There were a total of 10 stages to the doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace, and each stage could produce a doppelganger. The doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace was similar to the doppelganger art. One had to be cultivated by oneself, while the other could be cultivated directly. The aura of the doppelganger would be exactly the same, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Other than that, the doppelganger of Dark Shadow could travel in the dark world, catching people off guard. The difficulty of each stage wasn't low. So far, the only one who could cultivate the doppelganger of Dark Shadow to the 10th stage was Hierarch Dark Shadow. 10 doppelgangers, combined with the main body, had terrifying battle power. Lin Fei could cultivate the first 5 stages, which meant that he could produce 5 doppelgangers. In these 5 years, other than a small amount of time spent on cultivation and secret techniques, Lin Fei spent most of his time comprehending the doppelganger of Dark Shadow. Even with the help of the system, it shortened the time. So far, Lin Fei had only cultivated 1 doppelganger of Dark Shadow Palace. He had cultivated a darkness clone in less than 5 years. If news of this spread in the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely be explosive. Normally, it would take 1,000 years to cultivate a dark doppelganger, and this was already the fastest. In 5 years, the dark clone's growth could no longer be described as monstrous. Lin Fei did not intend to reveal the dark doppelganger. That was a killing move. Come to the Dark Shadow Palace, direct disciples. A loud and clear voice rang in Lin Fei's ears while he was still meditating. Lin Fei stopped his meditation. 10 years really flies by. It's time for the direct disciple assessment again. Lin Fei stood up and left the mountain peak. He saw people continuously appearing on the various peaks, flying towards the Dark Shadow Palace. Dark Shadow Palace. Elder Su, you've come. Why didn't such a good thing come? It happens once in 100 years. I heard that among the direct disciples this time, there are many talented fellows. Our Dark Shadow Palace has another batch of fresh blood. Each generation is stronger than the last. I wonder who will be able to become the Supremacy's disciple this time. One by one, the heavenly god elders arrived at the Dark Shadow Palace. If there was nothing important, the heavenly god elders rarely appeared together. The heavenly god elders had always been very enthusiastic about the direct disciple assessment that happened once every 100 years. Every time the heavenly god elders encountered a satisfactory direct disciple, they would fight to snatch the disciple they wanted to inherit their lifetime's knowledge. The status of a direct disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace was still very high. Especially after they had a master, it was equivalent to having a huge backer. Fatty Yang, I heard that one of your disciples killed a demon recently and became famous in the Saint Spirit domain. Heavenly God Yang Zhan appeared with a smile. Some heavenly god elders came to flatter him. Recently, one of heavenly god Yang Zhan's disciples had killed a demon in the Saint Spirit domain. He was very proud. Brother Luo Xian, you're quite lucky. You've actually been assigned to oversee a nation. Heavenly God Yang Zhan said with a smile the moment Luo Xian arrived. Luo Xian was all smiles. It's all right. The heavenly god elders of the Dark Shadow Palace loved to go to the thousands of nations that the Dark Shadow Palace controlled. You're not the same. That disciple of yours killed a demon. Heavenly God Luo Xian said respectfully. Ha ha ha. The two laughed. How has that Lin Fei been lately? Do you know? It was all thanks to Lin Fei that heavenly god Luo Xian was able to oversee a nation in one go. Since this was his first time out, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Fei. Heavenly god Yang Zhan said, that fellow Daoist Lin Fei of yours is really interesting. In the past 10 years, he hasn't gone out much. His group doesn't even know who Lin Fei is. He's so low-key. Ah. Luo Xian was startled. The other personal disciples have been going around and visiting their senior apprentice brothers. Their performances have been quite dazzling. That Lin Fei is simply too low-key. If I hadn't personally brought him in, I probably would have forgotten about him. Heavenly God Yang Zhan shook his head. The personal disciple trial is about to begin. If he works hard during the next 10 years, he might be accepted by a decent Empyrean god, but if, Luo Xian understood what he meant. 10 years was the most important thing for a personal disciple. If they could use their connections to get word to an Empyrean god elder or even an exalt, they might have a good impression of them. If they performed well in the future, they might even be able to catch their eye, allowing them to ascend to the heavens. A good master was extremely important. Perhaps he's training hard. Luo Xian didn't know what to say. They're here. Someone suddenly said. A streak of golden light appeared off in the distance. It was like a blazing sun, and it was the first to appear in the Dark Shadow Palace. So it's him. Elder Alcade's eldest son, Empyrean god Coldthrust. The Jingguang dissipated, and a handsome young man appeared. He was fair and clean, but he was already an Empyrean god. Behind him stood a Empyrean god elder. Another one has arrived. He's known as Skyless. He's very powerful, and he's extremely domineering. One personal disciple after another appeared. During the past 10 years, they had done their best to display their strength. As soon as they appeared, quite a few Empyrean god elders recognized them. This was exactly what they needed. If they could leave a good impression in the eyes of the Empyrean gods, they might even be able to catch their eye. Another one has arrived. A boundlessly powerful aura charged in from outside. A black wind howled, and ghostly wails could be heard as a muscular figure appeared within the palace. Quite a few personal disciples were unable to dodge in time and were sent flying by the black wind. Their faces were filled with rage. This person is so domineering. Chapter 2792. Dark Shadow Great Hall. The personal disciple assessment and the Heavenly God Realm Elders disciple selection together was a major event in the Dark Shadow Palace. This Hegemon King's personal disciple is really not bad. A third-order Heavenly God Realm physical body, cultivating the Emperor's heart energy at the same time, his future is limitless. A Heavenly God Realm Elder laughed, full of admiration. The moment this Heavenly God Realm Elder spoke, the other Heavenly God Realm Elders also began to flatter him. The fifth Elder has spoken, that brat has a chance. I heard it has been a long time since the fifth Elder personally praised a personal disciple. Being able to enter the fifth Elder's tutelage is also a blessing. Within the Dark Shadow Palace, the Heavenly God Realm Elders were divided into upper and lower ranks. An elder like Luo Xian was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Unless he had endured for hundreds of millions of years, no one would take him seriously, or he had broken through to 7th order Heavenly God Realm and above. Then there were the elders who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. They had enough influence to accept disciples every time. Although they might not be the best personal disciple, they were still personal disciples. The last type of elders were the 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. These 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders held great authority. Other than the High Lord, the Dark Shadow Palace was ruled by these 10 Heavenly God Realm Elders. Among the Heavenly God Realm Elders, the highest was the first Elder, and the lowest was the 10th Elder. What an honor it was for the 5th Elder to speak up. Entering the 5th Elder's tutelage meant that one's status was higher than the other Heavenly God Realm Elders. A third-order Heavenly God Realm Hegemon King's personal disciple exuded a domineering aura, causing some Heavenly God Realm Elders' eyes to light up. Following the 5th Elder's words, all of them shut their mouths. Every time a Heavenly God Realm Elder selected a disciple, if there was no elder with a high status, no one would compete with you. However, once someone did, you basically had no chance at all. The 5th Elder's chances of recruiting the Hegemon King as his personal disciple were higher than anyone else. Hegemon King, you've got guts, you dare to touch my people? Outside the palace, holy lights suddenly shone resplendently, and a pure and holy aura surged over. A great sun appeared in the distance, and holy light shone all the way into the palace. Before the person arrived, his voice reached the hall. Under the great sun stood a silver-armored young man, his entire body as pure and holy as jade. This is the holy son of the great sun nation, the holy son of heaven, a heavenly god elder said. It is rumored that his strength can enter the top 10 of the personal disciples. As soon as the son of heaven arrived, his holy aura shone. Among the direct disciples, those who were slightly weaker all seemed to be enchanted. Their bodies leaned forward slightly as if they were about to prostrate on the ground. This kid is not bad. The 6th elder spoke. He was a very amiable-looking middle-aged man. It's not easy to cultivate a light-type cultivation technique to this level. In the future, it might not be difficult to cultivate Vairocana Mahavirakana. When that time comes, a single phrase from the Buddha will be the merciful arc of salvation. When the Heavenly God Elder heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. To be praised by the 6th Elder, this Elysian son of heaven's future was limitless. Vairocana was a move created by a great supremacy in the Saint Spirit domain a long time ago. It was known as the Saint Spirit Mystic Killer move that was the hardest to block in the world. Under the power of this Vairocana Mahavirakana, everyone would submit to it. They would wholeheartedly do good and forcefully change themselves. Even the Heavenly God Elders did not dare to underestimate such a future expert. Heavenly God Yang Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, many geniuses have appeared in the countries controlled by our Dark Shadow Palace. Even some of the more remote countries have some geniuses. At first, I thought that Lin Fei would be able to enter the top 10, but it looks like it'll be a little difficult. Heavenly God Yang Zhan shook his head. As the person who had recommended Lin Fei, Heavenly God Luo Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw the personal disciples. Each and every one of them had limitless potential. The fifth order Heavenly God Realm Luo Xian didn't even think that he could suppress these people. This is indeed a little troublesome. Heavenly God Luo Xian naturally hoped that Lin Fei could obtain a good result. At that time, he would be able to enter the tutelage of a powerful Heavenly God Elder. In the Dark Shadow Palace, a powerful master could provide a lot of benefits. With enough resources, no matter who it was, they would be able to cultivate extremely quickly. They aren't the strongest yet. Heavenly God Yang Zhan suddenly said. I heard that this time, there's a personal disciple who is truly a dazzling talent. His name is Duguijian, and he has cultivated the heart of the sword. He chose one of the Dark Shadow Palace's top cultivation techniques, the Sword Codex. Within 10 years, he will reach the entry stage of the Sword Codex. Heavenly God Luo Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, right? He's almost at the entry stage of the Sword Codex. I heard that it's one of the few powerful cultivation techniques in the Dark Shadow Palace, but it's too difficult to reach the entry stage. One needs to cultivate the heart of the sword. There's even a rumor that once one reaches the entry stage of the Sword Codex and comprehend the supreme Tao of the sword, the power of each sword strike will be no weaker than a 7th layer Saint Spirit Realm's secret art. Everyone's publicly acknowledged number one among the personal disciples this time. Wang. The Elysian children and the hegemon stared at each other, their eyes blazing with fire. However, with a soft, wang sound, the two of them quickly looked outside the palace, and fear appeared on their faces. Duguijian. The other direct disciples present also subconsciously revealed fearful expressions. Whoosh. Wind blew in from outside. What a sharp cutting aura. The sword chi is intimidating. The Heavenly God Elders were all astonished. This sword chi merged with the wind, and its power was extraordinary, not to mention that it was a personal attack. Our Dark Shadow Palace has taken in an impressive personal disciple this time. The 6th Elder laughed. Just this move alone is enough for him to reach the next level. Ha ha ha, he's the number one among the personal disciples. I heard that Lord Supremacy is very interested in this Duguijian. I'm afraid he's going to take him as his disciple. I also heard that Heavenly Sword Supremacy has come out of seclusion. He's the number one in the Sword Dao of our Dark Shadow Palace. It's rare to have a prodigy in the Sword Dao, and no one can compete with Heavenly Sword Supremacy. The 5th Elder said with a smile. None of the 5 great supremacies are here this year? The 3rd Elder asked. I don't think so. A white-haired old man, the 1st Elder, shook his head. At their level, they won't be disturbed by such trivial matters. In their eyes, great supremacies were the Saint Spirit World's top masters, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Very few people knew of their whereabouts. These elders, if they did not have a certain fortuitous encounter, they would never be able to reach 9th Order Heavenly God Realm in their lifetime. Being able to enter the Supremacy Realm, they were quite satisfied. Chapter 2793. Duguijian's arrival stole everyone's limelight. Just by standing there casually, no one dared to stand there. Sharp sword intent cut through the void. If this was any other world continent, the void would have been torn apart long ago. The Saint Spirit World was a higher-level world, its void was especially sturdy. No matter how the sword intent cut through the void, the other personal disciples were unable to withstand it. The personal disciples that appeared after him all showed off their abilities, but before Duguijian's sword intent, all of them paled in comparison. Lin Fei was considered one of the late arrivals. Lin Fei had never had much interest in being in the limelight. What a sharp sword intent, even though he's gone, there's still a sharp sword intent left in the air. Lin Fei's flying speed was not fast. The sharp sword intent was blocked by the light barrier around his body. This person is probably the strongest among the personal disciples. That sword intent's cutting power is so sharp. After 10,000 years, when his sword intent reaches major completion, just this sword intent alone is enough to kill. Lin Fei fell into contemplation. Lin Fei stepped into the great shadow hall. Powerful auras soared to the sky, akin to ancient heavenly pillars, standing tall between heaven and earth. These should be the heavenly god realm elders. Lin Fei took a look around. Most of them were around 7th order heavenly god realm. He did not see any 8th order heavenly god realm honorable lord masters. Who knows who this is? When Lin Fei entered, everyone was unfamiliar with him. The personal disciples all shook their heads as well, unable to recognize who this personal disciple was. He was extremely unfamiliar to them. I know who he is. He's a material world lord from the Great Thousand World. I think his name is Lin Fei. He was probably brought up here by the newly promoted elder Luo Xian. One of the heavenly god realm elders recalled. Material world lord? He has some ability. The words material world lord caused quite a commotion. Even in the saint spirit domain, the physical domain's master would still make people's eyes light up. He couldn't be killed, and this was a huge advantage. He was 100 times better than those personal disciples who cultivated cloning techniques. Such a material realm master would have a very good advantage in the saint spirit domain. Even if he died, there was no need to worry. At most, he could continue to come here. Formidable martial artists with the doppelganger art were different. Once their true bodies perished, the repercussions would be huge. If they encountered a formidable supremacy martial artist with a powerful sacred spirit-level mystic killing move, it was common for them to instantly kill all the doppelgangers in the sacred spirit domain. Material realm masters were different. A supremacy's ultimate move might not be effective against a material realm lord. Elder Luo Xian, you're quite lucky. I can't believe I met such a talent. I heard that he's a body-tempering master. The elders beside Elder Luo Xian expressed their goodwill to him. Becoming an elder in the Dark Shadow Palace required a certain amount of luck and a certain backing. The position of an elder was very popular. Many people were jealous of Luo Xian's position. When Lin Fei arrived at the Dark Shadow Great Hall, he paid attention to someone. What a powerful sword intent. I'm currently simulating a 3rd order heavenly god realm physical body. But under this sharp sword intent, I actually feel a slight pain. In other words, just the sword intent that he's releasing can pass through my defenses and land on my body. Using proud heaven to simulate the sacred cloud dragon's traversing physique, his physical defense was much weaker. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This time, he had really met his match. Among the heavenly god elders, Lin Fei saw Elder Luo Xian and Elder Yang Zhan. Both of them nodded at him. Lin Fei randomly found a place to stand. Now that he was standing there, he was not far from Dugu's sword. Lin Fei blocked it very easily, which made the eyes of many heavenly god elders light up. To be able to block the sword intent from Dugu's sword, he had some ability. Soon, all the personal disciples had arrived. This time, there were a total of 53 personal disciples present. Among them, the most outstanding were Dugu Yijian, Elysian Sun, Overlord, and a few others. Lord High Lord is here. The first elder's gaze suddenly turned respectful. Above them, in a higher position, 6 figures condensed. All of them were the High Lord's avatars. The moment they appeared, their powerful auras were like a storm, suffocating everyone present. This aura was not released on purpose, but it was released automatically by their powerful bodies. This time, 6 High Lords had come for the personal disciple test, which exceeded the heavenly god elders' expectations. According to the past, the number of High Lords that came each time varied. Sometimes, 5 or 6 would come, and sometimes, 2 or 3 would come. It all depended on whether the High Lords had the time or not. To them, accepting a personal disciple was something that did not matter. If the High Lord did not come, then the heavenly god elders would be the ones to divide the personal disciples. This time, there were 6 High Lords. Everyone knew that they valued talent and placed great importance on this assessment. 6 High Lords. Elder Yang Zhan was shocked. It's going to be lively this time. Elder Luo Xian rarely had the chance to meet a High Lord, and it was even rarer for 6 of them to come at once. Who are they? Elder Luo Xian asked. This was Elder Luo Xian's first time participating in such a grand event. As for accepting a personal disciple, it would be 10,000 years later. Whether or not he could accept one would depend on his luck. Elder Yang Zhan had been an elder for 100,000 years, so he was considered to be very knowledgeable. In the center, the one wearing a scarlet cloak is Zenith High Lord. On his left is the High Lord with 3 eyes. He's called Giant Eyes High Lord, and he's from a foreign race. Don't underestimate his 3rd eye. That eye can release an innate magical power. It's rumored that it has the power of a 10th stage sacred soul and is unstoppable. Elder Yang Zhan whispered, on the right of Zenith High Lord, the one who looks similar to him is Heaven Heart High Lord. Both of them are blood-related and have a telepathic connection. Furthermore, they cultivate a secret technique of the Dark Shadow Palace. Anyone who faces one of them will have to face 2 of them at the same time. It's very difficult to deal with them. In addition, there's the purple-robed female High Lord called Zi Luo High Lord. There's also the one-eyed High Lord who was injured by a great High Lord. He hasn't recovered, so he still has 1 eye. He's called Demon High Lord Mental Demon. He's good at creating illusions and is also a powerful High Lord. The last High Lord with skin like stone is also from a foreign race. He's called Vajra High Lord, and he's best at defense. After Elder Luo Xian heard this, his horizons widened. He finally matched the information in his memory. The Dark Shadow Palace was huge, and there were many experts. Many people had heard of their names in their entire lives, but they had never seen them. The identity of a High Lord was not something they could meet. The appearance of the 6 High Lords caused a huge commotion that far exceeded the previous few times. Chapter 2794. When the 6 supremacies arrived, the heavenly god elders looked at one of the supremacies, Supremacy Firmament. Zenith's supremacy had the most seniority. He had been a High Lord for tens of millions of years. It was rumored that this supremacy had a chance of becoming a great supremacy. Perhaps it would happen in 10 million years, and the Dark Shadow Palace would have another great supremacy. 53 personal disciples, you've done well. Zenith's supremacy's voice was loud and clear. Since everyone is here, let's start the legacy disciple assessment. I'm sure they're all anxious. Understood. A heavenly god elder took out a black medallion. After activating it, the massive Dark Shadow Palace began to fold up, revealing a black arena in the center of the Dark Shadow Palace. As the new batch of direct disciples, you are all geniuses from various countries. Some of you are even geniuses from the Great Thousand Domains. Next, you will face a devil battle. The Divine Elder introduced with a smile. Perhaps some people already know the meaning of the demon war, but there are also some who don't. In that case, this elder will explain to you all what the demon war is. As the name suggests, the demon war is a huge battle between you and the demons of the Saint Spirit domain. As you all know, the Saint Spirit domain is huge. In the vast Saint Spirit domain, there are the infamous 6 great demon empires. In the devil country, there were big and small devils. They waged war and plundered the lives of billions of living beings to cultivate their techniques. Next, you need to kill the demons. Their strength will be completely unleashed. Your goal is to kill them. Remember, you can't kill them. They will kill you and gain their freedom. Elder Tianqian's words were very serious. There were many countries in the Saint Spirit domain. Among them, there were 6 demon kingdoms in total. Every demon kingdom would give birth to big and small demons. No one knew where they came from, but every demon's goal was to destroy. Once they conquered a kingdom, they would destroy and enslave it. In the Saint Spirit domain, the impact was very bad. However, no one could destroy the devil ancestors' 6 kingdoms because they had a godly venerable rank powerhouse guarding them. At the same time, they had a large number of demon generals under their command. He continued to wreak havoc on the Saint Spirit domain. Hence, the Saint Spirit Domain's heaven god martial artists would join forces to kill the devils once they discovered that the devils from the Devil Empire had appeared in the outside world and were harming the lives of mortals. There were also some sects that would seal the devil's powers after capturing them and use them as a form of training for their disciples. It was the same for the Dark Shadow Palace. The test for personal disciples was to kill demons. Demon. Lin Fei immediately searched for information about the demon. There were millions of cultivation technique manuals in the library pavilion. Some of them were diaries about the Saint Spirit Domain, which recorded all sorts of things. Coincidentally, this was related to the demon motherland. According to the records, there were a total of 6 devil motherlands, and each of them controlled one of the Saint Spirit world's 5 great continents, which was the most remote one. Each devil motherland had a great sovereign lord guarding it, but this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that there was a 10th order heavenly god realm hierarch guarding it. This hierarch of the devil motherland had used some unknown method to cultivate a lost cultivation technique of the devil motherland. He had connected himself with the great continent and formed a unique existence. As long as this hierarch of the devil motherland could not leave the great continent, his strength would plummet and he would die without a doubt. This was also the devil motherland's biggest backer. Lin Fei's interest was aroused. He had never seen a demon before. Whoosh! A golden shield appeared on the stage. A brawny man with a curved horn on his head was teleported to the stage. He was the demon that everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain feared. The moment this demon appeared, his ferocious eyes shot out a murderous glint. The demonic flames behind him surged into the sky and continuously attacked the golden shield. Then, the flames turned into a black cloak on the brawny man's back. *stars from the Dark Shadow Palace, I'll kill all of you one day. The strong man with the curved horn roared, causing ripples to form on the golden shield. A heavenly god realm elder stepped forward. This demon is a famous demon from the devil motherland, the Black Horn Demon. Your next test is to persevere. Whoever can last the longest against him will be the most outstanding. Whoever can kill the Black Horn Demon will receive 200,000 contribution points. Many heavenly god realm elders were slightly stunned when they heard this. This time's test was different from the previous ones. It sounded easy, but the difficulty was much higher. It was a test of everyone's combat ability. So, it's the Black Horn Demon. He's quite famous. Rumor has it that he massacred an entire country, with billions of people, just to refine an evil Holy Spirit's secret art. The Black Horn Demon has the strength of a 5th-order heavenly god realm, stronger than all the personal disciples present. This is also good. This can test the personal disciple's true strength. At the critical moment of life and death, he won't hold anything back. This is a better way to judge a person's potential. The demon is most proficient in physical defense, and he likes close combat. There's going to be a good show to watch. The heavenly god realm elders were excited. Especially this time, among the 53 personal disciples, there were some with outstanding talent, and their true strength could be seen. All of you can attack with your full strength. The heavenly god realm elder added, there's no need to worry about being killed, there are venerable lords here, they can control the great shadow hall to revive you. The personal disciples' eyes lit up. They were all 1st-order heavenly god realm to 3rd-order heavenly god realm, each and every one of them was powerful. Even so, they could still feel the terrifying aura of danger coming from the Black Horn Demon. This was just a little demon from the devil country. If it was an 8th-order heavenly god realm archdevil, then that would be the real terror. Who wants to go first? The heavenly god realm elder looked at the 53 personal disciples. The 53 personal disciples looked at each other, but no one dared to make the first move, especially those few who were looking at each other. Just a little demon, I'll go first. The hegemon laughed loudly, causing the void to tremble. He was about to step onto the battle stage. The Black Horn Demon is mine. Crash. The Elysian Heavenly Prince's holy light shone, blocking the hegemon's path. Scram. The hegemon took a step forward, his voice akin to thunder, shaking the holy light. After a few moments, the holy light shattered. Both of them were fighting to be the first to step onto the stage. There's no need to fight, this first one is mine. From Dugu Yijian's bright eyes, two sword intents shot out, slashing at the Elysian Heavenly Prince and the hegemon. The two sword intents forced the two disciples to retreat with solemn expressions. Chapter 2795. Dugu Yijian calmly ascended the arena. The two strongest personal disciples, the Overlord and the Elysian Sun, had no choice but to make way for Dugu Yijian. This is the supreme sword intent of the swordplay manual. It's a path of indestructible destruction. The scarlet-cloaked Zenith's supremacy laughed. His eyes brightened. I didn't waste my time coming here. The large-eyed supremacy on the left was expressionless. He wore this expression every day, making him seem cold. Brother Zenith, you're going to accept Dugu Yijian as your disciple. Congratulations. Zenith's supremacy had a great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was a veteran among the supremacies, and he could even survive a fight with a great supremacy. Everyone respected him a lot. Congratulations, Brother Zenith. Dugu Yijian has grasped the basics of the swordplay manual. As long as he has a powerful heavenly divine weapon, his strength will soar. I wanted to compete with him, but since Brother Zenith has spoken, let's forget about it. The five supremacies laughed and chatted, giving up on the idea of accepting Dugu Yijian as their personal disciple. Die, people of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Blackhorn Demon launched an attack as soon as Dugu Yijian entered the arena. Thunder roared, and the whole arena was filled with terrifying ripples of energy. It was like a raging sea, and it surged forward wave after wave. If one couldn't hold on, one would be torn to shreds. This is the sound wave attack that the Blackhorn Demon specializes in. A close-range attack is coming. The Blackhorn Demon had rich combat experience. With a roar, the sound wave attack hit the vanguard. He split into 3 clones, which were distributed in 4 positions around Dugu Yijian, and attacked together. Whoosh! Whoosh! A crescent moon-like blade aura slashed across the sky. When the sound wave attack came, Dugu Yijian lightly stomped his feet. Sword energy formed a shield around his body. His expression was cold. Die! 2 sword lights, one black and one white, shot out from his eyes. They appeared one after the other. Yin-yang kill. The 2 sword lights formed a pattern and slashed at the Blackhorn Demon. This is the first killing move of the swordplay manual. Zenith's supremacy laughed. What a genius. When the other supremacies saw this, they also admitted that Dugu Yijian was powerful. He had grasped the first killing move of the sword mantra, the fusion of 2 types of energy. With the increase in power, dealing with a 5th-order heavenly god realm Blackhorn Devil wasn't too difficult, especially since the Blackhorn Devil didn't have any protective treasures. The Tyrant King and the Elysian Sun looked solemn. The power of that sword strike surpassed the strength of a 5th-order heavenly god realm, even they wouldn't be able to block it easily. Dugu Yijian came down from the arena and stood quietly on the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the arena, the Blackhorn Demon King's body was reconstructed once again. He still wore the expression of someone who had died. Blackhorn Demon, you are very disappointing. If you die a few more times, you will really be finished. A faint voice fell into the Blackhorn Demon Head's ears. The Blackhorn Demon Head's eyes turned red. This is unfair. I've lost my weapons and treasures, and I only have less than 50% of my usual fighting prowess. If you have the ability, return my weapons and treasures to me. Watch how I kill them. This is our rule. You should wait and see how to deal with the second one. Lin Fei recognized that sword strike. A killing move from the sword cannon. This person is really suitable to learn the sword. He was born to wield a sword. Even though the Blackhorn Demon King's strength was greatly reduced, he still managed to kill him with a single strike. He has a lot of potential. In 100,000 years, he might become a venerable lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was a good opponent. As Dugu Yijian descended, the Tyrant King, the Elysian Sun, and even the others dodged. The Tyrant King stepped up. Blackhorn Demon Head, die. The Tyrant King was displeased that Dugu Yijian had stolen his thunder. The Blackhorn Demon Head was unlucky. Boom! Boom! The roars became louder. War God Fist. A terrifying phantom appeared behind the Tyrant King, suppressing the Blackhorn Demon Head on the spot. The Tyrant King's speed and strength soared, and a punch landed on the Blackhorn Demon Head's body. The Blackhorn Demon Head was sent flying, and his body exploded in midair. What a good Tyrant King! He condensed the War God's phantom so quickly and increased his strength. Heavenly Heart laughed. The third person to step up was the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was even more straightforward. After stepping up, he summoned the Lord. One was a demon, and the other was a Buddha. Naturally, the demon was unlucky. Under the illumination of the holy light, the Blackhorn Demon Head's strength was suppressed to the lowest level, and he had almost no chance to retaliate. He was suppressed by the Elysian Sun all the way, and his body continuously emitted smoke. He was in a sorry state. Finally, the Elysian Sun used the holy light cross-slash and killed the Blackhorn Demon Head. The first three personal disciples all displayed impressive strength. They attacked ferociously the moment they stepped up, suppressing the Blackhorn Demon Head all the way. The Blackhorn Demon Head was extremely unlucky. After the fourth personal disciple stepped up, the Blackhorn Demon Head wasn't so unlucky, and he was finally able to display his skills. He used a tyrannical saber technique, and he used a tyrannical and vicious technique. The Blackhorn Demon Head's powerful recovery ability also made the Blackhorn Demon Head perform even more crazily and violently. The fourth personal disciple spent some time and barely managed to defeat the Blackhorn Demon Head. To the heavenly god elders watching from the side, defeating the Blackhorn Demon Head was already pretty good. After all, there was a certain gap between their strength. However, being able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level meant that the Blackhorn Demon Head was very powerful. A protodisciple like Dugu Yijian would only appear a few times in 100 years. But this time, a total of 3 had appeared, which could be considered as a very rare occurrence. Indeed, the next personal disciples were much weaker overall. Some of them were killed by the Blackhorn Demon Head the moment they stepped up. They couldn't even block a single attack from the Blackhorn Demon Head. Of the 53 personal disciples, other than the first few who performed amazingly, the rest were not worth mentioning. They also lasted for different amounts of time. In the end, they were all killed by the Blackhorn Demon Head. This was also a kind of training for the personal disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Blackhorn Demon Head was just a small demon in the demon country, not a big demon. If he encountered a demon venerable or a great demon venerable, that would be terrifying. If he couldn't even deal with a small demon, how could he fight a big demon or even a more powerful demon venerable? It's finally Lin Fei's turn. Elder Luo Xian said, but he still had a worried look on his face. His previous performances were too outstanding. Why is this guy the last to fight? Elder Yang Zhan narrowed his eyes. You can't say that. This is also a kind of technique. Dugu Yijian and the rest have performed outstandingly. If they had followed behind, they would have been overshadowed. But if they were the last to fight, it would be different. That's true. The Sky God elders didn't pay much attention to Lin Fei's ascension to the arena. Of the dozens of personal disciples before him, only a few had performed outstandingly. This made the Sky God elders shake their heads. They weren't too interested in Lin Fei, who was the last to fight. I heard that this is the physical realm master. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering cultivator. This is much more difficult than the other path. Zenith's Supremacy shook his head. Everyone knew that a body-tempering cultivator was a body-tempering cultivator, but this path was difficult to cultivate. He's making his move. The Blackhorn Demon Head pounced forward, and 2 crescent blade auras slashed down. Lin Fei was very calm. He extended his right hand, and a faint bubble could be seen on his right hand. He struck down with his palm. Chapter 2796. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, none of the heavenly god elders felt that he would do better than the other direct disciples. The black-horned devil lord was a little devil, merely a fifth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. However, in the saint spirit world, the black-horned devil lord's influence was quite great. None of the heavenly god realm cultivators in the same realm could subdue him. The big and small demons from the demon nation were not to be trifled with. Even the previous direct disciples could not kill the black-horned demon. This Lin Fei, whose background was not simple, would probably be the same. It would be difficult for him to last for too long. The black-horned demon's speed is top-notch. It's a little too late for him to make a move when he's already closed in. A heavenly god elder shook his head. The big and small demons of the demon nation are most proficient in speed. When encountering a demon, one must defend against the other party's speed. This Lin Fei will probably only last for a few breaths. Lin Fei's reaction speed was much slower. However, as Lin Fei struck down with his palm, the 6 high lords were shocked. The 6 supreme lords were moved, recognizing it. After Lin Fei struck, a huge bubble enveloped the black-horned demon. At the same time, the 2 crescent blade lights were sucked into it. The blade lights landed on the bubble, but it produced a huge elasticity and did not break. Die! Lin Fei shouted. The huge bubble exploded in front of everyone, and the black-horned demon inside was killed by the bubble's power. He actually killed the black-horned demon. What move was that just now? Why haven't I seen it before? The heavenly god elders looked at each other, dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fei's attack, and they had no impression of it. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Good lad, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a talent. Zenith High Lord said with a smile. What a good move, sealing soul severing palm. I haven't seen this 9th level sacred soul secret technique killer move in a long time. Only a few people in the entire Dark Shadow Palace know how to use it. Naturally, no one has any impression of it. This time, Zenith's supremacy didn't muffle the sound and directly released it. This time, the Divine Elder heard it clearly. Everyone had a blank look on their faces. After a brief moment of confusion, someone remembered. This is the sealing soul severing palm. I've heard that one needs a 3rd-order heavenly god realm physique to learn it. A heavenly god realm elder reacted, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. It's said that once you reach the 3rd stage of this Saint Soul level 9 secret technique, its power will be extremely powerful. What an eye-opener. In front of that bubble, Elder Tianxian also felt a trace of pressure. If one could cultivate this sacred spirit 9th level secret art of the body transformation school to the large success stage, that would be extremely good. However, it was usually very difficult. One might be able to reach the entry stage, but reaching the large success stage was too difficult. All along, the number of heavenly god powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace who specialized in the body-tempering sacred spirit secret skill killing move could be counted on one hand. It was too difficult. It would take a lot of time and resources. Forget it. This kid seems to be cultivating the sacred cloud dragon physique. Judging from his aura, he should have cultivated it to the 3rd stage, which is a 3rd-order heavenly god realm physique. The heavenly god realm elder's eyes lit up. Being able to kill the black-horned devil in one move, he could be ranked in the top 5 among the 53 personal disciples. The sealing soul severing palm can be cultivated to the entry stage at such a young age. If he does well, he might be able to cultivate it to the 2nd stage in the future. At that time, he will be able to make a name for himself. High Lord Zenith laughed. Lin Fei's performance only surprised them a little. Only someone who had reached the large success stage of the body tempering school was worthy of their attention. The current Lin Fei was still far from that level. Even though he had entered the entry stage, compared to Duguijian, the Overlord, and the Elysian children, his potential wasn't that great. Duguijian only glanced at Lin Fei and didn't pay any more attention to him. There was a limit to the potential of a body-tempering school cultivator. Now, they seemed to have boundless potential and could kill a 5th-order heavenly god realm blackhorn devil. After 100,000 years, any one of them would be stronger than Lin Fei. It would be very, very difficult for Lin Fei to catch up to them. Soon, their gazes landed on the High Lords. The most exciting moment had arrived. Among the 53 personal disciples, who would be lucky enough to enter the High Lord's tutelage, everyone was waiting anxiously. However, there were also a few who were very calm. For example, Duguijian, who had entered the High Lord's zenith realm with his sword technique. No matter which High Lord it was, they would be very pleased. Duguijian, you can enter my tutelage. High Lord Zenith Realm smiled at Duguijian. As long as Duguijian agreed, he would immediately become High Lord Zenith Realm Elder's personal disciple and truly have the backing of a High Lord or Heavenly God. I'm willing. Duguijian actually wanted to enter the High Lord's tutelage. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords had no interest in accepting disciples and rarely showed themselves. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder was a veteran Heavenly God in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had deep influence in the palace and was on good terms with several High Lords. There were even rumors that High Lord Zenith Realm Elder might advance to Great Lord within 1,000,000 years. Duguijian agreed. Ha ha ha. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder laughed. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Duguijian was brought away. High Lord Skyheart looked at the Elysian Heavenly Son. Elysian Heavenly Son, are you willing to enter my tutelage? Yes. The Elysian Heavenly Son left with High Lord Skyheart. High Lord Giant Eyes chose the hegemon. He had a deep understanding of energy and was very suitable for the hegemon to cultivate. It was also convenient to teach the hegemon. The first 3 disciples were chosen. Many High Lords were envious, but they couldn't compete. A High Lord could choose a disciple, and a disciple could choose a personal disciple. The personal disciples were the clearest about what they were good at. Only 5 of the 6 High Lords chose a personal disciple. None of the remaining personal disciples chose a personal disciple, including Lin Fei, who had killed the Blackhorn Demon with 1 palm strike. Lin Fei's potential was limited. Body tempering style cultivation was like a bottomless pit. Even they couldn't afford it. Naturally, none of the High Lords were willing to choose him. What's going on? None of the elders chose Lin Fei. Elder Luo Xian had been worried about Lin Fei. Elder Luo Xian couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Fei after he used the soul-severing sealing hand to kill the Blackhorn Demon. He didn't expect that in the end, no High Lord would choose Lin Fei as a disciple. In the end, even the Heavenly God Realm Elder gave up on Lin Fei. Elder Yang Zhan shook his head and said, Lin Fei's potential is not bad. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering style cultivator. If he wants to cultivate, he will have to spend a lot of effort. Any personal disciple here will surpass Lin Fei in 100,000 years, no, 30,000 to 40,000 years. They would rather choose another personal disciple. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fei will be left alone? Elder Luo Xian had brought Lin Fei here. He naturally didn't want Lin Fei to fail. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he had brought Lin Fei with him. If Lin Fei performed outstandingly, he would also be proud. Very quickly, 52 of the 53 direct disciples were selected. Only Lin Fei was left. There were still Heavenly God Realm Elders, but none of them chose him. They couldn't afford it. Lin Fei was speechless. It turns out that the body tempering style isn't popular. Lin Fei was about to give up. Boom. Chapter 2797. Just when everyone thought they had given up on Lin Fei. Boom. A majestic aura descended from the sky, condensing into a black figure. The Heavenly God Realm Elders in the Dark Shadow Hall staggered under this aura. Great Sovereign. One of the Heavenly God Realm Elders exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the black figure in the Dark Shadow Hall in a daze. The aura exuding from this figure was even stronger than a Great Sovereign. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, only a Great Sovereign had such an aura. This scene was too sudden. A Great Sovereign had descended. No one thought that the Great Sovereign came for Lin Fei, Perhaps he just came to take a look. Great Sovereign. All the heavenly god realm elders respectfully greeted. When the figure completely condensed, it was a tall and sturdy man. Only then did everyone recognize the identity of this great sovereign lord. That's great sovereign Han Tian Ah. There were 5 great sovereigns in the Dark Shadow Palace. 4 of them cultivated the Emperor's heart force, while the last one walked the path of physique cultivation. Compared to the other 4 great sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian rarely appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace. It was said that Great Sovereign Han Tian often went out to search for physique cultivation materials, rarely appearing in the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Sovereign. Lin Fei sensed the majestic aura coming from Great Sovereign Han Tian. This is a physique cultivation master. Lin Fei was most sensitive to this person's aura. This person's physique had reached 9th order heavenly god realm. When everyone recognized Great Sovereign Han Tian, they became even more respectful. It was said that among the 5 great sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian was ranked first, just a step away from becoming a hierarch. It was rare for Great Sovereign Han Tian to come here. It was said that this Great Sovereign Han Tian had no interest in accepting disciples. His disciples were few and far between, and even if there were any, their strength was mediocre. No matter how outstanding they were in the early stages, they were no match for those heavenly god realm masters who cultivated the Emperor's heart force. Little guy, are you willing to enter this father's sect? The burly Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, who exuded a fierce aura, swept his gaze across the crowd and said something that no one had expected. I'm willing. As for those heavenly god elders who cultivated the power of an emperor's heart, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the last great sovereign would come, and it was even a peak great sovereign who cultivated the body transformation path. This backing was not bad. Where do we go? With a wave of his hand, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker unleashed his power and took Lin Fei away. Everything happened too quickly. That brat Lin Fei is really lucky. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He's the strongest of the 5 Grand Monarchs. This luck is really unparalleled. The heavenly god elders were all dumbfounded. In the shortest amount of time possible, they spread the news. Did my eyes deceive me just now? Elder Luo Xian's expression flickered. It seems that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker took Lin Fei as his disciple. Elder Yang Zhan also took a deep breath. You're right. Lin Fei really became Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple. This is really unexpected. Both of them sighed. A Grand Monarch. Even if Lin Fei's strength stagnated in the future, with Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's support, no one in the entire Dark Shadow Palace would dare to find trouble with Lin Fei. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had accepted a disciple. The news spread in an instant. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had not accepted a personal disciple for tens of thousands of years. Among the 5 Grand Monarchs, he was the strongest. However, the strength of his disciples was relatively average. As time passed, no disciple was willing to accept him. When the Dark Shadow Palace's high lords heard the news, they were all shocked. What was going on? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had actually accepted a personal disciple. After a brief shock, the High Lords returned to normal. There was only one body-tempering school Grand Monarch in the Dark Shadow Palace. The proportion of body-tempering school Grand Monarchs in the Dark Shadow Palace was too low. Although Lin Fei's potential was not bad, with his 3rd order heavenly god realm physique and the sealing soul-severing palm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to master the 2nd stage. When Zenith Venerable and the others heard the news, they smiled and did not pay too much attention to it. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple was not very capable. Most of his personal disciples were just coolies. At most, they would take on the identity of a Grand Monarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei was brought to a mountain peak by Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. This mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Layers upon layers of array formations were set up. You're very good. At such a young age, you've already mastered the first stage of the sealing soul-severing palm and the third stage of the sacred cloud dragon physique. Among the body tempering school's experts, you're considered quite good. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker brought Lin Fei to a palace. For us body tempering school experts, cultivation is more difficult than anyone else's. Since you become my disciple, I hope you can work hard. This is my greeting gift to you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker waved his hand and threw out a storage ring. Inside is a set of materials for the fourth stage of the sacred cloud dragon physique, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. If my disciples want to grow stronger, they'll have to rely on themselves. If you need anything, you can trade for it with me. Alright, I'll tell you about the rules of our sect later. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker disappeared from Lin Fei's sight. Lin Fei was speechless. This is a Grand Monarch? The Grand Monarch who became his disciple seems a little too shameless. Lin Fei felt as if he had become the disciple of a fake master. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm your eldest senior brother, Zhongguang. After Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker left, a black-robed middle-aged man walked in from outside the palace. He looked quite old, and the first thing he did was introduce himself. Eldest senior brother. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting and secretly observed this eldest senior brother. A seventh-order heavenly god realm physical body. Other than Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, this eldest senior brother was the only one Lin Fei had seen who had advanced further on the body-tempering path. His surging physical strength continuously stirred the surrounding void. Now that you've become Master's disciple, we're brothers. Chongyang laughed. It has been 10,000 years since Master has accepted a personal disciple. Heavenly God Chongyang was also shocked. He had been cultivating when he received an order from his master that there was a new personal disciple with a third-order heavenly god realm physical body cultivation. He was stunned for a long time. Ah, it can't be, right? Chongyang brought Lin Fei to meet Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's other three personal disciples. This is your second senior apprentice brother Yushir, third senior apprentice brother Tianying, and fourth senior apprentice brother Wenren Jingong. Heavenly God Chongyang introduced, this is your fifth junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei saluted them one by one. Don't you find it strange why there are only 4 personal disciples under Master? Including you, there are only 5. Heavenly God Chongyang's Lil Dong said. Our Master has no interest in teaching disciples, and the body-tempering path is even harder to cultivate. His personal disciples are also few and far between. The other 3 senior apprentice brothers smiled wryly. All 3 of them were at 6th order heavenly god realm, cultivating different physique cultivation techniques. Although there aren't many disciples under our Master, there is one thing that we can guarantee: no one dares to bully our Master. Second senior apprentice brother Yushir said straightforwardly. If anyone dares to bully us, just the few of us are enough to make them suffer. Chapter 2798. Lin Fei had become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple. From that moment on, Lin Fei officially became a true direct disciple, the only one among the 53 direct disciples to become a disciple of a great senior. It was unknown how many personal disciples sighed. What a lucky bastard. Although they were envious, they quickly returned to normal. Although Great Venerable Han Tian's disciples were amazing, compared to them in the future, they were far too lacking. Everyone knew that the body-tempering path was the most difficult to cultivate. Among Great Venerable Han Tian's disciples, other than a Great Venerable, there had never been a Venerable Lord. Currently, the strongest disciple was merely a 7th-order heavenly god realm heavenly god Chongyang. It was one thing to look down on him, but no one would say it to his face. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective. Whether it was the exalted monarch or the other 4 Grand Monarchs, none of them dared to offend Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. They were all a bunch of martial arts maniacs. Junior brother Lin Fei, this is where you cultivate. Time can be accelerated. Heavenly God Chongyang brought Lin Fei to a mountain peak. Every disciple of our great monarch is responsible for managing a nation. Heavenly God Chongyang pointed at the country below. Don't worry. Master gave me 10,000 years to prepare. In the next 10,000 years, you can cultivate in peace. You don't need to be responsible. Lin Fei really didn't expect great senior's disciple to have such a request. Deep in his heart, he really liked it. Freedom. This was purely a free-range state. Also, since you've broken through once, you can go to the sect to receive the reward left behind by Master. Heavenly God Chongyang continued, your kingdom is now adjacent to the Massacre God Court. They are a bunch of lunatics, so you have to be careful. Heavenly God Chongyang's eldest brother was very meticulous. After making arrangements for Lin Fei, Huang Xiaolong reminded Lin Fei of a few things and left him a communication bracelet. If anything were to happen, Huang Xiaolong would rush over immediately. Although Huang Xiaolong was only a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator, his battle prowess was comparable to an 8th-order Heavenly God Realm. As long as he didn't run into a powerful venerable lord, Huang Xiaolong could do whatever he wanted. This master of mine is purely herding sheep. Every one of them counts. After Heavenly God Chongyang left, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I don't have to cultivate in the City of Shadows. I can save myself a lot of trouble. Lin Fei quickly returned to normal. 10,000 years of cultivation, coupled with time acceleration, can be done step by step. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body had some achievements. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to cultivate his physique cultivation technique alone. And so, Lin Fei settled down in the Cloud Kingdom. The Cloud Sea country's ruler was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master. Relying on the divine weapon given by the Dark Shadow Palace, as well as a 9th-level Saint Soul's secret art, he was the Cloud Sea country's #1 expert. After Lin Fei arrived, the king of Yunhai personally came to pay him a visit. A personal disciple of a great sovereign master had a much higher status than a country king. Who knew if a personal disciple would interfere? Naturally, the Yunhai country king had to be careful. Lin Fei was very polite and did not mention anything about interfering in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. This made the king of Yunhai country heave a sigh of relief. It was good that Lin Fei did not interfere. If he really did, there was nothing he could do. In the next 10,000 years, Lin Fei would not interfere in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. Not interested. Lin Fei decided to cultivate diligently. With the items provided by Grand Monarch Han Tian, to avoid suspicion, Lin Fei decided to cultivate in seclusion. He simulated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to 4th-order Heavenly God Realm. Raising my physical body to 5th-order Heavenly God Realm in 10,000 years isn't too much. Lin Fei planned to follow the rules and not arouse any suspicion. Under the time acceleration, Lin Fei began his long cultivation journey. In other people's eyes, Lin Fei used several hundred years to raise his physical body to 4th-order Heavenly God Realm. After that, he began to temper himself in the Dark Shadow Palace's territory. According to Heavenly God Chongyang's eldest senior apprentice brother, if a body-tempering cultivator wanted to grow stronger, the key was to improve their physical body. The higher they climbed, the stronger they would become. If they wanted to grow stronger, they would have to go out and explore to obtain the necessary materials. Body-tempering cultivators had to spend a large amount of resources to reach their current level. There were no shortcuts. This was also the reason why Huang Xiaolong's master had yet to produce a High Lord. Looking at the disciples of the other Grand Monarchs, they all had High Lords. Even though eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang was no weaker than a High Lord, there was still a gap between them that could not be made up for. Lin Fei decided to travel around the Saint Spirit world to experience the local customs. Time passed. 3,000 years ago, Duguijian, a disciple of Dark Shadow Palace's High Lord Zenith God Realm, saw his strength soar by leaps and bounds. At 5th-order Heavenly God Realm, he could kill an average 7th-order Heavenly God Realm enemy, attracting the attention of many. The Elysian Son of Heaven, who became High Lord Zenith God Realm's disciple, cultivated the Virokana move, causing his strength to soar, defeating the Devil Lord. His fame soared, catching up to Duguijian in the Dark Shadow Palace. The other direct disciples displayed their strength one after another. Lin Fei, who was the center of attention a few moments ago, had disappeared without a trace. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for a body-tempering cultivator to improve their strength. 8,000 years ago, Dugu Yijian's sword technique reached a high level. A single sword strike from him could shake the world, reaching 6th order heavenly god realm. 10,000 years ago, Dugu Yijian's cultivation reached 7th order heavenly god realm. Such a rapid cultivation speed made many Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses shake their heads, exclaiming that he was too monstrous. Dugu Yijian also became the most dazzling existence. At the very least, in these 10,000 years, no one could compare to Dugu Yijian. There was even a High Lord who admitted that within 500,000 years, Dugu Yijian would definitely become a High Lord, becoming the pride of the Dark Shadow Palace. To become a High Lord, one's cultivation in the 8 worlds heavenly god realm was a must. Other than that, one also needed to master a Saint Spirit realm 10th layer secret technique. This was not an easy task. While the Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples were showing off their might, Lin Fei spent 10,000 years eating, drinking, and playing. Lin Fei didn't care much about the personal disciples who entered the Dark Shadow Palace at the same time. 7th order heavenly god realm? Becoming a High Lord in 500,000 years? Lin Fei didn't have anything to be envious of. As amazing as a 7th order heavenly god realm was, it was just that, unless one mastered a Saint Spirit realm 10th layer secret technique, they would be able to suppress all cultivators below the High Lord realm. In these 10,000 years, Lin Fei didn't slack off either. At the end of the 1,000 years, Lin Fei returned to the Dark Shadow Palace and received a reward from his master. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. At the end of the 8,000 years, Lin Fei's physical body broke through to 5th order heavenly god realm. This period of time wasn't considered long nor slow, it was just right. In general, a 5th order heavenly god realm needed 20 to 30,000 years to advance to 6th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei decided to use 25,000 years to break through. He didn't want to reveal the secret of his proud heaven 12th layer super body to others. At the end of the 800 years, Lin Fei obtained an even more perfect version of his proud heaven 12th layer super body. Chapter 2799. Cloud Kingdom. Hoo. On a mountain peak surrounded by a sea of clouds, a thunderous sound exploded over and over again. The huge mountain was shaking as if it was going to collapse at any moment. On the peak of the mountain, a black figure sat cross-legged. A huge whirlpool appeared above his head and endless heaven and earth energy flowed into the black figure's body. Around the black figure, the void kept collapsing and healing. It didn't stop for even a moment. Hoo. The black figure suddenly opened his eyes. 2 cold lights shot out from his deep eyes and tore open the void. Formless energy shrouded the void around the black hole, causing the void to be unable to recover. The recultivated proud heaven 12 levels tyrant body is indeed awesome. It's even stronger than before. He used a few hundred years to create a more perfect proud heaven 12 levels tyrant body. Lin Fei had been recultivating proud heaven 12 levels tyrant body for the past 10,000 years. Every time he cultivated, he could feel how strong the new proud heaven tyrant body was. With my current physical strength, I can easily blast open the void of Saint Spirit world and maintain it for a certain period of time. I couldn't do it before. Lin Fei reached out and tore the void. Rip. The void was torn open with his bare hands. Now, Lin Fei's bare hands could shake the void, and he could maintain that for a long time. This wasn't enough for Lin Fei. This kid is really leisurely. Wenren Jingong came to Cloud Kingdom in white. That's right. He is the most low-key protodisciple this time around, and has almost been forgotten by the other protodisciples. Sky Shadow said with a smile, "Our little junior brother is different from ordinary people." The 2 senior brothers came. Lin Fei came out from his cultivation to welcome them personally. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" Lin Fei asked with a smile on his face. "We're going to do something, so we came to see you," the most low-profile direct disciple. Wenren Jingong laughed. Junior brother seems to be in good condition. Lin Fei smiled and invited the two senior brothers to sit inside. During these 10,000 years, Lin Fei basically did not leave his house. The first 5,000 years were more frequent, and the last 5,000 years were spent cultivating. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. Brother, it's been 10,000 years. When do you plan to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace? This was the second time Wenren Jingong saw Lin Fei, and he could feel that his brother's aura had grown stronger. This was the rhythm of a great increase in strength. I heard that there is no time limit for challenging the Holy Spirit Palace. Lin Fei said. I remember that you can go within 1,000,000 years at the latest. Empyrean God Sky Shadow didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. You really do have 1,000,000 years of time. Are you trying to break through to the 8th floor of the Holy Spirit Palace in one go? Good preparation is the key to success. Lin Fei was in no hurry to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace. Every force had a Holy Spirit Palace. Only by passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace would one's strength be truly recognized. The combat strength of the Holy Spirit Palace was very balanced and accurate. After passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace, there was no doubt about one's strength. This had become the most important thing to everyone. Senior brothers, where are you going? My Cloud Sea nation is rather remote. Could it be that you are going to the other continents? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Holy Spirit world had 5 continents, and each of them was very large. Other than the 5 continents, there were also some smaller continents, but compared to the 5 continents, they were insignificant. We accepted the Dark Shadow Palace's mission to kill a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm demon. The reward is 200,000 contribution points. Wenren Jingong said with a smile. For personal disciples like us to improve our strength, we have to complete all kinds of missions. Killing demons is undoubtedly the best choice. The contribution points are high, and the difficulty is not that high. Empyrean God Sky Shadow said with a smile. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. For cultivators of the body refinement path, demons from the Devil Nation were indeed much easier to deal with. Congratulations on your successful return, senior brothers. The two of them nodded with a smile. Junior brother, your Cloud Sea Nation is next to the Massacre God Court. You will be managing the Cloud Sea Nation soon, so you must be careful of those madmen from the Massacre God Court. Don't be fooled by our 3 top forces' peaceful appearance. In fact, we are constantly fighting each other in private. It's just that we don't want to attract their attention. Wenren Jingong reminded Huang Xiaolong, the conflicts between our 3 top forces are very cruel. Our masters usually won't interfere unless it's a critical moment. You must be careful, don't fall into other people's schemes. This is especially true for your Cloud Sea mountain range, where the fighting never stops. Lin Fei nodded, I understand. Huang Xiaolong watched as his 2 senior brothers left. Lin Fei still attached great importance to the words of his 2 senior brothers. It was inevitable that the top forces would fight fiercely. The higher-ups wouldn't pay too much attention to the deaths of their disciples. In their eyes, this was also a kind of experience. Personal disciples were slightly better off, as their masters would intervene at the critical moment. As for inner disciples and the like, they were a far cry from that. A moment of carelessness could lead to their deaths. Once the 10,000 years were up, Lin Fei started to be in charge of the Cloud Sea country. According to his senior brothers, the most important thing in managing a country was to manage the various special materials in the country. As for the rest, there was no need to care. If there were experts who caused trouble, they would just kill them. If they couldn't win, the Divine Realm Elders would naturally intervene. Lin Fei focused on this area. In the entire Cloud Sea country, the area that the higher-ups paid the most attention to was a mine with special materials. The Dark Shadow Palace had arranged for many experts to guard the mine. This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Time flew by. Lin Fei quickly spent 30,000 years in the Cloud Sea country. After 30,000 years, Lin Fei had completely recultivated the unyielding Sky 12 levels overlord physique. His foundation was very solid, and the flow of his qi and blood could easily blast open the void. During these 30,000 years, the Cloud Sea country was very peaceful. Lin Fei almost never made a move. Occasionally, there would be a few outsiders who acted recklessly, but before Lin Fei could do anything, they were killed by the experts of the Cloud Sea country. On the Dark Shadow Palace's side, people from the Sacred Spirit Palace continuously succeeded in their challenges. The most powerful ones were Duguijian, Elysian Sun, Overlord, etc. They were the first to pass the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. Their true strength was at the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. This was the most outstanding batch of disciples. After they passed the Sacred Spirit Palace, their status in the Dark Shadow Palace rose to the sky. If it wasn't for the time being, they could even fight for the position of Elder. Chapter 2800. Dark Shadow Palace, Cloud Sea Country. 60,000 years had passed since Lin Fei started guarding the Cloud Sea Country. For people at their level of cultivation, 60,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to the 7th stage. His Heaven 12 layers super physique was still at the 7th stage, and the improvement was not very fast. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After recultivating his Heaven 12 layers super physique, even if it was only at the 7th stage, he was confident that he could fight against an 8th order heavenly god realm reverend. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. Many of the books that the system had copied described the Saint Spirit world secrets. When he had nothing to do, Lin Fei would flip through these books. The Dark Shadow Palace had collected quite a number of records regarding the battles between heavenly gods. Lin Fei had a very deep understanding of the battles between heavenly gods. After recultivating his Heaven 12 layers super physique, Lin Fei's strength continued to rise. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not made a move. He kept a low profile and maintained a mysterious aura. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range. This huge mountain range lay between the Cloud Sea country and the Blood Fiend country. The issue of ownership had always been a problem. The Cloud Sea mountain range produced all kinds of resources. Hence, there had always been battles between the two sides. It was either you attacking my mining area, or I attacking yours. These 30,000 years had been extremely peaceful. There were also fewer battles. However, everyone knew that there would always be battles in the Cloud Sea mountain range, unless one day, someone could control the mountain range. Currently, no one could control the Cloud Sea mountain range. Be it the Dark Shadow Palace or the Massacre Court, they would not agree to it. Offending these two giants would only result in death. That's the Cloud Sea country's Ice Sea Stone Mine. It was a dark and windy night. Several figures quietly descended on a mountain peak. Hundreds of millions of li away, there was a huge mining area. There were many mining soldiers inside and outside, and the entire mining area was heavily guarded. In the dark of the night, ripples appeared above the mining area. It's been 40,000 years. The Cloud Sea mountain range has been peaceful for too long. A middle-aged man in a scarlet cloak stood on the peak of the mountain. I heard that Cloud Sea country no longer has a powerful master. This time, we can defeat Cloud Sea country and publicize the power of our evil blood sect. The last expert of Cloud Sea Nation has been transferred back. Our men in the Cloud Sea Nation said that the newcomer is called Lin Fei, and he's the direct disciple of Grand Monarch Shaker. He's been in secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, he's a body-tempering cultivator, so he's not a threat. Although Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the others were afraid of him, there was nothing to worry about since he was just a legacy disciple of their sect. As long as they didn't kill Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciples, and didn't provoke Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective of his people. As long as they didn't go too far, he wouldn't make a move. Gather the disciples of the evil blood sect. In 3 days, we will attack this mine in the Cloud Sea Nation. It's time for a change of master. I believe the Lord will be very happy. Little did Lin Fei know that he had become an easy target to bully. In these 60,000 years, it was as if Lin Fei had become an invisible person. Other than the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, no one else knew about him. At this time, Lin Fei was thinking about how to gather enough godly essence sand for Proud Heaven's breakthrough. Every time he advanced to the next realm, he needed a certain amount of godly essence sand. This divine essence sand wasn't something common, but something that originated from a unique world. In order to extract it, one needed a ninth-order heavenly god realm physical body or the strength of a great venerable lord, as well as a peak divine weapon. None of these were things that the current Lin Fei couldn't achieve. Proud Heaven's 12th stage tyrant physique was stuck at the 7th stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of the 7th stage, it was time to make preparations. Where should I go to get it? What a headache. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. I can't use Proud Heaven to trade for it, at least not now. In the past 60,000 years, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this, but now that he had completed his cultivation, he needed to think about his next step. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was uneasy at the start, afraid that Lin Fei would interfere. The other party's background was too big, he couldn't afford to offend Grand Venerable Han Tian's personal disciple. Fortunately, the thing that worried him the most didn't happen. Ever since Lin Fei arrived in the Cloud Sea Nation, he didn't interfere with the Cloud Sea Nation's affairs. This made the ruler heave a sigh of relief. In the past 60,000 years, the ruler had given Lin Fei the respect he deserved. At the same time, he followed Lin Fei's instructions. As long as it wasn't something important, there was no need to disturb him. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was happy to do so. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, bad news. Our Ice Sea Stone Mine has been occupied by the Blood Fiend sect. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, who was accompanying his consorts, was caught off guard by this news. The Blood Fiend sect has come out again? The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation could no longer remain calm. Outrageous, they dare to occupy the Ice Sea Stone Mine? Men, gather all the experts in the country, we're going to kill them. The trusted aide beside him reminded him. Your Majesty, should we inform Lord Lin Fei about this? There's no need for that now. The ruler shook his head. The Blood Fiend sect's luck suffered greatly after that battle, they don't have many experts left. If this ruler goes there personally, I can annihilate them. As a 7th-order heavenly god realm master, the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was very confident. There was no need to inform Lin Fei about such a small matter. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation is here. Cloud Sea Mountain Range, Ice Sea Stone Mine. The large mining area was filled with rivers of blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Your Blood Fiend sect has some guts, actually daring to attack the Ice Sea Stone Mine. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation stepped into the air, appearing above the mining area. His sharp gaze swept over the area below. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, long time no see, your temper is still as bad as ever. Below the mining area, a black-clothed figure flew up, standing in the air with a smile on his face. You're actually still alive. The ruler's eyes narrowed. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect deserve to be punished by everyone. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, you've made a mistake. Tonight is the day you die. The black-clothed figure clapped his hands. Of course I'm not your opponent. But this time, I've invited an expert to deal with you. After the loud noise. In the void, a silhouette rushed out. He had a head of white hair and carried a long sword on his back. The sharp sword will rushed up to the sky, tearing the void apart. Behind him, a broken void would appear at any moment. One Sword Venerable's personal disciple, Lu Sha. The white-haired heavenly god stated indifferently. The ruler's face sank. He was in big trouble. Chapter 2801. Yunhai ruler was thoroughly defeated. Heavenly god Quicksand, who was under Paragon One Sword's tutelage, struck out 3 times in total. The first strike caused Sea Cloud Monarch to panic. The second strike broke through Sea Cloud Monarch's heavenly deity artifact armor, and the third strike killed him. At the seventh order heavenly god realm, most heavenly gods would send their avatars out. This was what heavenly gods liked to do the most. If they weren't confident, they would rarely take action with their true body. Everyone treasured their lives. Yunhai ruler was the same. He sent his avatar to the mine, but it was killed by heavenly god Quicksand in 3 strikes. The other party's sword Dao was terrifying, and there was a terrifying, slicing aspect to it. Yunhai ruler couldn't block it. What a pity, it was only his avatar that died. The black-clothed man shook his head in disappointment. It would be great if he could kill his true body. The white-haired heavenly god Quicksand said indifferently. He's quite lucky to have sent his avatar. The next time will be when his true body dies. Heavenly god Quicksand wasn't interested in killing a small ruler from the Dark Shadow Palace. He had killed countless rulers like this. I've helped you settle this matter. You can deal with the rest yourself. If there's nothing important, don't bother me. Leaving those words behind, heavenly god Quicksand tore space apart and disappeared from the mine. The black-clothed man respectfully sent him off. With Yunhai ruler's avatar dead, it's time to occupy the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines one by one. After Yunhai ruler's avatar was killed, the Blood Fiend sect began to attack the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines. In 10 years, they occupied 2/3 of the mines, controlling almost the entire Cloud Sea mountain range. The Blood Fiend sect's arrogance reached its peak. Countless bandits and madmen joined the Blood Fiend sect and continuously wreaked havoc. At the same time, they started to invade some of the larger cities in the Cloud Kingdom and spread the Blood Fiend sect's teachings. The Cloud Sea countryside suffered defeat after defeat. Very few of the experts they sent out returned. All of them died in their hands. The Blood Fiend sect suppressed the Cloud Sea countryside, not daring to move. Many of the Cloud Sea country's forces were enticed to join the Blood Fiend sect. The Cloud Sea country's guards were suppressed, not daring to raise their heads. This was also because the Blood Fiend sect was smart. Behind them was the Massacre Court's Blood Evil Kingdom. The two countries had always been enemies. If the higher-ups were to invade, it would definitely incur the displeasure of the Dark Shadow Palace. Right now, it was just a battle between two small countries. No one would care about it. Your Majesty, if this goes on, our Cloud Sea Kingdom will be finished. In the imperial capital of the Cloud Nation. The higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom were all dejected. In these 10 years, the Blood Fiend sect had developed too quickly. They were starting to put pressure on Yunhai country. At the same time, there were experts of Yunhai country being killed by the Blood Fiend sect. There were not many experts left in Cloud Sea Kingdom. Back when Sovereign Lord One Sword's disciple had killed his clone, Sovereign Lord Yunhai still had a lingering fear in his heart. He didn't dare to act with his main body. His main body and clone strength were about the same, and if he went, he would only be sending himself to his death. During these 10 years, King Yunhai had been living in fear and he had lost a lot of face. The Blood Fiend sect had spread the word that as long as Country King Yunhai came out, they would kill him. After losing his clone, Country King Yunhai cultivated a new clone, but it was not as strong as before. Naturally, he didn't dare to send it out. Recently, the Blood Fiend sect had been provoking him non-stop. Country King Yunhai. Your Majesty, I think we have to ask that Lin Fei to come out. Lin Fei is the personal disciple of Great Paragon Hantian. He might be able to suppress the Blood Fiend sect. Even if the experts of the Blood Fiend sect were to injure Lin Fei, Great Paragon Hantian's senior brother would also come to help. Country King Yunhai hadn't gone because he couldn't afford to lose face. Other than that, he also didn't have much confidence in Lin Fei. Country King Yunhai knew a little about the situation in the Dark Shadow Palace through his friends. Although Lin Fei had become the personal disciple of Great Paragon Hantian, compared to those who had become the disciples of Great Paragon Hantian, Lin Fei's potential was the worst. This was the reason why Country King Yunhai didn't go. Given the current situation, Country King Yunhai had to make a decision. Sigh, looks like I can only ask for Lin Fei's help. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on luck. Country King Yunhai came to visit. Lin Fei was very surprised. Ever since he expressed his attitude towards Country King Yunhai, Lin Fei rarely interfered with the affairs of Country King Yun. He was happy to be free and do whatever he wanted. There's trouble. Lin Fei could see the fatigue between Country King Yunhai's eyebrows. This kind of fatigue didn't form in a short period of time. It must have lasted for a long time. Little devil, find out what happened in Country King Yun recently. Get it from Master immediately. Even though Lin Fei didn't pay attention to Country King Yunhai, Little Devil was monitoring it. What happened in Country King Yunhai was actually related to him. This was what every personal disciple had to do. If he didn't know anything, it would be hard for him to explain. This was something that Lin Fei understood. Oh, so that's how it is. After receiving the message from the little demon, Lin Fei understood what had happened. It turned out that Yunhai Kingdom was no longer peaceful. Some disciples of the evil blood sect were running amok. Now, the entire Yunhai Kingdom was in chaos. Master, Country King Yunhai can't take it anymore. One of his avatars was killed. He's scared out of his wits. Little Devil said disdainfully. He wants Master's senior brother to come and help. How shameless. Little Devil's analysis ability was top-notch. She didn't go back on her words. Lin Fei was very unhappy. It's been 10 years, and you only came to tell me now. You really don't take me seriously. Lord Lin Fei, I'm here to ask for help. The Blood Fiend sect has appeared in Country King Yun. They are spreading evil and massacring people. This has seriously affected Country King Yun. My abilities are limited, and I deserve to die. Country King Yun said humbly. A mere blood fiend sect is nothing. Country King Yun can naturally deal with it. I think it's better for you to do it yourself. Although I have some abilities, I'm still far from being able to compete with Country King Yun. Lin Fei said humbly with a smile. Country King Yun's heart sank. This was a rejection. However, Country King Yun didn't have anything to explain about Lin Fei's words. Alright, I'm going to cultivate. Lin Fei was about to send him off. I hope you can destroy the Blood Fiend sect. Country King Yun's first invitation failed. Lin Fei finally understood what senior brother said the last time he came. The conflict between Dark Shadow Palace and Massacre Court was not small. A mere blood fiend country's disciple was showing off in Country King Yun, forcing Country King Yun to ask for help. It was clear that Country King Yun was scared out of his wits. One Sword Lord's disciple, it's really fate. Lin Fei flipped through the information in his mind. I remember Nangong Feishue was one Sword Lord's disciple. His sword Dao is very powerful. Being able to kill Country King Yun means that he's at least a 7th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei didn't know if it was a coincidence, or if he didn't get along with one Sword Lord. Country King Yun, I'll give him the cold shoulder for now. I'll let him know that I'm not that easy to fool. Lin Fei wouldn't make a move casually. Now was not the time. Chapter 2802. This was the first time King Yunhai returned empty-handed. He knew that this Lord Lin Fei was giving him a hard time. The Blood Fiend sect had caused such a huge ruckus, but he didn't report it immediately. He had waited for 10 years. Anyone would be in a bad mood. This was disrespectful. After King Yunhai returned, he organized a few counterattacks and tried to encircle and annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. However, he failed every time and suffered great losses. His clone was almost killed again. This time, King Yunhai had no other choice. He went to ask for help again. The door was shut the second time. He couldn't see anyone. The servants on the mountain passed the message that their master was in seclusion. They didn't know when he would come out. It would take at least a few years. King Yunhai didn't have any temper. Should he report it directly? He didn't need to be the king anymore. The Dark Shadow Palace was like a pyramid. There were many levels, and it was very strict. If Country King Yunhai reported to someone above his level, he would definitely be in trouble. He had to ask Lin Fei for help. Only if he lost would he be able to report to his superiors. King Yunhai went back helplessly. In the following period of time, the Blood Fiend sect became more and more arrogant. They would go to the capital of Yunhai country to mock them. The experts of the capital couldn't stand it anymore. Every time they went out, they would be killed. As time went on, no one dared to go. This went on for 5 years. King Yunhai came a few times during this period. He returned disappointed every time. He knew that Lord Lin Fei was unhappy with his actions. On his 8th visit, King Yunhai finally saw Lin Fei. Lord Lin Fei, I was wrong. King Yunhai lowered his head. Please do something. After not seeing King Yunhai for 5 years, Lin Fei wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter how arrogant the Blood Fiends sect was, they wouldn't dare to attack the capital. That was another matter. The Blood Fiends sect knew this bottom line. Now that King Yunhai knew he was wrong, Lin Fei was prepared to do something. After all, it wasn't a good thing to drag things out. He would suffer too. Since I'm in charge of the Cloud Nation and a member of the Dark Shadow Palace, I will naturally spare no effort in this matter. Lin Fei said seriously. King Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The Blood Demon sect had set up countless branches in Cloud Sea country and had bewitched and won over a large number of families and forces. At the same time, countless experts had come because of the Blood Demon sect's reputation. Now, the Blood Demon sect was a great force in Cloud Sea country. Most importantly, the Blood Evil sect had the support of the Blood Evil Nation. Even a clone of the King of Yunhai was killed in the Yunhai mountain range. What other experts could the Yunhai country have? The upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace never cared about such small squabbles. It was hard to attract attention unless it was a fight between supremacies. That was the situation in Yunhai Kingdom. Lin Fei and Yunhai Kingdom returned to the imperial capital of Yunhai. The higher-ups of Yunhai all came to welcome him. Now they were pinning their hopes on Lin Fei. For more than a decade, they had been suppressed by the Blood Fiends sect. Actually, it wasn't easy for them either. Should they go out and fight? Most likely, the outcome would be death. Who would dare to go? The cultivation of an avatar also required a huge price. Lord Lin Fei, people from the Blood Fiend sect come to provoke us at noon every day. The ruler of Yunhai accompanied Lin Fei. Their leader is a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Lin Fei frowned. You guys can't even deal with a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master? The higher-ups of Yunhai Kingdom lowered their heads. The ruler of Yunhai's face was flushed red. Lord, that 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master is not an ordinary master. He is an inner disciple under Venerable One's sword. Their lineage's strongest point is their sword skills. They are incomparably domineering. An ordinary 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master can suppress a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Many of our Yunhai Kingdom's experts have died at his hands. Oh. Lin Fei replied indifferently. Outside the Yunhai capital. It was noon. A group of more than 100 people appeared on the horizon. All of them were Heavenly God Realm Masters, and there were more than 10 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. However, they were escorting a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm middle-aged man respectfully. Lord, the person being escorted is Venerable One Sword's inner disciple, Xue Luo. The ruler of Yunhai Kingdom glared angrily at the approaching figure. Lin Fei looked over. That heavenly god Xue Luo was like a sharp long sword, exuding a domineering sword intent, as if he could be unsheathed at any moment. Interesting. With a single glance, Lin Fei could feel the other party's strength. Just a casual glance at the other party's sword intent caused his eyes to hurt. Ruler of Yunhai Kingdom, are you not going to be a coward? A heavenly god standing beside heavenly god Xue Luo snickered. Are you ready to come out and fight to the death with us? I don't have the guts. My clone was almost killed the last time. If I come out again and leave my clone behind, it would be a huge loss. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly gods behind heavenly god Shui Luo roared with laughter. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's upper echelons glared at heavenly god Shui Luo. Being humiliated like this, as long as one was human, they would not be able to endure it. Unfortunately, the other party was too strong. A single inner disciple was enough to render them helpless, forcing them to hole up in the Cloud Sea capital. Lord, please seek justice for us. Heavenly god Shui Luo lowered his head, unable to conceal the killing intent in his eyes. This was a direct slap to his face. The greatest humiliation of his life. Heavenly god Shui Luo had no interest in the Cloud Sea Kingdom. He was even less of a match for heavenly god Shui Luo. As for heavenly god Shui Luo, he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes. If Lin Fei dared to come out, he wouldn't mind killing him with his own hands. Lord, please sit. Someone behind heavenly god Shui Luo brought out a throne and sat on it. There were heavenly gods who went out to challenge heavenly god Shui Luo, but no one dared to step out. Hee, the Cloud Sea Kingdom is really useless. A bunch of cowards. The one who went out to challenge heavenly god Shui Luo was a 6th order heavenly god realm master, heavenly god Shui Luo. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. Over 100 heavenly god realm masters actually forced the Cloud Sea Kingdom's experts to cower in fear. This was truly a disgrace. Enough, stop glaring at me. The Cloud Sea Kingdom belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not the place for a small sect to bully us. Lin Fei shook his head, taking a step forward, passing through the void and arriving outside the formation. Heavenly god Shui Luo, you're finally showing some courage. There's actually someone who dares to challenge us. Heavenly god Shui Luo swept a glance over the newcomer, noticing that the newcomer was young and didn't exude any aura fluctuations. I wonder how many times he can withstand my attacks. Heavenly god Shui Luo was a physique cultivator. With his 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was quite famous in the saint spirit world. Howl! Heavenly god Shui Luo roared with laughter, his figure flashing like a streak of light. What he loved the most was using his fists to smash people into a bloody pulp, extremely violent and cruel. Insolent! Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowing. Hua hua hua. Terrifying energy rushed out like a raging flood, slamming into heavenly god Shui Luo's body, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. Shock filled his face involuntarily. Not good. Heavenly god Shui Luo vomited blood, turning around to flee. The energy he used was too powerful, passing through his defenses and slamming into his flesh. Pu pu pu. Just as he turned around, energy rushed out endlessly. Chapter 2803. One move. The 8 tiger heavenly deity was smashed into pieces by the boundless energy. The 8 tiger deities were dead. The eyes of the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom lit up. What a domineering attack. Separated by the Cloud Sea formation, the heavenly gods in the upper echelons of the Cloud Sea could still see Lin Fei's vigorous usage of energy. The energy surged over like a tidal wave. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, they could only use treasures to deal with it. They had all somewhat underestimated Lin Fei. Being able to become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, he really wasn't simple. King Yunhai was actually very worried. The 8th order heavenly god realm 8 tigers heavenly god realm had killed more than a dozen heavenly god realm masters in the Cloud Sea country. The Cloud Sea ruler had long wanted to kill the 8th order 8 tigers heavenly god realm. Unfortunately, his opponent's physical body was incredibly powerful, and with the protection of the heavenly deity battle armor, it was very difficult to kill him. This was the hardest aspect of a heavenly deity body tempering school powerhouse to deal with, unless you had absolute power to crush them. Good kill. Heavenly deity Shui Luo frowned slightly. The other party's attack was very domineering. King Yunhai, I didn't expect you to invite such an expert. Heavenly deity Shui Luo did not seem to care. No wonder he dared to show up today. It turns out that he has the confidence. You too, go down and test his strength. All right. The two heavenly gods behind heavenly deity Shui Luo obeyed the order and left. Both of them were peak 6th order heavenly god realm masters, exuding an aura of emperor's will. Even though the death of one of the 8 tiger heavenly gods did not have much of an impact, heavenly god Shui Luo still felt a little embarrassed. The Yunhai monarch, whom they had mocked and insulted all this time, had actually dared to send someone to kill him? He had completely disregarded them. Kill. They had to be ruthlessly killed. He could kill until the Yunhai monarch was afraid and hide in the Yunhai imperial capital. What Lin Fei used just now was the first move of proud heaven 12th layer tyrant body, space oscillation. Now that Huang Xiaolong was using it, the force behind it was even more ferocious, able to cause space to vibrate with his bare hands, creating a powerful attack. A mere 6th order heavenly god realm physique cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Since he was here today, Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Blood Fiends sect to prevent them from bringing more trouble to the Cloud Sea Nation. Brat, die. 2 heavenly deity powerhouses charged over from the left and right. The one on the left took out a spear as a weapon. With a shake of the spear, it pierced forward like a dragon. A huge black vortex formed on the tip of the spear. Wherever the vortex passed, the void was torn apart, and traces of the black vortex could be seen everywhere. The heavenly deity powerhouse on the right turned into a black fog, covering the sky and covering the sun. The entire world seemed to darken, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the two of them made their moves, the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom felt pressured. Looking at the two incoming cultivators, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. With a gentle wave of his hand, boundless power surged forth. Bang bang bang. The 2 6th order heavenly god realm masters were reduced to dust by the shockwave. You guys are useless. You're the only one here with strength. I'm interested. Lin Fei acted as if he had done something insignificant as he looked at Heavenly Bloodnet Goddess. Your Majesty, isn't Lord Lin Fei a little too powerful? He killed 2 peak 6th order heavenly god realm masters with just a wave of his hand. This is a little scary. Could it be that Lord Lin Fei has already reached 7th order heavenly god realm? The Cloud Sea Kingdom's higher-ups were excited. At the beginning, they had no choice but to invite Lin Fei out, hoping that his senior brother would be able to force the Blood Fiend cult's people to retreat. But now, it seemed like Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined. At the very least, he's a 6th order heavenly god realm. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said in a low voice. The attack he used is a little overbearing. This ruler actually has no impression of it. This was something the system had deduced, so naturally, no one could tell what it was. They could only tell from the energy fluctuations that this was a powerful killing move of a body-tempering cultivator. Little brother, you're quite skilled. Heaven Blood Goddess stood up. Don't you think your words are a little too arrogant? Being able to use your strength to such a degree, you're definitely not a nobody. Tell me your name. Heaven Blood Goddess had underestimated the other party. This person used his physical body to shake space and form a killing move. It was indeed a little terrifying and flawless. When faced with such a move, there were only 2 choices. One was to take it head-on, and the other was to retreat. There was no other way. Seeing the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler invite such an expert, Heaven Blood Goddess's interest was piqued. Heaven Blood Goddess had no interest in killing ordinary heavenly gods, but this kind of person with potential was a different story. Losing one of them was enough to make the other party's heart ache for a long time. Heaven Blood Goddess, listen carefully, this is Lord Lin Fei, Lord Hantian's personal disciple. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said excitedly. Quickly surrender, otherwise, in front of Lord Hantian, all of you will die without a doubt. It was rare for the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler to be this happy. Heaven Blood Goddess's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the young man in front of him. So, you're Grand Venerable Hantian's personal disciple, Lin Fei. This is really unexpected. I also think we're fated. Lin Fei said with a smile. I've experienced your sect's Nangong Feishua, but I wonder how you fare as an inner disciple. Heaven Blood Goddess had heard of Lin Fei in the sect. Nangong Feishue was an inner disciple with good potential. However, in the Great Thousand World, he was killed by a native kid. No wonder your name sounds so familiar. Heaven Blood Goddess's eyes turned cold. Nangong Feishue is my good friend, and you actually killed his doppelganger. Today, I'll kill your main body. Rip. In the void, a flying sword flew out. The sword came from the west, streaking across the bright sun as it pierced towards Lin Fei's forehead. Lord, be careful, this is Heaven Blood Goddess's void-hidden sword. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler quickly warned. This was a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. No one knew where the other party had hidden the sword. It was extremely strange. Void-hidden sword? Lin Fei chuckled as he reached out with 2 fingers. Although there seemed to be a great distance between them, he easily caught Heaven God Bloodnet's void concealment sword, causing the entire sword to vibrate non-stop. Gotcha! Lin Fei casually pulled, and the sword broke. Heaven Blood Goddess took a step back, revealing a grave expression. Your performance has disappointed me. Lin Fei shook his head. Go back and tell your senior brother Lu Sha that I'll come and meet him soon. In the Cloud Sea Kingdom, it's not a place for him to act presumptuously. Crash. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His palm expanded infinitely, forming a spatial world within it. Sealing soul-breaking palm, second layer. The heavenly gods brought by Heaven Blood Goddess did not have time to struggle. The space was sealed, and they could not break out. They were all trapped in the palm world. Lin Fei gently closed his hand, and the palm world collapsed. Chapter 2804. The sealing soul-severing palm was a powerful killing move of the physique cultivator, and its power was extraordinary. If an ordinary heavenly god used it, its power would be greatly limited, but it was different for Lin Fei. The sacred cloud dragon traversing physique was an imitation of the heavenly 12 layers tyrannical physique. After recultivating it, the heavenly god's physique would become a top-grade heavenly god's physique. The stronger one's physique was, the more power they could display. Heavenly god Shueluo and the others might not be weak, but in front of the second layer of the sealing soul-severing palm, they were nothing. The ruler and the higher-ups of the Yunhai country were dumbfounded. Was this still the low-profile Lord Lin Fei they knew? He was at least a 6th-order heavenly god realm. Lord Lin Fei was a 7th-order heavenly god realm cultivator, and he was also a physique cultivator. The power of his killing move was terrifying. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. They had witnessed heavenly god Shueluo's strength. But in front of Lin Fei, heavenly god Shueluo was killed without a chance to struggle. In that instant, they felt old. This was the world of the younger generation. In the future, if anyone dared to say that Lin Fei was a good-for-nothing, they would definitely scold that person. Cultivating to the 6th-order heavenly god realm in 60,000 years, and a physique cultivator at that, how many people could do that? From this moment onwards, they were completely convinced. With such a lord in the Yunhai country, their hearts were at ease. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Everyone praised Huang Xiaolong from the bottom of their hearts. The days of the Yunhai country being suppressed by the blood fiend sect were gone. The news of Lin Fei killing heavenly god Shueluo and hundreds of heavenly gods outside the Yunhai capital spread like wildfire in the Yunhai country. Cities big and small were in an uproar, followed by excited cheers. After dealing with those who provoked him, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. The Blood Fiends sect had established many churches in the Yunhai country, and they had almost become a malignant tumor. Lin Fei had to get rid of this tumor once and for all. In the sky above a city, a black-robed figure came out of the void and stood in the air. His sharp eyes swept across the place and he brazenly attacked one of the halls in the city. After a loud rumble, the Blood Fiend sect's branches were uprooted one by one. Sovereign Yunhai, you will be in charge of cleaning up the mess. Kill all the remaining members of the Blood Fiend sect. King Yunhai was truly impressed by Lin Fei. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of the remaining matters. I will not let the remnants of the blood evil sect escape. Country King Yunhai brought his elites and began to encircle them. All right. Lin Fei tore open the void and left. Within a day, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above all the major cities. Every time, it was a single move. It was a violent and brutal attack. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect suffered heavy casualties. The elites of the Yun Kingdom followed up again to clean up the remaining survivors. Lin Fei's prestige spread throughout the entire Cloud Kingdom in a single day. By the time they reached the last few cities, the Blood Fiend sect had retreated. The Blood Fiend cult's higher echelon dared not face Grand Monarch Hantian's personal disciple head-on. They had received news that the moment Grand Monarch Hantian arrived, he struck out with his palm without saying a word. The Blood Fiend cult's upper echelon suffered heavy casualties, and only a few survived. Even a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master was killed by that palm strike. The Blood Fiend sect had no choice but to retreat. The branches that the Blood Fiend sect had spent more than a decade building were reduced to nothing in a single day. The Cloud Kingdom erupted in cheers. They could finally hold their heads high. However, there was another group of people who weren't in a good mood. The Blood Fiend sect's chief, Shui Wan, was the one who had launched the attack on the Cloud Sea mountain range and invited Venerable One Sword's personal disciple to kill one of Country King Yunhai's avatars. How the hell did you gather information? Blood One's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was stifling. More than a dozen higher-ups were pale and dejected. Even they didn't understand how the forces they had spent so much effort to build up had been destroyed in a single day. The Blood Fiend sect had suffered heavy losses. Chief, we don't know either. Although Lin Fei is Grand Monarch Hantian's personal disciple, he hasn't made any movements among the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples. Moreover, he cultivates the body tempering path, so his cultivation speed is extremely slow. Who would have thought that he would master the soul-severing sealing palm and reach the second stage? Even a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator would have to avoid him. That's right, Lin Fei's palm strike contained boundless power. None of us could block it. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect were crying and complaining. Some of them had barely escaped with their lives. They would never forget the power of that palm strike for a very long time. Blood One was infuriated. He had been so careful, but now, it was all gone. His efforts had all gone to waste. Chief, we underestimated that Lin Fei. We thought that he would bury himself in cultivation and ignore this matter. Now, all our efforts in the Cloud Sea country have gone to waste. The only thing we still control is the Cloud Sea mountain range's mining area. I'm guessing that Lin Fei will personally go to the Cloud Sea mountain range to take back the mining area. Blood One was furious, but he knew that he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. The Cloud Sea mountain range's mining area, especially the important ones, could not be taken back by Lin Fei. Since he came to the Cloud Sea mountain range, let's give him a big gift. Blood One said. Although we can't kill him directly, injuring him shouldn't be a problem. Even if Grand Monarch Hantian finds out, he won't be able to do anything about it. He's a big shot, he won't bully the weak. Lin Fei was a body-tempering cultivator, and Blood One was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master. He might not be afraid of Lin Fei. For safety's sake, he decided to pay a visit to that personal disciple. On the other side. In a quiet courtyard. The sharp sword intent wreaked havoc, cutting the surrounding void into pieces. A white-haired middle-aged man sat at the center of the courtyard. The sharp sword intent around him was like a gentle breeze, gentle and soft. Senior brother, you must avenge me, ah. Blood overarching Heavenly God said coldly. The Cloud Sea country ruler is treacherous and cunning, he purposely sent that punk Lin Fei here. I was caught off guard by him, how hateful, ah. Having lost a clone, Blood overarching Heavenly God had to cultivate from the beginning. Regardless of which aspect it was a huge drain. Blood overarching Heavenly God couldn't swallow this humiliation. The Blood Fiend cult has also suffered heavy losses. All the branches they occupied have been uprooted. I think Lin Fei will be heading to the Cloud Sea mountain range in a few days. That guy even boasted that he wants to challenge senior brother. White-haired quicksand heavenly god's gaze was calm as if he was listening to a trivial matter. Chapter 2805. After Lin Fei removed all the entrances to the Blood Fiend Church, the Blood Fiend Church's forces retreated from the Cloud Sea Kingdom. King Yunhai took advantage of the situation and led his men to annihilate the remaining forces of Blood Fiend sect. Blood Fiend sect's influence was at its lowest. Everyone knew that Yunhai country now had a powerful expert. That person was none other than Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's legacy disciple, who had a lofty status. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range. A group of people arrived in the sky above the Cloud Sea Mountain Range. A group of people clustered around a black-clothed young man, but the young man's expression was indifferent. This group of people were the Yunhai Kingdom's upper echelons, Lin Fei, and the Yunhai King. The forces of the evil blood sect in the Cloud Sea country had been wiped out, but the Cloud Sea mountain range was still in their hands. They had to take it back and wipe out the forces of the evil blood sect. Lord, according to the information we received, the Blood Fiend cult's remaining forces are concentrated in the Cloud Sea mountain range. The spy I placed in the Blood Fiend Kingdom reported that the ruler has sent several experts over, all of them are 7th order heavenly god realm masters. The Cloud Sea ruler reported from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, "It's best to gather them together. It saves us a lot of trouble. Once I get rid of the Blood Fiend sect, I can continue to cultivate and avoid the trouble of coming and going. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect have disturbed Master's cultivation. What a bunch of bastards." King Yunhai and the higher-ups behind him all chimed in. They all knew that their superior had cultivated in the Cloud Sea nation for more than 60,000 years. He was a standard cultivator, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a martial arts fanatic. They quickly discovered the members of Blood Fiend sect. They controlled a mining area below. Do it. Lin Fei could not be bothered to deal with these ant-like Blood Fiend sect disciples. With a single command, the experts that the Yunhai monarch had brought were all heavenly gods. They were equipped with a series of equipment, and their battle prowess was quite strong. This time, everyone was full of confidence. With Lin Fei in command, he had killed more than 100 heaven gods with a wave of his hand. Everyone remembered this clearly. It was all thanks to this direct disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace that they were able to chase the Blood Evil cult out of the Cloud Kingdom so quickly. Kill. The battle had begun. The Cloud Sea mountain range was huge. They were rich in all kinds of resources. Therefore, this place became the most competitive place between the Cloud Kingdom and the Blood Kingdom. The mines in the mountains kept changing owners. As soon as the Cloud Sea nation's heavenly god arrived, a huge battle broke out between the two sides. Intense energy fluctuations enveloped the entire mining area. Lin Fei looked on coldly. In less than 2 hours, the battle was over. The Cloud Sea Kingdom managed to retake the first mine. Next. The morale of the Cloud Sea nation was unstoppable as they pushed forward. The people of the Blood Fiend sect were forced to retreat again and again. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, they immediately gave up on the mining area. Lin Fei had not made a single move since the beginning. It was really meaningless. A small fry from the Blood Fiend cult, even if a 6th order, or even a 7th order heavenly god realm master made a move, the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons could easily deal with them. If they didn't have this much strength, they didn't deserve to be in the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons. On the other hand, Blood Fiend sect Master Blood One stood behind a white-haired middle-aged man. They're almost here. The mines guarded by the Blood Fiend sect were destroyed one by one. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. A middle-aged man standing next to Sect Master Blood One said coldly, "I really want to meet that Lin Fei. He cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 2nd level in 60,000 years. He's not simple." This middle-aged man was a 7th order heavenly god realm master from the Blood Fiend country. This time, they were here to ambush the Cloud Sea ruler. It would be best if they could injure the Cloud Sea ruler heavily. At the same time, they also wanted to see this Lin Fei. They're here. Lin Fei led the Cloud Sea rulers group to the most important mining area. The Ice Sea Stone Mining Area. This mining area produced precious ice sea stones that were used to forge weapons. The most intense competition between the Cloud Sea Nation and the Blood Fiend country was this mining area. In the past 10,000 years, this mining area had changed owners several times. As time passed, this mining area was littered with bones. Until now, there was no clear winner. Lord, that is the white-haired middle-aged man. He is Venerable One Sword's personal disciple, Heavenly God Quicksand. Hatred shone in the Cloud Sea ruler's eyes. His avatar was killed by this white-haired man. The one behind him is the Blood Fiend Sex Master Blood One. His position in the Blood Fiend country isn't low. Lin Fei's gaze fell on Heavenly God Quicksand. At this time, Heavenly God Quicksand also looked over. Crash. Their gazes collided in midair, and the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a black hole. Cloud Sea Ruler, you're dead for sure this time. Heavenly God Quicksand's hatred swept over Huang Xiaolong. My senior brother will definitely kill all of you. The Ice Sea mining area will be the place where your sect falls. Ha ha ha, Heavenly God Quicksand, don't think too highly of yourself. If things go wrong, this place will be your burial ground. The Cloud Sea ruler snorted. You have your senior brother, while we have Lord Lin Fei. Who's afraid of who? The Cloud Sea ruler had a belly full of anger. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on Heavenly God Quicksand. This Heavenly God was much stronger than Heavenly God Quicksand. He had perfectly concealed his terrifying sword will, truly able to move at will. It was more like an unsheathed longsword. In terms of aura control, Heavenly God Quicksand was not as good as Heavenly God Quicksand. This is an interesting opponent. Lin Fei thought to himself. I heard that the disciples of Paragon One Sword all cultivate the unparalleled sword Dao. They walk the Dao of slicing. Slicing the heavens, slicing the earth, slicing everything. They are indeed very powerful. On the surface, Lin Fei was cultivating the sacred cloud dragon's traversing body 6th tier, but in reality, it was not. If he cultivated it to the 7th tier, it would be too abrupt. Let's do it. Lin Fei said to the Cloud Sea ruler. Both sides were ready. The heavenly gods of the Cloud Sea country were in high morale. It was just the right time to decide the victor. Kill. Other than the Cloud Sea ruler and some of the higher echelons, all the Cloud Sea country's experts appeared. This time, the Cloud Sea ruler had mobilized an army of 50,000 heavenly gods, all of them were elites. Heavenly God Quicksand ordered indifferently. Do it, destroy all the elites the Cloud Sea ruler brought. This time, I'll make sure his true body falls here. Yes. Blood One accepted the order and left. Kill. Under the lead of the heavenly god, the Blood Fiend cult's disciples charged out from the mining area. You want to use a formation? In front of a 7th order heavenly god realm master, a formation was useless. Unless it was a top-grade formation, no one was willing to use a single mining area. The price of fighting over it was too high. Chapter 2806. The Empyrean god armies on both sides numbered about 100,000. Both sides fought fiercely, creating powerful shockwaves. King of Yun country, do you dare to fight me? Sect leader Blood One rushed out, and his gaze landed on Yunhai country king. His hatred was not small. All right. Yunhai country king roared and rushed out, clashing with sect leader Blood One. The two of them were old rivals, and they were at the same realm. It would be very difficult for them to kill each other. The higher-ups behind Lin Fei also found their opponents. The same was true for Blood Fiend's sect. Soon, only Lin Fei was left in the air. Blood Fiend's sect only had Empyrean God Bloodnet and Empyrean God Quicksand. Empyrean God was afraid of Lin Fei and knew how powerful the sealing soul severing hand was. He didn't dare to attack recklessly. He had no chance of winning. "Junior brother, go help them," Empyrean god Quicksand said. Empyrean god Bloodnet's hidden sword technique was very powerful. As soon as his senior brother spoke, he immediately went to help deal with the higher-ups of Yun country. "Lin Fei, Empyrean god's personal disciple, you killed my junior brother. Let me see how strong you are." Empyrean god Quicksand grinned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A soundless aura of danger. It descended without any warning. 4 black flying swords appeared in front of Lin Fei. Each flying sword slashed through the air. The 4 swords merged into one, forming a huge sword technique. Its power suddenly increased. This was a terrifying technique that was an extension of the hidden sword technique. When used by Empyrean god Quicksand, its power was limitless. This was the biggest difference between personal disciples and inner disciples. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the sword formation appeared, endless slicing Emperor intent attacked. Empyrean god Bloodnet, who was fighting with someone else, had been paying attention. When he saw his senior brother use this technique, he grinned. No matter how powerful a body refiner is, he will definitely die in front of my senior brother's endless slicing. Once a technique of this level was cultivated to the peak, its power would be very terrifying. Empyrean god Bloodnet only knew the first part of the attack, the void sword concealment. As for the second part of the attack, he was temporarily unable to master it. His power had not yet reached that level. Sharp blades swept past Lin Fei's body like the wind. And this was only the external power of the sword array. They kept shattering the layers of light protecting Lin Fei's body. What a powerful Holy Spirit sword art killer move. The ancient records say that after the Emperor's heart is formed, the power of the Emperor's will produce all kinds of branches. Among them, the sword Dao's slicing can be considered to be in the top 10. Just the slicing released by this sword formation is enough to affect my holy cloud dragon's traversing, and this is just the power of the outer layer. In an instant, Lin Fei's mind was filled with thoughts. Slash. Truly worthy of the name. Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into a sword furnace. After the 4 flying swords slashed out, it turned into a sword array attack. The moment the array changed, a small area of the void was sealed. This is the second level of Emperor's will added into the slicing intent. It is indeed a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. It is impossible to defend against. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an expert. If one was weak and encountered such a killer move, there would only be one outcome, to be easily killed by the opponent. Anyone who could become a Supremacy's personal disciple was not simple. And Supremacy 1 sword strength was not at the bottom among the Supremacies. He belonged to the middle tier and was not far from the peak of the Supremacy. Empyrean god Quicksand did not approach Lin Fei. It was not a good thing for a body-tempering cultivator to get close to him, especially one who cultivated Emperor's will. Their physical bodies were not very strong. Most of them used the sky deity battle armor to increase their defense, not their physical strength. Although they had the sky deity body, it was not very strong. Lin Fei, as a body-tempering cultivator, you should not exchange blows with a sword Dao expert. In the Holy Spirit world, the sword Dao path is one of the top 10 sects. Empyrean god Quicksand said indifferently. Trying to show off your strength in front of me, you are still lacking. That may not be true. Lin Fei laughed. Don't forget, the body-tempering cultivator is also one of the top 10 sects. 2 people, 1 person answered and 1 person answered. Time passed quickly. The sword array arrived. The void was completely sealed. Lin Fei did not fully unleash the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique, maintaining it at the 6th order heavenly god realm. It was neither too high nor too low, but it was still very impressive. It had only been 60,000 years. Swish swish swish. With a thought, Lin Fei executed space oscillation. As terrifying as the sealing power was, it was not enough to suppress Lin Fei. A huge force surged out like a tidal wave, crashing into the void, shattering most of the sealing power. Then, it slammed into the sword array, causing it to pause for a moment. At the same time, a portion of the ceiling power was blocked. Open. The surrounding space ceiling power was swept away, and Huang Xiaolong regained his freedom. Lin Fei punched out, the strength of his sixth-order heavenly god realm physique burst forth, landing on the weakest point of the sword array, breaking through Quicksand's attack. Quicksand heavenly god didn't think he could kill Huang Xiaolong in one move, he only wanted to injure him. It was a little surprising that Lin Fei could break through the sword array so easily. No wonder he could kill junior brother Shueluo's avatar so easily. Again. Quicksand heavenly god didn't seem to mind. Who's afraid of who? The Sea Cloud ruler led his army here, but his focus was still on Lin Fei. After uprooting the Blood Fiend's sex forces in a single day, the Sea Cloud ruler had a certain level of confidence in this low-key Lin Fei. While fighting with his old enemy, the Sea Cloud ruler was also paying attention to Lord Lin Fei. The memory of Quicksand heavenly god killing him in 3 moves was still fresh in his mind. He blocked it, he blocked it. The Sea Cloud ruler would never forget Quicksand's sword attack for the rest of his life. He died under this sword attack. The void was sealed, and his physical strength was too weak. He was killed by the sword array. Lord Lin Fei being able to break through this sword attack easily made the Sea Cloud ruler sigh in admiration. This gave him a greater hope. Perhaps, this time, Lord Lin Fei could really suppress Quicksand heavenly god. In the air, Quicksand heavenly god's position had not changed at all. His sword attacks came one after another, forcing Lin Fei to be unable to get close. His fierce sword attacks caused the Sea Cloud ruler's heavenly gods to suck in cold breaths. If they were to encounter Quicksand heavenly god, they would be finished. Judging from the current situation, Quicksand heavenly god's attack seemed to be ineffective against Lin Fei. On the surface, it looked like he was blocking Quicksand heavenly god's attacks effortlessly. Quicksand heavenly god, is this all you've got? Lin Fei's pure physical body cultivation was able to shatter any attack that came his way with a single punch. If you don't have it, then I'll let you witness the power of the physical body cultivation. Lin Fei understood Quicksand heavenly god's attack style. His sword attacks were indeed powerful. Chapter 2807. Cloud Sea Mountain Range, above the Ice Sea Stone Mining Area. Heavenly God Quicksand realized that Lin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. From the start of the battle, Heavenly God Quicksand had used a powerful sword Dao killing move, coupled with his slicing, sword intent, which had killed many body tempering cultivators. Sword Dao was one of the 10 great sections. There were countless branches in the Sword Dao, big and small, depending on the individual's mastery of them. Among them, the slicing Emperor intent was the most terrifying. With a slash, the endless slicing power could easily kill an opponent. Heavenly God Quicksand had always been disdainful of body tempering cultivators. The Sword Dao had always been the nemesis of body tempering cultivators. At the same cultivation realm, the Sword Dao would always suppress the opponent. But this time, Heavenly God Quicksand failed to suppress Lin Fei. For the first time, his Sword Dao killing move failed. The opponent was like a slippery eel, slippery and slippery. He must be cultivating some kind of special body tempering secret technique. Heavenly God Quicksand thought to himself. Only this explanation could explain why his attack failed to harm Lin Fei. Sealing soul severing palm. Lin Fei bellowed, his palm striking out. Sealing space. Heavenly God Quicksand knew the power of this kind of secret technique, not daring to underestimate it. This was a killing move that could make a 7th order Heavenly God Realm Master feel threatened, especially at the second layer. The surrounding void froze in an instant. You're finally willing to use a killing move, ah. Heavenly God Quicksand had been waiting for this move, only this move could make him feel pressured. Slash. Heavenly God Quicksand's sword slashed out, covering more than 100 swords. The sealed space loosened in an instant, and a giant hand descended from the sky. Void sword, sword array, appear. The sword array appeared above Quicksand's head. This move could not only attack, but it could also block. Its power was extraordinary, and no one dared to underestimate it. A powerful force surged out. The sword formation blocked this secret method killer move. Your sealing soul-severing hand is indeed worthy of being a secret technique of the body transformation school. If you want to deal with my sword array, it's still a bit lacking. My endless cutting power is scattered around, completely blocking your attack. You will be disappointed. Quicksand Heavenly God Realm was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, especially one who cultivated the sword path. His battle experience was extremely rich, thus he had already come up with a countermeasure to deal with this move. If it was the 3rd level, the full power of the 9th level of the Saint Spirit Realm, Heavenly God Quicksand would have left without saying a word instead of staying here. Is that so? Lin Fei burst into laughter and shot over. Bang bang bang. The boundless slicing power in his wake was completely pulverized by Lin Fei. Heavenly God Quicksand unleashed one sword strike after another, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei from closing in on him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and attacked. A beam of light shot out. Heavenly God Quicksand realized that he was in trouble. That beam of light made him feel immense pressure and danger. The beam of light only left behind an afterimage when it met Heavenly God Quicksand's attack. Heavenly God Quicksand reacted quickly and raised his sword in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The beam of light turned into a terrifying force, causing Heavenly God Quicksand's body to sway. Cracks appeared on the Heavenly Deity battle armor on his body, and the blood in his body churned. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Body Transformation Secret Technique. Heavenly God Quicksand was shocked. In the Saint Spirit world, the Body Transformation School was one of the top 10 sections. Naturally, they had their own strong points. The most powerful one was their secret techniques, which were all based on strength. Fortunately, there were not many of these techniques. Mastering 1 or 2 of them was already not bad. Lin Fei used 2 techniques in a row, and their power was evenly matched. Heavenly God Quicksand felt a headache coming on. This is my self-created Holy Spirit body refinement killer move, one finger piercing. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked again, shooting out streams of light. This time, more than 10 attacks were unleashed. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression changed completely. How can his body be so strong? He can actually use such a powerful secret technique 10 times in one go. This was the true terror of body transformation style powerhouses. If their body was not heavily injured, they could attack endlessly with almost no side effects, unless their body could not withstand the attacks. However, it was different for them. If they used up all their energy, they would be inferior to their opponent. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression was grave as he slashed with his sword. Sword Screen. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Sword Dao Technique. A sword screen blocked in front of him. This was a defensive technique of the Sword Dao sect. Heavenly God Quicksand had to block Lin Fei's attack. Once the sword screen appeared, more than 10 beams of light attacked, causing the sword screen to tremble. 6 of the beams of light pierced through the sword screen and reached Heavenly God Quicksand. Heavenly God Quicksand had just slashed with his sword in an attempt to divert some of the force when his body suddenly shook. His body was struck by 6 beams of light, and 6 bloody holes appeared on his body. Blood flowed freely. The sword screen instantly collapsed. What a powerful finger attack. Heavenly God Quicksand was bleeding. I still underestimated you. Swish. 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 Cracks appeared on the body of the 6-colored Heavenly God, and it collapsed. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Monarch Yun laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Heavenly God Quicksand is dead. We won. Sect leader Blood One and Heavenly God Shui Luo were all dumbfounded. Heavenly God Quicksand, his personal disciple, was killed by Lin Fei? Boundless fear rose in their hearts. Retreat. Sect leader Blood One and the other Heavenly Gods felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them when they saw Heavenly God Quicksand's death. They made a feint and tried to escape. If they did not escape now, they would really die. Where do you think you are going? Monarch Yun chased after them. The others also made a ruckus. How could they let their enemies escape? Sect leader Blood One, your helper is dead. You can follow him now. Sect leader Blood One could not believe that heavenly god Quicksand was killed by Lin Fei. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was Lin Fei, who was not far away. His eyes were cold, and his body trembled. He saw a big hand coming down from the sky. Seal the soul-severing hand. Sect leader Blood One screamed as he was crushed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei crushed sect leader Blood One with one hand. He looked at heavenly god Shui Luo coldly. You died last time. I don't know if you will be so lucky this time. Another palm shot through the air. My life is over. Heavenly god Shui Luo's face turned pale. He was killed on the spot. This time, he was really dead. Lin Fei attacked 2 or 3 times in a row. He killed the experts of the Blood Fiend sect and the experts sent by them in a domineering manner. Monarch Yun and the other upper echelons finally saw the strength of a body-tempering expert. This Holy Spirit's secret skill was used again and again without any restrictions. It was impossible to block it. This Lord Lin Fei was more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 2808. The Cloud Sea country's troubles were more or less settled. The happiest person after killing Blood One was the ruler of the Cloud Sea country. At the very least, for the next 100 years, the majority of the Cloud Sea mountain range's mines would fall into his hands. His biggest worry was finally solved. In the next 100 years, Blood One dared not have any other thoughts, unless he could defeat Lin Fei. That was impossible. Even though Blood One was also a 7th-order heavenly god realm master, he couldn't even last one move against Lin Fei. This was the gap between them. The Cloud Sea country's ruler brought his people to reclaim the Cloud Sea mountain range's mines. The Cloud Sea country erupted in cheers. Lin Fei's name gradually spread throughout the Cloud Sea country and the surrounding countries. When the Blood Fiend country's ruler heard about it, he flew into a rage, smashing many things on the ground. Of course, this was a story for another time. By this time, Lin Fei had returned to the Cloud Sea country, on his mountain peak. After recultivating my heaven-defying 12 layers super physique, its power has increased by a large margin, especially my body-tempering killing moves. Each move has its own unique characteristics, reaching a perfect level. After dismissing the servant, Lin Fei sat in the yard, thinking about the battle. Sword Dao is one of the top 10 schools, and there are indeed people who have excelled in it. For example, the slicing power, incomparably sharp, an average 6th-order heavenly god realm's physique wouldn't be able to block it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the bane of body tempering. Lin Fei was very clear that he had the upper hand in the battle. When the power of slicing met with his powerful defense, it was futile. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that his body-tempering killing moves had increased in power, becoming more perfect. Heavenly god Quicksand was at a disadvantage facing this kind of attack for the first time. Body-tempering power can be invisible and colorless, catching him off guard. His physique isn't strong, naturally he couldn't block the impact of pure power, so it's normal for him to die. Lin Fei's attack this time was purely to test his strength. If heavenly god Quicksand knew about this, he would be depressed. He had actually become a lab rat, his reputation would be ruined. After this battle, I believe the people of the bloody evil kingdom won't dare to act recklessly for a while. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Unless they can find someone to suppress me. As for killing me, they won't dare to do it openly. This was also the benefit of having a good master. You assassinated my disciple. I want you to die. This was the role of a master, especially when they had a very protective master. Moreover, the master was a great supremacy. Even if they were given 100 guts, they still wouldn't dare to offend him. The competition between the Cloud Sea Nation and the Blood Fiend Nation was not widely publicized. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't you who suppressed me. It's just that I'm suppressing you. Everyone is used to it. What attracted the most attention was the Cloud Sea country's Lin Fei, a 6th-order heavenly god realm body-tempering school cultivator. Being able to kill a 7th-order heavenly god realm quicksand heavenly god from one of the 10 great sects, the Sword Dao faction, was something to marvel at. Was there going to be another powerful supremacy of the body-tempering school? Compared to becoming a supremacy through the Emperor Will path, becoming a supremacy of the body-tempering school was more than 100 times more difficult. Any supremacy of the body-tempering school was highly sought after. One of them could threaten 2 or even 3 supremacies. Blood Fiend Nation. The Blood Fiend ruler personally came to a mountain peak. The mountain peak was quiet and tranquil, and the scenery was pleasant. Lord Quicksand, this time, it was our Blood Fiend Nation's fault for not investigating Lin Fei's strength in time. We are willing to accept punishment. The Blood Fiend ruler was a middle-aged man with a mustache, exuding a sinister aura. Quicksand Heavenly God waved his hand dismissively. This matter cannot be blamed on you. The Dark Shadow Palace probably didn't know that Lin Fei was so strong. I suspect that he has cultivated at least 3 body-tempering school-killing moves. Quicksand Heavenly God's expression was calm. At his level, even if he was angry, he would not show it. This time, he had been too arrogant. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be different from what he had heard. He was caught off guard by the other party. The other party's strength was also particularly domineering. For example, the last move. He had been trying to figure out what move to use to block it, but until now, he had no clue. That was a move based on strength, and it ignored all defenses. If he wanted to block that move, he would either have to wear a more advanced heavenly deity armor or use a move that was good at defense. Apart from that, there was no other way. The other party's strength was domineering and ferocious, like a flood or a fierce beast. Quicksand Heavenly God did not expect this. Lin Fei was proficient in calculation. He first numbed himself, and then burst out with a real attack. It was impossible to guard against. Quicksand Heavenly God was naturally full of hatred for Lin Fei. The Blood Fiend ruler was also worried. 3 body-tempering school-killing moves, and the other party was the Great Supremacy's personal disciple. It was really difficult to deal with. Don't look for trouble with Lin Fei in the next 1,000 years. Ruler, you are not his match. Quicksand Heavenly God said to the Blood Fiend ruler, and then he let the Blood Fiend ruler leave. I don't believe it. Wait for my Sword Dao killing move to the next level, and I have a breakthrough, then I will fight you again. Quicksand Heavenly God was not a reckless person. If he lost, then he lost. As long as his main body was still here, it did not matter. Quicksand Heavenly God really did not care about the long years. His heart ached for those few flying swords. Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Han Tian also received the news from his eldest disciple, Heavenly God Chongyang. This kid is really a genius. At such a young age, he created a body-tempering killing move. His strength is fierce and terrifying. Anyone who becomes his enemy will be unlucky. Heavenly God Chongyang had been paying attention to this low-key junior brother. He did not expect that this junior brother would bring him a big surprise. More than 60,000 years could make a person dispensable. Compared to Dugu Yijian and the others, Lin Fei was the most low-key one. Of course, this was normal. After all, body-tempering experts were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Great Venerable Han Tian had left one of his avatars outside, and this personal disciple was in a free-range state. Hearing that Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 6th level and mastered the 2nd level of the sealing soul severing palm, this great venerable laughed. Good job, your potential is unlimited. It had taken great venerable Han Tian hundreds of thousands of years to advance from the 3rd order heavenly god realm to the 6th order heavenly god realm. Although the sacred cloud dragon traversing body was not a top body tempering technique, the fact that he could cultivate it to this level showed that his potential was unlimited. Go tell Lin Fei to cultivate hard. Great Venerable Han Tian said. It doesn't matter if Venerable One Sword's disciple dies, they won't dare to do anything. They deserve it for being weaker. Heavenly God Chongyang nodded. He was happy for Lin Fei. If a great venerables personal disciple did not have a promising future, it would be a disgrace to their master. They were worried that their master did not care much about this.